think it's live. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I hope you're having a wonderful day. It is December 18th, 2024, one of the final weeks of the year. And now, today, we have the final Fed meeting alongside the summary of economic projections and dot plot. And there is a lot riding on it. Now, most of it is priced in if you have been looking at the bond market and the bond futures. So the reaction will be quite interesting. But again, a lot of theories are floating around right now that Powell and the Fed, there might be a little bit of disagreement. So I got a couple of things to show you. We had a recap on the watch list last night, but if you are new and have no idea what you are watching, it's about to be 7 hours of the market with a special guest of Jerome Powell later in the day. You got the S&P in the top left. You got bonds in the bottom left. You got a live momentum scanner right here. You have a live news wire updating in real time with all the headlines. And then, best of all, baby, the chat. Now, this is a glorious chat room. I love them. Great guys. Been an awesome year. But unfortunately, if you are new and you have not been subscribed for about 24 hours, you will not be able to participate in the chat. Why? Because I want you to learn how to invest in yourself and have patience, because beyond the shares, the trades, the news, all of that, you got to make sure you own the market, because your capital will outpace your labor. So we've built all of these accounts from scratch. I posted on my Twitter, the YouTube, Instagram, everywhere, man. So make sure you get one little by little, baby. 10 years minimum journey. But other than that, I hope you guys are ready for Powell and locked in. It's going to be a big day, baby. Good morning. What's up, baby? How we living, Brandon? What up, Benny Silverio, Jeff K, Energy, Gunner, Ainsley, John Lewis, Ryan Walters, baby. Oh, what's going on? Good morning. Oh, there's the chat. Uncle Terry, Mitch Matsuno, Steven, Daniel, Tim Whitman, Brian Ramirez, baby. What's going on, Mark? How we doing? Kurt Canthology, winning loser, Laker J. Good morning, baby. What up, Aiden? What up, hi there, Johnny B. God. What's going on, man? Good morning, Turbo. Good morning, Skittle. What's up, Onion? How we doing, Gus Gonzo? Y'all ready for Powell? Y'all ready, Lucky Soldier? I know Lucky Soldier ready. Are you ready, Amy? What up, Sungrown? Let's go, open face. It's game time. Oh, man. Happy last Fed meeting of the year. What up, Ali, Simon, El Chaparro, Snake, Mike Lee, Brown, Tom Crow, Selman, B&E, baby, Jeff Kent, Drake, QXO, Jerry Woods, y'all. Good morning, baby. What about that Twitch? What about Goni, Stock Sasquatch, Lucky J, JG, baby, El Coyote, Feed Me Seymour, Miss Cherry Cola, Real Fried Rice, The Mercator, Charlie and the Trey, baby, Lizzie, Blowing Dough, 12 Jimin, Epic Eric, Jamie, Blazing Bob, and Robo Hand Tech, baby. Good morning. Salchatadonia. I hope y'all living good. Let's go. So it's going to be a couple of hours. I mean, remember, the market breadth has been terrible. You've been having the worst value Dow streak in a while. A lot of people are scared. Some people aren't. But fact of the matter is, you're going to play this weird little dance all the way up until 2 p.m. with Powell. And remember, if you watch the watch list, you are pricing in a 0.6% move for today. So yesterday you were down by 0.4. You actually went up there right now. So it's pretty much going to be a 1% round trip move. So I hope you guys are ready for it. But here is Josh AI in the meantime. Oh, Richard Barrett, baby. Good morning, baby. Here it is. Stocks rebound in countdown to Fed rates decision. Global stocks rebounded on Wednesday as investors awaited the Federal Reserve's final policy decision of the year. Futures contracts for the S&P 500 and NASDAQ 100 advanced 0.2% after both gauges retreated on Tuesday. The Stock 600 was set for its first day of gains. In 5 sessions, Asian equities kept steady, snapping a 3-day losing streak. Commerzbank AG rose after UniCredit SPA said it has boosted its stake in the German lender. In Japan, shares of Nissan Motor Company jumped the most since at least 1974 on news that the ailing car maker is exploring a possible merger with Honda Motor Company. Renault SA, Nissan's biggest shareholder, rose as much as 7.4% in Paris, while a quarter-point Fed interest rate cut is almost fully priced in for Wednesday. Investors will focus on the outlook for 2025 as inflation decelerates more slowly than anticipated and the economy remains resilient. The possible impact of key policies under the incoming administration of President-elect Donald Trump adds to the uncertainty. Last quarter, the Fed's so-called dot plot projected a full percentage point of rate cuts for 2025, following a similar magnitude of easing this year. Currently, money markets are pricing in that a cut on Wednesday would be followed by less than 225 basis point reductions next year. Today's decision will be less consensual than what the market expects, said Florent Wabon, an economist at Ecofin Investissement. I think it's the end of back-to-back cuts. The big question is, how will Jerome Powell communicate this to the market? Still, while Wall Street banks have started anticipating fewer reductions, some interest rate option traders are betting the market's view is too hawkish and that the Fed would ease policy more closely to what it projected in September, the equivalent of 4 quarter-point cuts. U.S. Treasuries were little changed ahead of the Fed announcement. Still, the yield on the 10-year note has surged about 80 basis points since September as traders rethink their outlook for inflation and policy easing. I don't expect the market to move hugely today, said Guy Miller, chief strategist at Zurich Insurance Company. Yields already reflect potentially fewer rate cuts and that there is a bit more risk premium already baked into that in terms of the inflation dynamic. He said the gauge of the dollar was little changed. The pound fluctuated after UK inflation rose to an 8-month high in November, drifting further above the Bank of England's 2% target and supporting expectations that it will hold interest rates at its final meeting of the year. The Canadian dollar slid to its lowest level since March 2020. Brazil took extraordinary measures to stem a collapse in the real, selling over $3 billion in local markets. Bitcoin took a breather after topping $108,000 for the first time as traders braced for the Fed decision. Oil steadied after a 2-day drop as an industry report signaled a sizable drawdown in U.S. commercial crude inventories. Nissan Motor Company is in talks with fellow Japanese car maker Honda Motor Company to merge in a deal that would help the ailing company survive while also creating the world's third largest automaker with a better chance of withstanding the industry's challenges. In a reflection of Nissan's vulnerability, discussions between the two appear to have accelerated after Honhai Precision Industry Company, the Taiwan-based producer of iPhones known as Foxconn, approached Nissan about taking a stake. A person familiar with the matter said Foxconn has been investing heavily in factories to build EVs. Nissan shares jumped 24%, the most ever, while Honda's stock slipped 3%. UK inflation jumps to 8-month high amid fears of stagflation. UK inflation rose to an 8-month high in November, adding to fears that the economy will enter the new year burdened by so-called stagflation, anemic growth, and stubbornly high price rises. The Consumer Prices Index increased 2.6% annually from 2.3% in October, the Office for National Statistics said on Wednesday, driven up by motor fuel and clothing prices. There is almost no chance of the Bank of England delivering an early Christmas present with another interest rate cut tomorrow, said Paul Dales, chief UK economist at Capital Economics. This week's data, which included the first acceleration in wage growth in more than a year, mean that the bank won't be able to worry less about inflation for a while yet, he added. Boeing resumes full jet production in Seattle area after strike. Boeing Company said it has resumed production across its range of aircraft programs at factories in the Pacific Northwest after they were shut down for weeks because of a lengthy workers' strike. Following the resumption of output of its popular 737 model last week, Boeing has now also taken up building the larger 767 and 777 aircraft again. Stephanie Pope, the head of the company's commercial jet division, said in a post on LinkedIn, "We have taken time to ensure all manufacturing teammates are current on training and certifications while positioning inventory at the optimal levels for smooth production," Pope said in the post. Top overnight news, The PBOC sent its first signal in months of its discomfort with the record-setting sovereign bond rally, triggering a slide in the market. The PBOC has urged financial institutions involved in aggressive trading in the bond market to pay close attention to relevant risks, including those in the rates market. BBG. China said top managers of central state-owned enterprises, SOEs, will be partly judged on their company's stock performances and must have plans to revive their shares in times of consecutive or significant declines. A document published by the State-Owned Asset Supervision and Administration Commission also mentioned that SOE managers should promote share repurchases, M&A, and higher dividends, CMP. U.S. crude inventories fell by 4.7 million barrels last week. The API is said to have reported that would be a fourth straight decline and will cut total holdings to the lowest since September, if confirmed by the EIA today. BBG, an agreement to halt the 14-month-old war in Gaza and free hostages held in the Palestinian enclave, could be signed in the coming days, with talks in Cairo making progress. Sources briefed on the meeting said on Tuesday, RTRS UK CPI climbs in NAV, but comes in a bit below the consensus on core, plus 3.5% versus the street plus 3.6% and versus plus 3.3% in OCT. RTRS. Donald Trump's special envoy for Ukraine and Russia, Keith Kellogg, will visit Kyiv next month and would be open to meetings in Moscow if invited, a person familiar said. BBG. FOMC preview. The FOMC is likely to lower the target range for the Fed funds rate by 25 BP to 4.25-4.5% on Wednesday. We expect the main message of the December meeting to be that the FOMC anticipates that it will likely slow the pace of rate cuts going forward, and we have revised our forecast for 2025 to eliminate a cut in January. We continue to expect cuts in March, June, and September next year, and now expect a slightly higher terminal rate of 3.5-3.75%. Boeing BA said late on Tuesday it has resumed production of all airplane programs that had been halted by a machinist strike in the Pacific Northwest. They confirmed last week it restarted production of its best-selling 737 MAX jetliner in early December, about a month after the end of a 7-week strike by 33,000 factory workers, and said it has now resumed wide-body programs in Everett, Washington that were impacted. RTRS, House Speaker Mike Johnson's struggle for a deal to keep the government open after Friday is an ominous sign for his party's ability to push through Trump's early priorities. Lawmakers agreed to extend government funding into March with a bill that includes $100 billion in disaster aid. BBG. Good morning. There's more, my friends. There is more. And again, I don't know, did you guys hear that China news? That one's crazy. They're literally putting in a program where you got to keep your stock price up by the government. That's wild. But S&P futures, they're up by 0.3 on Wednesday morning trading. Comes after equities finished lower on Tuesday. Dow Jones posted 9th consecutive decline, its longest down streak since 1978. Equal weight S&P fell for the 11th time in the last 12 sessions, falling to its lowest level since early November. Treasuries weaker with the curve steepening. Dollars up by 0.1. Gold flat. Bitcoin down by 1.6. And WTI is up by 0.9. Weak breadth has been the big story of the Fed. Going into the Fed, S&P decliners outnumbered for a 12th straight session, the longest streak since 1978. No specific catalyst behind this dynamic, though some of the higher profile excuses revolve around stretch valuations, elevated sentiment, Trump tariff worries, expectations for a slower pace of Fed easing, and the backup in rates. Big tech outperformance has helped provide some cushion at the index level, bucking prior instances in which negative breadth streaks were accompanied by a broader market pullback. While this has been inflation a function of favorable AI sentiment. Broadcom, the big beneficiary, while NVIDIA slumped. It has also rehashed concentration and performance concerns. Not much on the economic calendar today, though. November housing starts printed 1.289 million versus 1.35 million, lowest since July and the second lowest since mid-2020. However, building permits are above forecast. Big focus today. FOMC decision, updated SEP, and Powell press conference. Fed widely expected to cut by 25, delivering 100 basis points of easing since it commenced the cycle with the 50 move in September. Dot plot expected to show 75 basis points worth of easing in 2025, down from 100 expected in September. Market currently pricing in 50 basis points of easing next year. Fed statement expected to signal a slower pace of easing going forward. Powell likely to note that the Fed can be patient when it comes to dialing back policy restrictiveness given firmer economic backdrop. MRK to license GLP-1 drug from China's Hansoh Pharma. GIS down after they cut guidance to reflect higher spending to boost volume and market share. HEI missed on Q4 results with FSG organic revenue decelerating. JBL beat on strength in cloud, data center, and digital commerce and markets. ABM beat and guided full year 25 EPS slightly ahead. WOR fiscal Q2 revenue and EBITDA beat outside of earnings. HMC and Nissan confirmed talks on a closer collaboration amid media reports of a possible merger. Capital One and Discover announced special meeting to vote on their proposed transaction. Post announced acquisition of Potato Products of Idaho following recent report that it had hired advisors for potential deal with LW. Positive sell-side takeaway from CRM Agentforce 2.0 event. MasterCard announced 12 billion share repurchase and 15% quarterly dividend increase. Boeing resumed full jet production in Seattle following strike, and Com helped by debt refinancing deal. There's more. Fed likely to revise growth forecast upward, signal fewer cuts in 25. Bank of Japan expected to hold on Thursday night before tightening again next year. Officials starting to debate just how high rates can go. ECB chief economist emphasizes caution on rate cuts amid economic uncertainty. Traders bet on gradual Bank of England rate cuts amid persistent inflation pressure. UK inflation up to 2.6 in November from 2.3 in October. UK pay awards steady at 4, expected to slow in 25 amid budget pressures. Japan export beat expectations on weak yen and solid demand. Australian budget deficit widens as government boosts spending amid economic slowdown. China developers eye onshore debt restructuring in 25 as property slump persists. Bond traders betting Fed will signal more cuts in 25 than market anticipates. Traders snapping up deep out of the money GameStop calls. Honda and Nissan are reportedly discussing merger amid stiff EV competition. Walmart thrives amid economic challenges posed for continued growth in 25. Salesforce hired 2,000 people to sell AI software. Double number indicated it was planning to add a month ago. Tesla Shanghai plant manager has left the company. Data analytics and AI company Databricks raised $10 billion in biggest VC deal at the end of the year, valuing it at $62 billion. EU drug regulator reviewing Novo Nordisk Ozempic over possible link to rare eye disease. Boeing resumes production of all aircraft programs following lengthy worker strike. Stellantis unveils plan to revitalize Italian production amid industry changes. AstraZeneca faces slump in China following executive arrest. Bain Capital to launch hostile takeover for Fujisoft, challenging KKR bid. U.S. Trade Tribunal finds Lenovo smartphones infringe on Ericsson patents. Congress reaches tentative deal on stopgap funding bill to avoid shutdown. 8 Senate Republicans unsure about supporting Gabbard for spy chief. U.S. open investigation into China router manufacturer TP-Link could ban sales in U.S. next year. Israel officials say Gaza ceasefire deal not imminent despite optimistic statements. Europe faces a defense dilemma fund around 500 billion euro security boost despite fiscal constraints, and snap German elections may yield another fragile coalition. Wow. Oh, man, is DVR on? I don't know. That would be terrible, because then all of you would be lost in space. But, you know, we have more movers, baby. More movers. I'll check if DVR's on. But good morning. It's on? Oh, no. Yeah, dude, that router news, it's on the pre-market movers. Literally, there's like a possible like Chinese router ban. I'm surprised it didn't get more headlines. It came in at the end. So Netgear and First 5, those are the plays associated with that. I turned it off, so refresh and you'll have it. But my bad. But pre-market movers, JBL is up by 9.7 off earnings. Burke is up 5 off earnings. Expedia up 3. Bank of America upgrade. NVIDIA up 2.9. CFG is up by 2. Raymond James upgrade. Archite up 1.8. WDC up 1.8. Kioxa IPO sympathy. Micron up 1.7. FWonk up 1.7. Morgan Stanley upgrade. First Fiserv. Stevens upgrade up 1.5. Cigna up 1.7. 670 million Defense Health Agency contract option. First 5 up 1.7 reportedly considering ban on Wi-Fi's made in China, the U.S. Dow is up by 1.6. Evercore upgrade. CRM up 1.4, Agent Force 2.0 release, Com up 20, comprehensive refinancing, Oklo up 12.4, master power agreement with Switch, X-Pro up 11.3, insider buy, RCKT up 4.9, Jefferies initiates buy, XMTR 4.8, JP Morgan upgrade, Mankind up 4.6, convertible note exchange, Ollie up 3.5, Citi assumes buy, Reacts up 3.4, BTIG initiates buy, Bill up 3.1, KeyBank upgrade, LNTH up 2.8, Goldman initiates buy, SDRL up 2.7, Brazil contract award, RIG 2.5, Barclays upgrade, Q2 up 2.3, KeyBank upgrade, Box up 2, DA Davidson initiates buy, ABM up 0.1 off earnings, CGTX up 122, phase 2 study, CT 1812 in dementia with Lewy bodies, VSTE up 106, VRAR up 28, Netgear up 17. U.S. reportedly considering ban on Chinese Wi-Fi routers. Maps up 15.6. 1.7 non-binding cash offer from co-founders. ChargePoint up 6.9 to install with GM hundreds of ultra-fast charging points at strategic locations. Calv is up by 4.4. Bank of America initiates buy. HEI down 5.5 earnings. GIS down 4.3 earnings. Honda down 3.1. Nissan merger. Rivian down 1.2. Baird up downgrade. GPCR down 6.9. Updates small molecule amylin receptor against 2671 for treatment of obesity. VKTX down 5.8 in reaction to Merck licensing of China. IonQ down 4.9. Getty down 4.3. JP Morgan downgrade. CRVS down 36. Conference for interim data. Phase 1 of trial tomorrow morning. NOTV down 17.1. 20 million offering. And then LDTC down 8.9. Common stock offering of indeterminate size. Wow. I think it kicked you out for a little bit. Welcome, baby. Welcome. Chinese news. Which one? There's a lot of Chinese news today. There's one, United States potentially banning the routers. Then the Chinese government putting in a program where stocks have to hold a certain price. And then there was one more. And then Merck is licensing GLP-1 Ozempic drug from a Chinese company. So that's all today, not to mention everything else and power. But Chattadonia, I think we got good time. Let me see. I'm going to go to the bathroom. I posted the pre-market movers. That is on my Twitter, Real Colt News. I don't think there's any propaganda TV available. Where are you at? Where are you at? Burr.
No,
there it is. All right.
Situation.
Follow me on Instagram at the Trading Fraternity. Real Cold News on Twitter.
For one of your
and I would be ought to be my friend. I would be ought to be very.
This is really tough sledding for this market right now.
Craig Trudell, we thank you so very much for all of your time here. Now, coming up, we're going to shift over. We're going to talk about the AI trade because it is broadening out from a select few. Investors are rotating out of NVIDIA and into other things. Could Micron now mimic Broadcom's post-earnings rally when it reports today? We're going to discuss. This is Bloomberg.
It's Powell Day, baby. I pee a lot on Powell Day. I get excited. We back. All right, Chattadonia. There's the TV. You've heard all the news from China to America. You're here right now, baby. So tell me, what is your first play of the day? Post it in the chat. Good morning. Let's go. Nike Qubit, ASML, short NASDAQ, Broadcom puts, gold long, short Google, DE call, sit on hands, NVIDIA short long term, news is buy high, sell low, added more to the cash, Roth IRA, Tesla, of course, SLV call, RGTI, RXRX, Palantir 80, daily Tesla calls for April, NVIDIA calls, short cake, puts on Galt, quantum season, NVIDIA, success long, NVIDIA, short oil, quantum, buy AMD calls, UNH puts, MU, IWM calls now, Google, Tesla, JBL, SoFi calls, waiting for Powell, all in on NNE, long term, SPY Friday calls, short Tesla, 0-day, Katos calls, making Uber free, Netgear, holding Starbucks puts, M2K Watchdog, CVS puts, J&J, K-Web long in the final plays. Edit shares, NVIDIA call, Micron selling LX covered call, PHILO, and Qubits. Let's go. K-Web for the long term? Oh, man. So, Jadadonia, I hope y'all feeling good, man. I got a couple plays. I'm going to be watching all of the Chinese router ones. I think that news kind of slipping in there with the hype. I'm going to be watching K-Web again today. Just take a look at the options. You don't have to force a play, though. And then gold, I really keep an eye on gold because of Powell, the cuts. I'm in that place till it's down, but literally gold is kind of make or break it. I got a couple of charts to show you. Oh, dude, I have so many good charts to show you, actually. So, yeah, but gold, watch out for that. Then watch Nike and FedEx. Don't forget about the earnings. WDC benefiting off of a Japanese IPO. So I'm going to be watching that. Then keep an eye on healthcare. And then any of the other biotech. So we got a little bit of time, but you already know the vibe, baby. I have a lot. We have so much to go over. But Chatadonia, before we do any of that, before we try to chase a dollar, before we try to enrich ourselves, we must pay homage, must give an honorable salute, man, to a very special group of people that has made a sacrifice that most of us never have and ever will, and I'm talking about the veterans of the United States of America. So on behalf of the cult, the people here, the people not here, really, man, from the bottom of my heart, veterans, the families, thank you for your service. Thank you for your commitment to this country, everything you have given in sacrifice, whether you have agreed with it or not. And I think a lot of people overlook that factor and the way that y'all have served this country honorably and literally are contributing to the fact we have this freedom. God bless you and thank you. And I hope all of you show this love. And veterans, get a long term, baby. It's game time. And big shout out anybody else out there giving back to their local communities. All the doctors, nurses, teachers, firefighters, police officers, the janitors, the coaches, the garbage men, anybody making their community run, baby. God bless you and thank you. But ladies and gentlemen, please rise. Place your right hand over your heart. Say it with me. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all, baby. Send it to Jets! Oh, it's game time, baby. Horna. Let's go. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah, we still got the bells, bro. You're closer to Christmas than further away. That's all I'm saying. You know, like you're closer to it than you're further from it. So I don't know why you ain't realized that yet. I know. This is it, man. The last Fed meeting of the year. Oh, my goodness. I hope they feel me. Seize the day, my brethren. DVR, you got to refresh your ass out of there. That's it. If you don't, you stuck in DVR land. I'll see you tomorrow, probably. You'll be like, Josh, did you know that Jeff Bezos is a part of Amazon? I'm like, yeah, that's like 5 years. Just get out of there, bro. Just get out of there. This is the day that the long term pays, I will save 10. I will save 10 and not gamble it, Hey, all right, let me show you the chart. So I guess we could talk about this more in depth again. I had a full preview of the Fed on the watch list yesterday, everything down to exact sentences to watch out for, all the way down to the dot plot. But let me just show you right now. I was telling you yesterday, there's something about this rate cut that is odd. It just doesn't feel right. And you know what? There is some data to back it up. Are you guys ready? Here it is. You might like this one. So in the last about 25 or 30 years, this is your pretty much biggest rate cut while the market has been green. You actually have barely had this. So look at it. This means you're cutting rates by 100 basis points while you're up 10%. So never have you actually cut this much while the market was there. Anytime the market's rallied, it was like smaller cuts, but this is already setting up its own. I mean, the only other time you had anything like this, I believe it was 2007. So very, very interesting. But again, if you are kind of scratching your head, I mean, the hawkish cut is already priced in, but again, this is kind of where you stack up historically. This isn't too common for the Fed to be doing something like this where the market's like that. But then again, it's happening right now, baby. Oh. Round one. Fight. All righty. We're off. Again, you were up about 0.5%, and then you sold that pre-market. And then remember, from last night's close, you are pricing in about 0.6% for today. So we'll see that one there in a little bit. India's record gold import said to be due to calculation. Oh, that's old. That was from the morning. I don't think the books are being cooked. I think you're just going to get a fat revision. So that is the middle. That's the appropriate way to say it. But I've been saying that for a while, even before the election. NVIDIA. Again, watch Netgear and all those other guys. I think those are going to be interesting. Let's see. Wait, what is this? Pfizer's? Remember, I think we have Pfizer Leap that came up? What the hell? I have a Pfizer January. That thing's starting to pop. I don't know if Pfizer did good again. Again, yeah, Pfizer's down. That one's really weird. So watch out for that. There's a couple of other ones, too. Again, in terms of healthcare, biotechs. And then don't forget FedEx and Nike. Netgear is up the most, and then FFIV, they're only up 1. These are both part of the router play. Oh, yeah, and watch, again, Qubit and IonQ. Mother effers were going crazy on that yesterday. Yeah, so the FedExes are up. The Nike calls are down. The puts are up. So, yeah, we'll let that one ride a little bit. Let me see. All right, yeah. I think we'll chill a little bit on that. Straight down. Palantir pop. Again, there's first 5. I'll look at that one. Again, I like Netgear, but that one's up 22%. And then watch China, though. Again, I think there's just too much China news today. But it got overlooked. And then don't forget about Merck. Or we're just focusing on Powell. First 5, you got some cheap options. But honestly, I mean, that thing's kind of wild. There's only one weekly for like 15 cents. But again, that expires in 2 days. Nuke still going. That was the one from yesterday. Again, poster plays if you guys got it. That's all you got to do. UPS on the low. Palantir. I've heard a lot of Palantir this morning. NVIDIA, they're finally up. And then Match.com, they're on the high. Palantir launching, no play. That's what I'm talking about. Way to call it out. Yeah, they're going up. Again, watch crypto too. And then WDC, they're benefiting off of the IPO in Japan. Damn, I think it's already moving up a decent amount. 3.3. Oh, what was it? There's one more. Again, NVIDIA 3. They have been down all week, my friend. Tesla, Rivian, Lucid, no play. Oh, damn. Tesla's down 2.7. So, again, that headline is the chief of the China factory left. So, it's not just momentum. They have a bad headline next to it. Baba on the high. Yeah, they're still red. They might go green, but, again, they're right on the cusp. Nuke halted. Renault is open to Nissan-Honda merger, Bloomberg says, citing sources. I will rejoice. You grab 125 Nuke. Way to post the play, baby. I appreciate it, for real. Thank you, guys. Disney. And then, yeah, why is Disney up 3? What? Oh, thank God. I was like, what? It said it was at 130. Okay, that wasn't there. SoFi is up by 3-1. They're going as well. I mean, it's kind of crazy. You were really up early, then we sold off pre-market. GV, that thing's running, but the high ticker is like fully gassed right now. but not really, though. It's actually very, very odd. So we're in that weird pre-market, and again, pre-market little move, and then you have to deal with the Powell stuff. So that's weighing on it. Yeah, whatever GV is, small cap 11%, that's going up. Roblo 80 call on July, way to post the play. Pepsi, again, Walmart had good news too. So, but they're actually coming down. And K-Web, yeah, SoFi was just moving. Where's Netgear? Again, Netgear in first 5. Those are tied to the China one. Netgear already came down 5. First 5 keeps going up, but those ones just are not cheap. Powell is at 2 p.m. I didn't put it in the title because I wanted you guys to be able to ask, instead, because I used to just put it in the title and then shame you for not liking the video. But I woke up in a really good mood today. So I was like, you know what? I'm not going to put it in the title so that I can answer it for them and that they don't have any shame about it for asking what time Jerome Powell is every single day when it has never changed in history. So, but I'm excited. I'm very, very excited. No, Yash is still here. Yash, he's coming in next year, but he's ready to go, man. He's ready to go. I'm very excited, though. He's kind of gone through a little bit of rehab, but, you'll be excited to see him. He's excited to see you, and that's it. It'll be fun for all. Qubits on the high. So, again, these, this one's $6. Yeah, bro. I can't believe it, bro. They literally have gone up 100% since that video. So, good luck. Again, even the QS even went up, for crying out loud. So, not today, though. And then watch, again, healthcare. I still like it. I think healthcare is going to move the biggest or the Dow Jones today. So if you are looking for a play after Powell, just given the fact we have had a historical breadth move, I would watch out for I would literally watch out for the Dow. I really think that's going to be the number one move. Any of the guys who really sold off, if Powell ends up being a positive event, I would watch the names that sold off heavy. I think that's where you're going to get the most bang for your buck today. Humana sold off 10 yesterday. And MPW is not up 15. It's up 1.8. So please make a proper call out or I'll ban you. Thank you. IWM on the high. Yeah, IWM's up 0.5. Again, bonds were doing decent in the morning, but then that's it. So we'll find out. I like Humana for the long term. Again, like I said yesterday, it's not really it's not a popular industry right now with all things that have happened, but I mean that value is too hard to ignore in the long run. I mean, you may have more downside, but when it's all said and done, if you really have a long time frame, I mean, all of these discounts, especially in the blue chip industry, is always a good time. Let's see. Bro, those QS calls went up, even though that thing barely moved. Remember, we had an Uber play, that short-term one. That one's kind of climbing up there a little bit. So we'll see. CVS had a bad day the other day. Literally, CVS started catching up to Walgreens, even though it was kind of outperforming. Palantir again, that's another high. Again, Uber up 2%, but remember, it had one of its worst sell-offs. Tesla, again on the low. You got SoFi call, way to post it, baby. Way to post it. Nike call, 87 to... Look at the Chad. That's what I'm talking about. Do you guys see how much less hoey that is? I'm so proud of you. Baba Green now. Yeah, watch out for that. Kazakhstan would adhere to OPEC deal in 2025. Again, Tesla is down by 3.6 now. And then, again, NVIDIA's on the high. It's first green day, I feel like, all week. LUV, Micron, again, they're still going. I know WDC, they're the one, they had the Klaviyo IPO. Mark Carr for December. Post to strike, my brother. Let's get it. Who else? Again, FedEx is climbing. Those options are just barely moving. Same with the Nike, but that one probably by end of the day. Oh, wait. Okay, the Nike calls went up. I don't know where the puts, what they did. I will rejoice. Beautiful. I just want you to know you're my favorite coat. Tesla dumping pretty hard. Yeah. What I think will move big today, I do think TLT will, but it just really depends. There's a lot of interesting theories for today. And Powell, IonQ is going up again, and AMD, but quantum plays are starting to move. Alrighty, I made a play, not a recommendation. You will lose money. I closed 7 out of 10 of those Nike calls. So literally, I got all my money back, and now I have 3 calls for free. And then here's the best part. I have the whole put position still. So the puts actually stayed break even while the calls went up 60%. So now, even if all of these plays go to 0, I can't lose any money now after selling those other 7. So even if I don't, I'm going to sell most of the puts by close. I'm going to hope they go up. But the general idea now, free calls, and at the very least, even if I held the puts, worst case, I just end where I started. So not bad. Not bad, but literally getting in advance on Nike, you should have, if you followed along with that play, that's it. You can make it a win-win, 0 risk on your part if you would like. And then we still are going to, hopefully we get lucky with the puts if this turns around by end of the day. So yalla. Volatility around 130, baby. Hey, man, we'll see. It will be interesting. BQTS. Sound is on the high. Again, Nike and then FedEx is the other one. The calls are barely up, but that's it. Again, Palantir's still holding. I just saw IonQ going crazy. IonQ still red? Huh? What the hell? And then Qubit and then Qubits. There's 2 of them. Damn, Qubits is already at 9 again now. That one keeps going. Oklo agreements just in time. Yeah, that was the headline this morning. R Rapid 7. Again, where's UPS? That's going to move with FedEx too. And then NVIDIA is still going. Micron. Again, Micron and WDC. I am liking Humana for the long term again. Just anything. If it's in the long term, unless I haven't bought it in like a couple of years, like Snapchat, if it goes down, I mean, that's always going to be a target. So remember, let your portfolio speak to you. But, you know, we just built the Humana starting position. So, you know, it's down again. But I'm going to be watching that for the next couple of years. So, yeah, just whatever. I think the only couple names, Pfizer, Intel, and now Humana. Nike was down earlier, but these are some of the recent names you could build around. Airbnb confirms it is the subject of a Spanish government investigation into infractions, including listings without permits. Are Airbnb getting investigated by Spanish government? Interesting. And then Netherlands with Finland and Sweden intercepted on Tuesday a Russian aircraft equipped with supersonic missiles over the Baltic, says Dutch defense minister. On entering new positions, my eye's going to be on gold and the Dow. But I don't know if I'll enter anything. I might make an option trade. Again, we made earnings free, but for the long term, I have 0 plans of that. Qubits going up now, QUBT. Again, that's part of the quantum hype. Like we said, you're reaching that level. Get ready for the next wave of quantum headlines, and then you're going to play the pop and lock. CLF is on the high. Hershey's is clapped. You thought cocoa was good? Yeah, that's not good for them. So remember, it helped them out a little bit, but last time cocoa prices went up, it actually hurt Hershey's, because that means all of their input costs are going up. But, like, I'm not going to lie to you, that could be a steal right now for the long term. You know how I just had this pop and drop? That's like 20%. Honestly, if you want, this is like one of those kind of like Procter & Gamble. I think there's still more downside, but at the end of the day, if you want an underperforming, high-quality name They don't spend a lot of money. I mean, Hershey's is staring at you right in the face. So that could be another one you could think about. LAC, Uranium. Where are them China plays? The Netgear ones. They're chilling. Who else was the other one? FFIV. Yeah, first 5, that's not moving again. None of those really worked. I like MO, but, again, MO is one of our craziest ones this year. Yeah, MO was a beauty this year, but that's the exact reason why I wouldn't touch it. We literally bought it at $39 this year. Like, it was relatively recent, even though we're at the end of the year. But, to pay $53 now, with 100 names down on the SPY, I would keep MO on watch, but wait till some of the hype dies down and try to get it at a low price. Like we've talked about, dividend stocks, they're very bipolar, and they get really, when people don't like them, they get really, really sad, and then they undervalue themselves. But then when people like the dividend stocks, they get really, really cocky. They're like worse than Donald Trump. I tell you, not only am I increasing in share price, but I also have a fixed income. I'm telling you, your little NVIDIA can't do that. No, none of them do that. That's what I do. I'm a dividend, a yield. Now you want to buy me double the price, charge them triple, fixed income. And so that's it. But when they go down, they turn into Biden. Yeah, I said, yeah, let me run for president. Yeah, come on, I promise. I got to pay the. I just fix the free cash flow or pay the dividend. I'm in the play. I tell him, I just come on. Why you don't want to buy me now? I pay 9%. I'm 15% book value. I don't want to. How come you don't want to buy? I tell her I'll pay you every year. Come on. So that's exactly how dividends work. So you got to be careful. That's why I'm saying buy them when nobody wants them, but once everybody starts wanting them, I think you already missed that. You just ride the wave and enjoy it after that. So look for the ones that are down, like UPS, Pfizer, 5-6% yield, both of those. And those are down. Those aren't getting hyped up. They're not in their Donald Trump mode yet. And then again, Hershey's smaller yield, but again, I think it's there. I like O. I already own O. It's at a good price. The problem with O is just quite simply the bonds. You need to let that base out. Russian deputy foreign minister, Moscow can definitely work with Trump administration. Yeah, QS, I told you the premiums went up. Premiums are going up when the stock was down. So, again, that's the weird one, but it's actually working. Powell cuts, banks go crazy. Theoretically, yes, but this Fed meeting is a little weird because of, how much is actually priced in already. Let's see. And those Ubers, yeah, the quantums are up. That play, I thought it was going to actually be bad, but it is going up. Then we got the Nikes. That's it. We get lucky if they dropped the Nike puts. I thought those Nike puts are going to stay. ACHR new high. I saw that in the morning. I own Q again. Again, bonds trying to go up. Russell doing great. So small caps doing good. NASDAQ barely down. Tesla's popping now. First time on the high all day. And then SPY barely red with the Dow Jones in the green as well, too. Is UWMC an inverse of O? No, they kind of move the same. Again, anything real estate related is going to be tied to bonds to a degree. Yeah, All Club 20. They had a headline. Again, they did some sort of news. Or they did some sort of deal, I believe. So we'll see. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba. Where is it? Yeah, QS. Wait, again, I don't like that play as much. Again, we would have made 100% if we just bought Rigetti or anybody else, but you can make that play free in a little bit. So either do that or hold it. But point is, that one's the lower quality play of all of that, even though it's kind of working. So just be mindful. U.S. 2-year, 5-year falls to session low. Hot dog. I wanted to do something. I knew I forgot something today. Yeah. Quantum is really gay. Yeah, man. I'm glad it worked. That's it. Now we play the wave. Let me see. I forgot. I had another idea. It's not related to a play, so don't get too dramatic. Dramatic. Exercise Qubit. Go work. Go work. Yeah, bonds and real. I think a lot, because I get asked this question a lot, and it sucks because like some of these plays are good, like these companies, but and I don't think you should ignore them, but you have to understand that like right now, you know, every time the bonds move higher, people are tripping out. Again, even real estate data was bad today, but the fact of the matter is that bonds and real estate are tied together. It's not, you know, when bonds keep going higher and they're not doing good, it's not easy for any sort of real estate stock. It just makes it more difficult. And then vice versa is that when the rates are stable, at least don't have volatility and or going lower, then everybody, that's what they really, really like. And then it's able to do good. Qubit again and then Target on the high. Yeah, Target waking up. They had something, I think, about, they did something about the, what was it? Something about inventory. Oh, I gotta set that. Let me see. Oh man, I don't have the plan. Target looks good. Yeah, FedEx earnings tomorrow again. We got to play and it's working. And then DLO exploring sale. ARP? Yo, DLO 6% first candle. Check out that one. Again, who is it? I don't have a source on it. But DLO. Again, up 4, now 6-4, but watch out. Remember, who was it yesterday? I think Honda moved like that. All right. CVS, big pop. Oh, it's up 5 again. It did really, really bad yesterday. Fastly earnings. Oh, that could be a good one. Remember, we have one of those plays. I made it free. Yeah, this looks like Honda news yesterday because remember, I was shocked at the 3, and then it went to 1, and then it did nothing, and then it started to move. So I don't know who's the buyer or anything, but DLO, small play, but it has moved up a ton. That could be interesting. Again, DLO, 6%. There is a couple of cheap options. Just remember, someone snaked those other ones. Remember, when you go to a certain price, though, it does start to cap out. You think history will be made today? No cuts. Honestly, it could happen. It's possible. It is just not probable. You know, because like I'm telling you, that chart I showed you, it doesn't make sense. I mean, literally, even 2007, the market wasn't even up like this when we embarked on that size of rate cuts. Like, it just feels awkward. And, I mean, the data shows it. I have no other way when I'm telling you. I can't lie. Like, I don't think we should be cutting rates today. I mean, it's literally history shows this isn't really what people do. So maybe we get a plot twist, but then again, the 65 years of history also shows that that's not going to happen. You know what I'm saying? So that's what you got to watch out for. But I do have a chart for you guys. I have a good one for you. I think you might appreciate it. Let me see. Not the one I showed you in the morning. I got a different one. And then SPY going up. Humana on the high as well. Hi. So you guys know how we keep talking about the bad breath? and how like you keep getting these consecutive down days. So, like I was telling you, I don't think it means you panic. It all just really depends on where the data goes. But are you ready for this? Are you ready for this? Y'all ain't like the video. I don't even know if you're ready. Did you like the video? Oh, yeah. Oh, no. They hate the like in the video. What the? What the fuck happened there? What the? You like the video? I don't It's okay. I still love you. So here it is, my brother. Believe it or not, the history of bad market breadth, it's actually bullish. Or? So yeah, going back to 1991, anytime we have had these streaks, it's happened a couple of times, but yeah, right? I know, no way. But 1991, 8 days, next month it dropped by 2.1. And then the next 3 months it was down by 1.4. And then 6 months, 1 year later, it was green. 1996, you had 11 down days. Next month it dropped by 4.3. And then every month after for the whole year went green. This is the one that got me. Are you ready? Because someone was bringing this up yesterday, 2018. So the last, I'm not as worried, but I told you, I remember 2018. This doesn't feel like it, but literally in 2018, you had 11 days down, but then 1 month later, you were up 13, then 19, then 23, then 37. So yeah, there's literally 3 out of like 8 instances or a little less have actually been negative, and all of them except one have been positive 1 year later. So I don't know, a little bit more context to all of that. Isn't that wild? I think it does add to the story considering it's a very weird market, very weird rate cuts, everything. So, yeah, ta-da. And then D-Local came back down. I mean, it was already up prior, but keep an eye out for that one. Again, everybody loves the buyout news. Then the CVS is going up. DJT on the high. IONQ coming down. Qubits up still, but they're chilling out. Again, the SPY's going up. Can definitely work with Trump. All right, we chilling. Bought 2 Fastly. Good luck, man. Way to post the play. I think I have a Fastly. I'm pretty sure I do. Yeah, we got 1 free Fastly. It's up 150 right now. So, yeah, that was a couple weeks ago. I love how it's already earnings again. It's always a good time. Bought NVIDIA, Nuke up 79, no play, good call. That was the one from yesterday. Meta ripping, no position. Boeing on the high. So, yeah, Meta is starting to turn up here. Again, NASDAQ's only down by 0.2. SPY just went green. So, honestly, it's not bad. And we're about 33 minutes shy of 30 minutes. So, not bad, my brethren. And then, yeah, Big Mike. You're not banned. YouTube just hates you and does not want you to give me a donation. I'm sorry, but I love you, Big Mike. Shout out Kansas City. Kansas City. All right. A QS. Your K-Webs went up. Just be careful. It's usually the spread. So don't get too jumpy. Aye? You like to play with fire about Tesla puts? Well, yeah. I mean, yesterday, they're all expensive, but they just had their first gap down today. So that might work against you a little bit, but the idea is pretty tempting. So post the exact play, baby. Let us know what you're working with. I'm going to double check those puts again Because, again, yesterday, they're still expensive. It's actually wild, man. That's just what happened when Tesla moves like this. The range is so large. Base? What up, baby? Welcome. The market closed the day before Christmas? I don't think so. I think it's a half day. Is TOS down? Mine is working, I think. Yeah, I don't have any issues. Again, we're at the high 60.53. Again, SPY went green a little bit ago, and now NASDAQ is fighting 0.0 to 0.1. Again, bonds still at the low. Russell was the best on the day. It's chilling out a little bit, though. So we will see. Hit the ticker TSLL. Yeah, you could use. I've never really traded that, but I kind of take my little Tesla plays here and there. But then again, it just depends how long you want to play it for. I don't know. Don't really focus too much on cheaper as much as what's the plan, because although it could be cheaper, it has another decay function as well. So I know they're similar, but there's always a difference. Curl is up 25. Oh, dude, where's MRK? Dude, MRK went down after that China news? Oh, no way. Yeah, MRK could be a long-term for a bio, but then again, there were California gas car ban wins Biden's blessing in clash with Trump. They're still going through with that? Or? That's crazy. Yeah. Because a lot of people are kind of backing out, but no, I guess Newsom and Biden doubling down. Screw it. Yeah, just figured no gas, yabba dabba do. Fred Flintstone didn't use gas. Why are you? Let me see. Bought 30 shares of SMCI. Maybe need it, but I'm planning to hold for 10 years. Hey, man, I like it. As long as you got a plan, baby. You got a plan. That's all you need sometimes. Again, SMCI reminds me of the banks back in the day. Where was it? Big money, big money. Did I see UOE or WVE? No, I did not. What do we got? Vanguard. They're not bad. Again, it's a great way to, like, if you really want to be truly passive and the stock picking and the maintenance is overwhelming, it's not bad. It's just a slower plan, but you're safer with more diversification. I mean, it's not a bad option. Oh, what? Okay, I was like, did I get the wrong play? Is the LT down today? It might. Dude, LT got smashed the last couple of days. China is rapidly expanding nuclear forces, says Pentagon. Hot dog. Breakfast on me, baby. Thank you as always, Josh. You've changed my life for the better. God bless you, brother. Benny, Sil, Vario, I love you, brother. Thank you for all these years, man. You've been a damn blessing. From blessings to damn album covers, bro. I don't even know, Benny. God bless you, bro. My man. Have a wonderful Christmas too, bro. Hey, man, you know how many coffees? Homeboy, hook it up, man. I love you, baby. I love Mr. Benny Silverio. Oh! God bless you, baby. The Hershey's before the news. That's just what I do, man. That's just what I do. We have a lot of news wires and access to stuff. So, you know, I don't sell it. It's free 99. You don't need anything, and that's why you watch this stream. I have videos on news and all that, so check them out and stay tuned. I got the Twitter and the stream alerts too. But that being said, not a recommendation. You will lose money. And again, I hope you guys keep posting your plays. Merck. I did a Merck March contract. Far out of the money, 30%. I grabbed a 130 call, 2 of them at 20 cents a pop. Again, they had good China news today. It was up 4 or 5% and then came down. So that play even covers earnings in the next year. They've sold off. So I'm like, you know what? $40 for that play. I'm down. We'll make it free if it goes up. But again, they did have a catalyst today. So be careful, though. You will lose money. Nothing is guaranteed. Yeah, Tesla's waking up, bro. From down 3 to only down 1-2 now. That's what I want to do. I want to set it up, you guys. It just sucks. Zoom is being annoying. It's only letting me do 40 minutes. I don't know how many of you it will let join. But I wanted to do a live Zoom with the stream. I'm only going to do it for the stream alerts. Somebody gave me this idea yesterday, and I didn't really realize it. But if I throw on a Zoom call, you technically will have 0 delay. So even then, if you already think it's quick, there's actually a delay built in by YouTube. You got to replace your HVAC. It's going to cost $8K. No, that sucks, bro. But yeah, HVAC is terrible. Terrible. Palantir news ad? No, I did not. What am I missing? Why does it have it like that? They replaced yours as well. Dude, HVAC is terrible. HVAC and roofs, like we talked about. I'm on ultra low latency, but there's still just a natural delay. Just YouTube. Not to mention all the times YouTube will just kick you out. Is that QS or OS? I can't tell. On stream, yeah, OS. Then Checkpoint, they're on the high. You recommend HSY for the long term. Now, again, yesterday we had our talk, but you know me, I don't recommend anything. I like Hershey's, though. I talked about it just a second ago. So it meets the criteria. It's a little higher there, but again, not a recommendation. Disney keeps climbing, man. All right, let me see. All right, let me try to set this up. Give me a second. It's being annoying.
Sometimes it's enough. Divergences, as everybody's been talking about in this market, and really specifically, it's the cyclical parts of this market, the economically sensitive areas that have suffered the most in the last month. And that's not really consistent with this sense out there that the U.S. economy is humming and, you know, and the Fed might have to restrain it soon. It actually is more consistent with we have this little bit of squishiness in the data. We've stopped beating forecasts. Economic surprises are on the downswing. At the same time, as you guys have been saying, we're taking anticipated Fed cuts out of the market. And so that's a little bit of a pinch in there. If you take a look at industrials and banks over the last month relative to the NASDAQ 100, I mean, two completely different directions. What is really interesting, though, as a setup is the majority of this market is now really oversold and is due for some kind of relief bounce if we just get past it. We have a 15.5 VIX in an S&P 500 that's basically been static all month for like 2 or 3 weeks. That's usually not the case. So I'm open to the idea that we get a little bit of a, okay, maybe things aren't so bad. We priced in a less generous Fed. And then now there is finessing to be done, right? You have to be able to characterize some kind of openness to inflation, maybe not doing what you think. But I don't think that he's going to be ready to come off the idea that inflation's, generally speaking, moving in the right direction, or that neutral is below where we are right now.
I guess the question is, how is the market poised to handle it if he does signal pause or more gradual rate cuts in the future? Because market's kind of already there.
Exactly. That's exactly what it is. I mean, he's going to more or less be kind of validating the market stance on things. I mean, inherently, it creates more suspense around every meeting. It creates a little bit more stakes in terms of each data point if the Fed is very open and kind of can move either way or could wait or stay. 6 weeks is a decent long time. You know, we're going to get a lot of data in that period. The housing market is just stuck. Right? I mean, it's just not moving. You got building permits up today, but that has been a starkly negative part of this, of the economy in the near term. And so I don't think that they're going to be insensitive to that. The fact that manufacturing employment has actually softened up. So it's interesting because the market, right after the election, got super bulled up on Trump trade 1.0 and like, let's just play it. Cyclicals, small caps, it's going to be a high metabolism economy. The starting point was absolutely wrong, and we said it at the time. We already were kind of pricing in a pretty good economy. It wasn't like 2016. And that trade just ran into a wall. And what's worked since then? The least economically sensitive stuff, which is
recording in
mega-cap
progress
growth, stuff that seems kind of to benefit from various policy levers,
Crypto.
and low-quality garbage beta. I mean, that's what is not connected to the economy, but it does harness confidence in animal spirits.
We'll see what we get. Of course, he's going to get questions, too, on policies. And
Sure.
we got a new administration in
That gets
33
tricky.
days.
Yeah, for sure.
That's going to be one of the more interesting pressers today, Mike. We'll
Yep.
talk soon. Look at our roadmap for
That
the
was
rest of
me,
the hour
guys.
this
Don't
morning. We'll talk about what's ahead for the housing market, as Mike just mentioned, if the Fed does scale back rate cuts for the next year.
Plus, a big warning from one of the nation's power regulators about the threat AI is posing for the electricity grid. We're going to speak with the CEO of Georgia Power about how her company is bracing for that surge in demand.
And a big interview with Salesforce CEO Mark Benioff making a new push into AI. Big show still ahead. Squawk on the Street. We'll be right back after a quick break with the Dow up 139.
Ba-da-ba-ba-da-bop. That freaked you out? My bad, my bad. Oh, no. All right. C&I for the long term and more UPS. Good work, baby. I'm not muted. I shouldn't be muted. I don't think so. You guys are tripping out by the recording in progress. Google-owned Wing is expanding its drone delivery service to DoorDash for customers in Dallas. What's Google Wing? Yeah, Nuke just hit $20-something. That one was kind of crazy. You sent me the link for what? Are you, I don't know. Oh, for Palantir? Well, my channel. Yeah, bro, Big Mike, you're not. I've unbanned you. You weren't even banned. So I think I've only ever timed you out like a while ago. But yeah, I don't know if it's not there. YouTube hates you. I don't see your email. So it's either spam or I've blocked you in the past. I don't see a Palantir email. Yeah, and you've had 6 timeouts. You got a kind of a sketchy chat fax, bro. But yeah, I didn't get it. Tag me on Twitter. Real Cold News. Oh, there it is. I forgot about the Zoom. Yeah, what's up, guys? So listen, y'all in the Zoom, y'all got to stay muted until like I unmute you or you raise your hand. But yeah, if you're on the Zoom right now, you're hearing this a little bit sooner than the YouTube, which is crazy. So yeah, let's try it. Let's see how this goes, baby. We will see how this goes. Good morning. On X at the Tesla dealership in Chicago? Oh, no. I have not. Tesla on the high. Don't post my plays like that. Post your own or say it. Otherwise, what are you doing? Excuse me, sir. Have you talked about Oxy? No, I'm not really, again, oil names I'm not really a big fan of. But no, Oxy, I have not taken a look at it. Literally, I think, again, oil, like I said, wait for the dynamic with China. And then don't forget, I mean, oil is not expected to, go up, ironically enough. And then if it does, I mean, that'll be your recession stuff. And think about what Scott Bessent and some of those people have brought up too. So we will see. And then Citron on Qubit. That's 2 minutes ago. But again, I mean, at this point, it's kind of crazy, bro. All these plays are up over 100% since that watch list. So, like I'm saying, at this point, you got to wait for the next level. Thank you. That's cool. Yeah, you got a chat room in here too. I see you, Matthew. What up, baby? Mavis is coming back, up 15. A disclosure, you have shares in this company. How many shares do you have and at what price? That's good. That's like when that's like you say, I can't talk about it, but I have to talk about it. So try to disclose the full aspect of that. Thank you. The Zoom link is for the stream alerts only. I'm trying to try something out here. Yeah, it should be crisper, but it should be faster. And then again, we'll see, because like even during Christmas when I take off, if I want to like throw up any parts of the news wire, like I said, I don't sell it, so I might just give you guys a free wire or something for the stream alert. So technically not free. I might just give you guys a. Okay, you better mute yourself, Dr. James Cash. And then too, and if you guys in the Zoom, if you invite people that aren't signed up, remember it tracks you back. You will be removed from the stream alerts for life. Just FYI. This is just for you guys because I love you and y'all have supported so much. So I hope we could find a way to get you more. Any stocks in the long term you plan to hold longer than 10 years? Yeah. All of them. That's what I was saying. Like, you guys know 10 years is my minimum, right? So 10 years is my minimum, but I wouldn't be surprised if I held a lot of them a lot longer. 10 years is when we start to rebalance, and then we see where we want to put it towards, and then that could do some stuff. Great year, Uncle Answers, baby. Help me give one of the biggest gifts get this year, baby. Let's go. Frankie. Woo. Oh, no. Let's go, baby. Oh, Frankie, the farmer. My man. Thank you, my friend. And let's get ready. If you thought this year was anything, oh, yeah. Tesla on the high again. And then again, you had Citron on some of the, companies. Some of the, what do you call it? The quantum, and then SPY going up. The irony is I think you're pretty much lower than the morning. Yeah. So remember, we started off good, had a random sell-off. Again, that bond pressure is still a problem here on the day. But then it's going to level out, and then we'll go from there. EU deforestation law. Something on that. And then China, you already had that one. AI's on the low. AI dumping. And then nuke, for those of you who like that one. Wouldn't rate cuts be bad for the banks? Both good and bad. It just depends. But that's something I brought up the other day. You got to realize that I was shocked. Literally, a lot of the bank unrealized losses have gone down, and that's simply because of the rate cuts. So they make less on interest, but should be better for the consumer and then some of their other assets. So it's a catch-22, but as of late, initial pop from rates in Powell or Trump, and then kind of been leveling out. But generally, people are more bullish on the deregulation of banks moving forward. India examining gold import data, unusual surge. Yeah, did you guys? So apparently, India reported gold imports, and it was a crazy number, and they're like, yeah, that wasn't right. They're like, yeah, my bad, that's not how much gold we bought. Is there Fed later today? Uber, it's going up. I mean, I wouldn't call it a crazy pop, but you're getting some move. And then where is it? I forgot. We have a Uber play. I forgot that we grabbed that at the beginning of the week. Uber everywhere. Yeah, you got 57% on it. Can't make it free quite yet, but that'd be nice. Crude imports. That, again, I think a lot of people, we're even ignoring oil at a different level. Just, again, oil is going to have its own, leveling out, but just it's the lifeblood of the economy. So that can move a lot of things, but especially with China, just, that's that chart I showed you guys. The financial conditions factors the price of oil, at least for China. So when you look at the financial conditions in China, the key is that one part of it is their bond yields, and then another part is the price of oil. And like I'm saying, I think a lot of people have kind of overlooked it, or maybe oil's just been stable. We don't really have to care about it. And FedEx. Again, the Nike calls are still up. The puts not as much. And again, I made the Nike free on the call side. You could pay for both sides. No position. Buru going. Way to post it. Pizza on the high. And then SPY, you're doing the melt up. Again, the weird Rivian selling off. I don't have any news on that. Check the other ones, but I wouldn't call it news quite yet. But I haven't seen, what was it? Oh, there's something I haven't seen yet. I'm missing it. I just blanked. NVIDIA going up too. Again, first day here. Uber still on the high. I mean, high-low ticker is balanced out, but we're having this melt up. Let me get you a checkup. It's almost been an hour? Oh, my goodness. That's actually crazy. Let's see. You tag me on X. I'll check in a second. So right now, NASDAQ 100. Are you ready for this? 36 in the green. 65 in the red. So again, you have more decliners again. Dow Jones 16 in the green, 14 in the red. This time UNH is helping out today. And then S&P 500 243 green, 259 in the red, literally 50-50. Check Buru. Why does that name sound familiar? I feel like we've seen Buru. New Buru. It's up 30. Oh, is this a biotech? I swear we saw this one before. But yeah, that's moving. Lithuania president, NATO, Russia founding act has become irrelevant. think Netflix lands the McGregor-Paul fight? Are they fighting? Rate cuts, what are they going to do? You got in late? Don't worry. That's why we made you the watch list. So it'll cover everything. Otherwise, we'll recap Powell about 30 minutes ahead. Yeah, well, Walmart had good news today. Again, even Target was able to bounce up. Yeah, Target's even up 3. Pinduoduo's in the green. Baba? Interesting. So, yeah, the Chinese plays did go green in the morning. IONQ now on the low. Again, it's some of those quantum plays chilled out, but not bad. I know we should have top tick Walmart when we had that chance, bro. I can't believe it actually went that crazy. You think current auto loans are reflecting the rate cut? What do you mean? Are you talking activity or interest rate? Because auto loans are still high. I think the average car loan right now is 9% or 7.5%. Something crazy. And then Nuke resumed trading. So, but, I mean, demand has slowed, but auto rates are still generally high. I mean, it's kind of like real estate. High rates, prices kind of coming down, but then again, still very elevated compared to looking back in the past. Powell, he's going to be at 2 p.m. Actually, SEP at 2 p.m., 2:30 for young Pow. Is refining your car smart? I mean, if you bought a Ford Mustang at 37% APR, yeah. But it really just depends on the deal. Because, again, there's a couple of fees, and then depending on how much you have left on the loan. Because, remember, if you refinance and you have 1 year left and you refinance to another 5-year car loan, you're going to have that payment and interest for that long. So, it really just depends. If you got a bad car deal, sometimes it could save you a lot, but, you know, it just has to make sense. Mega caps go up with rates going down. Yeah, I think mega caps will like rates going down as well as the rest of the market. But like I'm saying, I think today is going to be about the Dow and then healthcare and the value names that sold off following Powell. As we get that, I think you're going to start to. I think those are the names that have the juice. And then bonds coming down right now. Again, SPY chilling near the high. I mean, we did go red to green, but remember, you were up a lot more in the pre-market, but everything's still green. Russell gave up a little bit, but now bonds are selling. And then even though you did all this work, I mean, you're still barely green on across the board. But this is higher than yesterday? What? Okay, I'm tripping. Higher than that part, but then we had the gap down. You can make that Uber free. Is it at 100%? I would like to. You know, I like a free, Habibi. I like a. Last time I checked, it was at like 30 or was that 50? Japanese, they have their rate cut thing tomorrow. So people aren't expecting much, but, you know, we'll find out. Nah, man, the Uber is not free yet, man. Why are you messing with me? You know what I'm saying? Why are you messing with me? It's at 50%. You could get 50% if you would like, but you need 100% to get it free. Snap for the long term. If you really like it, and that's like if you have a lot of value and you need some growth, but I mean, I think there's other names out there. But then again, Snap is pretty cheap relatively, but actually no, it's at 13, 12. So it just really depends, but I mean, I haven't bought it in 4 years, 5 years almost now. Powell is at 2:30 p.m., SEP at 2. And then SPY going up, bonds going lower. You think only OnlyFans girls use Snapchat? How do you know that? Oh my gosh! And then oh my God, Pinduoduo on the high. Watch China if they come up. All right, let me go pee. Follow me on Instagram at the Trading Fraternity. Real Cult News on Twitter. Sit, man, it's a big day. It's a very, very big day. Your last Fed meeting of the year. Yes, so there you go. I'll see you there. I will BRB. God bless America. God bless the Chad. And yeah, I'll see you in a little bit.
Juice of ban.
Excuse me?
And the two NASA astronauts
There's a Moscow
who have
bombing?
been stuck on the International Space Station will remain there a little longer. They have been there since June after their experimental Boeing spacecraft ran into technical issues. The agency pushed back their return trip from February to no earlier than late March, following a delay in launching a new capsule to the ISS. David, I'll send it back to you. Wow.
Supposed to be a week-long trip, I think, right?
I think so. I think it was like 9 days or something like that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's literally like Gilligan's Island. All right, so thank you. The healthcare sector, one of the worst S&P groups of 2024. It's seen continued weakness this month, of course, as we know, the health insurers, PBMs, a bit of a rebound today. Let's send it over to Dom Chu, take a closer look. Dom.
Sure. So, David, it is, in fact, right now, the worst performing sector in the entire S&P 500, though I will say in a banner year for the S&P, every single sector is higher. But the healthcare sector right now is only up about 1-2%. The ETF that tracks it, the XLV, up 2.5% year to date versus the 27% gain for the S&P. And communication services, the best performing sector in the S&P, this sector, Spider, is up about 39%. Now, if you dig a little bit further into that trade for healthcare overall, what we are seeing are some things playing out with regard to, as David mentioned, it's many of the health insurers, pharmacy benefit manager type operations that are the worst performing, the biggest drags. On a year-to-date basis, Humana, CVS Health, and Elevance Health down anywhere from 21% for Elevance all the way down to a 48% drop for Humana shares. Big drags there. Meanwhile, if you take a look at some of the biggest upside moves and influences, it has been a banner year for the medical device makers. Look at ISRG, Intuitive Surgical, Boston Scientific, ResMed, all up anywhere from 39 to 61% for ISRG, the best performing stock in the healthcare sector overall. And of course, there is the one big theme, GLP-1, weight loss, obesity drugs, and Eli Lilly, up 33%. It's been one of the biggest market cap influences to the upside for the sector. Meanwhile, United Health Group on the insurer side down about 5%. So there's that big tug of war, Carl, between those insurers and some of those big GLP-1 drug companies. I'll send things back over to you.
All right, Dom, talk soon. Dominic Chu. After the break, the Fed is expected to cut rates today, but it might get more cautious about 25. What that could mean for the housing market next year. CEO of Compass will join at Post 9 in just a moment.
Okay, we here, baby. This guy acting like the market isn't 30. Man, best rally in 100 years. I mean, technically, since we've had that sell-off, that don't exist no more. Tesla running up again. Again, Pinduoduo, right as I left, they started going up. That was CNBC that you were just listening to. I saw the Palantir ad that you tagged me in, bro. This don't even look like an ad, bro. It looked like it reminded me. Remember when I showed you that Chinese propaganda? You remember that one? You remember when the Chinese put out that ad? This is a war advertisement, bro. This is Palantir's new ad. It's terrifying. They're like, we're about to kill everybody with AI weapons. We'll find you. Send a drone swarm from a battleship. It's like an orchestrator. We gonna find you. Boom, you dead. Just like that. I'm Alex Kopp. Buy my stock. Palantir, the future. Die. What? Here, bro, it's a war trailer, bro. That was better than the new Call of Duty. For crying out loud. My goodness. My goodness. Is MO a safe bet? I mean, you've been here before, man. You've listened. You could ask it 50 different ways, but it's not the institutional ownership. It's the fact that the stock is up like 40% on the year. So that's the part that I don't like. And that's why I would probably go for something with a little bit more value. Because again, when you buy a value stock that's up that much, if it turns on you, you're going to spend 3 years just trying to get back your loss, even though you got the little dividend there. So that's what you got to watch out for. TikTok publishes new collection of transparency reports. Chad Vix is up. Well, shit, man. Maybe go for the melt-up trades, or at the very least, I mean, remember, it is Powell Day. So that is, again, this is the last Fed meeting of the year. Let's see, all I did today, I think, Merck in the other one? And then I made the Nikes free. Again, Nike earnings and FedEx, too. I'm glad we made that play early, but because it just seems like a lot of people are forgetting we have earnings, bro. And it's literally knocking at our door right now.
Off at collersandco.com.
Jeez. I forgot to mute that. Intel doing things. Again, FedEx on the high. Intel's just dying. Again, there's that uncertainty still remains, unfortunately. And, I mean, it doesn't help. I mean, Marvel and Broadcom, I think, are the best of this whole AI thing. And then, again, Micron and WDC. There's Uber again. We might get our 100%. Yeah, still no CEO for Intel, and that's the uncertain situation. TOT play, you got to go back like a week into the watch list, I believe. I got my Merc at 2. I did. I don't know if it bounced. I got mine at 18, I think. No, 20. There's no way it went up 100. I mean, the stock barely moved. And then crude oil numbers are coming out now. Negative 934 versus negative 1.7. Okay. Cushing 108 versus 1.2 million previous. Gasoline 2.3 million versus 2. And then distillates minus 3.18 million. Estimate was gain of 1.1 million. Interesting. So check oil. It's kind of moving. Again, oil's still at 70. And then SPY is in between the gap of yesterday. Again, pre-market, we were able to close that up there. So we'll see. We are cutting by 25, yeah. The Zoom, it's unfortunately for the stream alerts only. I think it's only going to last for like 30 more minutes, and then I got to reset it. I just wanted to test it out. I didn't know if it would translate right. So that's why I just wanted to try it before buying the crazy Zoom package. I think it's kind of cool. I don't know. Stream alerts, guys. How do you like it? There's only a couple of you guys in here now, but I don't know. Does it actually give you a little bit more? Like, I don't know. Because someone gave me this idea yesterday, but I didn't really think about it. And so I'm like, oh, maybe it does work. Melting ice stocks? What does that mean? What companies am I most bullish on moving forward? Anything I've really picked up recently. And then, again, I mean, I like the dollar trade if you were able to get there early. But essentially, I'm a bigger fan of China and Europe after the big move. Anything with value, pretty much. But again, China and the other one are very interesting. Yeah, Uber is going up. I remember we grabbed calls on Monday or whatever. So they are in the green, but just be mindful. TikTok removed over 147 million videos for violating policies. Jeez. So is that what they mean by transparency report? They tell you what they did? 147 million videos? It's a lot, Habibi. When do you start looking to cut winners on your long term? After 10 years minimum. I know it sounds bad to some people, but at the end of the day, that's the only real way to determine if something's a success or not. Time. Bro, those Uber contracts, they're up, but they will not go past like 50%. Will the dollar exist in 10 years? So that's the thing. People are worried about it. So if you want to get ahead of it, you could send me all of your dollars right now. So you could do it via YouTube, PayPal. I take Bitcoin that'll convert to dollars. But yeah, so, people are scared of it, really scared actually. So you should send me all of the dollars you have right now. So, yeah. People are worried about the dollar, but not at this point. I mean, like you're saying, Canada, the dollar is killing every currency. And again, I have a problem with this. I really, really do, because I said this during Biden. I asked a lot of the liberals, I'm like, you guys don't give a shit about any other country, right? I know you do the whole like social justice thing, but y'all realize every time we do this dumb crap in the United States and our dollar goes up, we are wrecking every other impoverished or developing nation. You guys realize that, right? I don't know if you do. Canada doesn't count. That's Trudeau is, But the whole point is that our dollar gets really, really strong. And as much as you hear people talking about, oh my gosh, the dollar, oh, we're going to lose the dollar reserve status, all this stuff, fact of the matter is our dollar is making leaps and bounds on all these other countries as it gets stronger, and it's clapping everybody. So again, even if it's Donald Trump, sadly, if the dollar keeps doing this, it's going to hurt all of these developing nations, and it's going to make all of these other places harder. And go look at it. Brazilian real, Canada. I could go down the list of currencies that are either back to their lowest levels of 2020 or they're hitting their worst level ever. And that is that's the problem right there. So we had a weird effect where it was good for a little bit, but now, I mean, that backfire, everybody's kind of waiting for it, and it's not. That's what you got to think about. I mean, everywhere else in the world is suffering more than we are. Yeah, Z Vandy, baby. It helps their exports. Answered like a true American. He's like, well, we buy their shit. That our dollar is borderline enslaving them into making it. But we buy, they get more, and we get cheap. Stop it. So yeah, you are right. No doubt, but eventually, that's why. This is, long story short, this is one of the effects that I'm just saying, like, the dollar ain't going like, everybody in the world right now is addicted to the dollar. And if you think America's a mess, go look around to these other countries, and then our mess makes it harder for them, and then the way they act, that's it. I mean, anywhere in the world, you offer them a $100 bill, they will take it over their currency. Anywhere. And that's the crazy part. Subaru has room to expand output in U.S. in response to tariffs, says CEO. Yeah, everything will collapse before the dollar does. I can agree with that. I think, amen, honestly, I think what you just said is something a lot of people need to understand. When everything's riding high right now, the dollar's not going to collapse while your economy is amazing. You know what I'm saying? If anything, you would probably watch real estate and the stock market collapse before the dollar. And then after that stuff fails, if that stuff fails, then we could talk about the dollar dying. Other than that, that's it. Like in a weird reality, the real risk to, maybe that's what the Fed means when they say protect the reserve status, because only way you protect that is just make sure your economy doesn't crash. Because if the economy crashes, then the dollar will collapse. But till then, I mean, there's no real reason. And if you look at the world dynamic, I mean, everything is only making us stronger in a very, very odd way. The dollar's doing well because other currencies are doing shit. I mean, that's part of it, but like the real thing is cooperation or just kind of necessity. That's it. Just ever since COVID, we went crazy and everybody followed along. There was no fighting it everywhere in the world. And then eventually, remember, I've been telling you this for years. I even brought it up on the watch list the other day. This is why Europe and Germany, all these places are important, because ever since COVID, everybody started playing the same game. Everybody let America slide after printing all of the money over and over again. They let that slide. They shouldn't have. And then everyone started copying us. And then they were like, hey, let's just agree with each other. And then they all agreed with each other. They had cooperation. This isn't crazy. If you think I'm crazy, you have a minimal understanding of economics. This is what happens in the past. This is what Bretton Woods and everything following have led to and have happened in the past. You know, they just started cooperation. And they were like, yo, let's align our policies. And that way, if we all do the same policy, nobody is going to move in one direction and undermine the other guy. So this is what led everybody. The dollar started it, and everybody followed along, and then they had their consequence. But this is why I'm saying pay attention in a 2025. Maybe Trump, maybe he's the guy where everybody diverges. But like I said, pay attention to the central banks of Europe and around the world and start noticing if they diverge from the United States. And that right there, Apollo in talks to buy GFL Environmental Service Unit, Globe. Who's GFL? Oh, yeah, GFL stock. Oh, damn it, it's already moving up. That has to be Reuters, because I'm behind on that for some reason. That's just showing up right now. Yeah, GFL, they're selling. It's only 3.5, honestly, so it's not even that crazy. But selling off a unit, not the entire company. But that's usually good. That just means they're going to get like a couple $100 million paycheck usually. Interesting. Why is that? It's not moving a lot, but it's moving like the news dropped, but it's still below the 5. Interesting. You like the heads up? You want the screen share as well? All right, I'm going to have to reset it, or unless you guys like it, I'll just buy the crazy version of it. They do your city recycling. Nice. I have this source, but I'm look at the reaction. It had the pop 5-6 minutes ahead of us, but I don't see it anywhere up until now. So it looks like it reacted prior, but it's up 3, not 5. You get what I'm saying? So that's weird how it got disseminated. Somebody had it first, but not widely disseminated. And then Germany proposes law to allow grid to switch off of solar farms. Oil again. You had those gasoline numbers not too long ago. You're looking forward to the PHILO. PHILO might have to be quick today because of Powell. So I'm going to do the Powell recap about 30 minutes ahead of the meeting. That's like 10:30. So I might just have to drop a quick PHILO on you. So maybe don't get your hopes up. We always got something, though. All the heathens just rejoiced. So to balance that act, let me play you a worship song. Yeah, no free lunch around here. What now, heathens? You forgot? It's a religious stream. Oh, yeah, I'm a religious nut job. Oh, you thought that was going to change? Oh, you think I walk on eggs? Yeah, I'm even telling this to the Streamlabs people. I don't care. Son, I'm gonna believe what I believe. What kind of asshole trying to get mad at what I believe? Because I let you believe what you want to believe, but you ain't want to let me believe what I believe? The hell's wrong with you? Mama raised a hoe. Lord forgive me. I shouldn't even have said that. You know what I'm saying? That's it. We need to rejoice, bro. I need to. I don't know. This is the first one I clicked. This is not the vibe I was on. This is the day. I was expecting a more of a banger. I did not expect them to open with a banjo. You know what I'm saying? Woo! What am I doing? I'm just reminding you guys that this isn't a stock stream. That's it. You just are listening to a weirdo. That's all. And then anything after that. Honestly, the only people who could get mad are the people in the stream alerts, because they are the only ones who have paid. So shut the F up. And that's it. That's what Yosh would tell you. Okay, so at the end of the day. And honestly, and if you paid for the stream alerts and you don't like that, I would gladly refund you. Go home. So there you go. That's all it is. That's all it is, baby. I'm excited. We got a good year ahead of us. And that's it. Don't forget. Just don't forget. Amen. Amen. Can't wait. Yosh 2025. That's what the guidance says. Oh, they ended the Zoom. All right, I have to restart it, or let me go buy the expensive one. I don't know. You guys like it, though? I could do the screen thing. If it's worth it to y'all, I'll do it. But, because I think that could be a cool little feature. The Zoom is only for the stream alerts, unfortunately. Again, somebody in the stream alerts, they were telling me yesterday how cool it would be to, like, get everything even faster, and then if we had it, you know, on there. So I was like, you know, that's kind of a good idea. So I tried it, and so far, I mean, you know, we didn't have too many. Again, the stream alerts isn't that crazy, but I'm actually, I think it's kind of cool. Your stream alerts still don't work? I mean, get that fixed, but if you're talking long-term alerts, that's different than the stream alerts. But if you're paying for the stream alerts and they are not working, oh, dude, we'll get that fixed in a second. But if you're on a free service, we have a shitty customer support. And then you can follow the Twitter or Instagram. And if you're foreign, you can't have stream alerts. But if we use the Zoom, maybe that could be the door for the foreign people. The Zoom first link, it's going to be the stream alerts. So it'll, even if you signed up now, though, it might take some time to get you on there. Because I just text out the code. And then GFL popping now still. Been on that cheap customer service plan. I know it's because I have to spend the money on the service. You guys, there's a lot of people on the free long-term alerts, but you guys realize, like, I have to pay per every message. So that's why I'm saying it just, unfortunately, the service is difficult with it, but it's just way easier where it's like, yo, if that don't work, you try the short codes, and if nothing works after that, I post it on my Twitter, I post it on my Instagram, I post it on my YouTube channel. You know what I'm saying? So that's kind of the options that we have. Listening from El Salvador. Can you tell your president I want to interview him? Stream alerts is first link in the description. Well, all right, let me buy this damn Zoom thing then, and I'll make another one for you guys. Crude futures rise more than $1 a barrel after data. The Zoom thing, it's you have to buy the stream alerts and then go from there. So realistically, if you're not already on stream alerts, you're going to probably have to buy stream alerts and wait till tomorrow. All right, let me see how this works, bro. Cloud storage. Sale and LT target. I don't have one. Again, I think some of these plays will get hyped, and if you are gonna put them in the long term, just don't go crazy with them. That's it. I mean, it's so funny how quickly we have forgotten, but just remember, once all of this mania stops, all of these companies that are not making money are gonna die. So as far as like putting it in the long term, if you're gonna do it, I would make sure you have all of your value and everything else ready to go. My losers, I think MPW is probably my worst. Snap is one of them too, but go to the Twitter, go to the YouTube. It's organized by size, and you could see. But we have a lot of losers, but thankfully the ones that did good did very well. Brazil, I like Brazil, but I mean, again, that real and the currency is a little odd there, but I think they're going to play a good part. Why are bonds popping right now? You got a random bond pop? SMCI, I think it's like a regional bank. Remember, we bought it at what? Was it like $26? We bought them, ticked it a month ago. But I just think it's like playing a regional bank. You put SMCI in the long term? No, I flipped it. That's what I'm saying. I view it as a regional bank. It just reminds me of, you remember when like FRC and all those names were at the low and then they move up and down 50% and do all that? That's kind of what I am expecting. All right. Oh, yeah. You guys see, so with the zoom, you guys see that outline, right? It's kind of weird. But yeah, that's all right. But I could get the screen up. Market's waiting to see the dot plot. Yes and no. I mean, it's odd. I'm telling you, I think it's because I love the dot plot. But in a weird way, I think that this dot plot does not matter as much. Now, granted, if there's a big change, we'll find out. But it just, a lot of this already seems priced in. It's actually kind of wild. Take quoi, baby?
Recording in progress.
I will rejoice. I will rejoice. That was me. Don't worry. The FBI is not on you. You guys got bothered by that last time. Oh, wait, where is it? PayPal on the low with 0 fee. Well, that's just his thing. I mean, there are so many names right now that are going absolutely in like insane and like above crazy levels, but that's what I was saying. I'm just like how quickly people forgot. A lot of people are very comfortable buying it here. And unfortunately, it's just that it could still go higher, but when this all does end, I mean, it is going to change rapidly. Russia PPI 1% versus 0.6. Got to put your money somewhere. Most people don't care. I don't think that's the mentality, because like the people who are like, I got to put my money to work, I think a little bit more sophisticated. I just mean like, again, people are looking at these and not a second thought. They're like, yeah, I like the names that were, the names that were $2 last year. They're willing to buy for $20 today with the idea that it will keep growing in a long duration. You know what I'm saying? It's crazy. Long time I'll be host. So it's your first Super Chat, baby. Let's go, man. That's what I'm talking about. That's what I'm talking about. This is a vibe. You got it? So you like it now? So you should be able to see the screen on the Zoom. You guys probably are hearing everything about 2 seconds. I think 2.3 seconds. Sometimes that makes the difference, but yeah. So I hope it helps. And you guys got a chat room too, so you let me know if there's anything else you need or be on the YouTube chat. But that's it. Just don't unmute yourself unless you raise your hand if you have a question, and if you want to talk, we can. But that's pretty much it. You're watching this. I'm just talking to we're doing something for the stream alerts, guys. I put up a private Zoom so that they could, because again, there's no delay. I just never really thought about it. Zoom has literally 0 latency. The bonds on the watch list priced in, it's the Fed futures. So it's something I have probably talked about for 4 years. I've probably included it in like 30 videos. Go to Fed Rate Monitor tool and the ZQ, the Zaza. I don't know if that sounds familiar to you, but that's exactly how you know. /ZQ, the Fed futures for December. It's a future contract on the federal funds rate, and that right there shows you where it's at. You can get signals from the 2-year, 5-year, 7-year, 10-year bond, but the Zaza, yeah, you guys know the Zaza. It's the ZQ, the Fed futures. That's where it's at. You know the ZA, yeah. Well, some of you think I'm talking something else, but yeah. I'm doing legs today. I'm excited. I'm going to have a post-POW, then leg day, and then that's it. Again, bonds are coming up. Tesla started, or PayPal started selling off. Uber is at the high. Those plays won't go above 50, though. I don't own any Johnson & Johnson, but I like it. We've talked about that one. That's kind of one in the value sense that's quite attractive. You bet on Powell not saying good afternoon. Good afternoon. No, he always says it. Buy the baby oil dip. Oh, no. That's terrible. And then speaking of oil, it's still up from those numbers. Again, Last couple day in bonds, man, it looks just like the Dow and values. Terrible. You got teeth work done. You're checking your account in the chair. That's crazy. I just hate the dentist. Some of you are dentists, but I just hate it when they ask me questions. You know, they got that little in your mouth, and they're like, so how was your day? Oh, do you like the weather? Oh, yeah, how was your holiday? I'm like, I like a good holiday. Yeah, it was good. Yeah, I went to the beach. Yeah, thank you. This is the worst, bro. It's the absolute worst. Do you close your eyes at the dentist or stare at them? Oh, I'm big on very awkward eye contact. That's it. Man, he could crack my tooth or pinch a nerve. I'm staring him dead in the eyes. That's it. I even try to look through them. You know how they got that little magnifying thing? I try to position my eyeballs in a way where it reflects through his magnifying glass, so it's like gigantic. So he knows I'm watching him. That's exactly what I do. All right, SPY finally coming down. Sad part about all of this, you did all of this work to not even get back to where we were at pre-market. What if he stares back? You have a bad dentist. I'll be like, do your job. What are you looking at? Sezel Hindenburg? Oh, no way. Damn. They're down 21? You guys remember this thing was at $400 last month. Jeez. Whoa. I think it's halted. Yeah, Sezel is already halted. Jeez. Very wild. What I'm trying to get at when they say something's priced in, we take it as truth and don't tend to question it. Yes and no. I definitely get what you're saying. I think I have a video that's literally called How Pricing In Works. That's the one where I started with those jokes because half of the time, people don't know what they're talking about when they say it's priced in. Half of the time, people just make it up. But that's why, depending on what it is, if there is a asset behind it or data, that prices it in. So like CPI, it's all about the average expectations. You know, that's why if they're pricing in a low number and it comes in low, it doesn't surprise anybody. Even if it comes in hot, but they priced in a high time, then there you go. Same thing with the bonds. So it definitely is something you have to monitor it. But that's why in these cases, you have a lot of people coming into this Fed event, and they're like, wow, Jerome Powell, the Fed, summary of economic projections. But if you do look at the underlying bond market and what it is actually priced in right now, even if Powell cuts rates and says one less rate cut, the pricing is already there for that. So it literally is priced in. Now, if that changed or something different happened, that wouldn't be priced in, and then maybe we get a bigger move. The TikTok ban in the U.S. is stated to take effect on January 18th. Supreme Court will hear their challenge. Yeah, and then Sezel says falling buy now, pay later platform playing short-term tricks as insiders cash out via stock sales and margin loans. News events don't affect crude oil. I mean, it kind of did. I mean, not necessarily the Fed. You actually might get a move on oil, but we did move from that data. Yeah, Sezel's, dude, down 21% is kind of ridiculous. They have options. Again, that thing was at 400 the other day. Like, literally not too long ago. Oracle on the high. Again, SPY showed that a little bit. Bonds kind of moving up, but it's still red on the day. Everything's back to green. 0.25%, about half of where you were at pre-market. Russell was up a lot more in the morning. Moiz Abdullah. Isaiah Kabibi. Welcome. Pfizer trying for green. I like Baba, but we're up on it. Even Baidu, we're up on it. Baidu has the most value, I think, for quality in China, but I'm really bullish on China. I could be early, but again, this is another name we're up on, so you got to be careful. Baba is trash. There's I don't know if they have it in your area, but if you do believe a stock is trash, there's a thing called shorting. So you can borrow shares and bet against it. And if you have a lot of conviction, you could profit off of this idea. So I think it's bullish, so I profited off of the upside. But in the same respect, if you really believe it, you should short it. It's a great idea. QuantumScape is going up, man. I'll take it. Like I said, those premiums just kept going up for some reason. It's funny because now, do you know what I'm going to check right now? I'm looking up Fartcoin. Because that's why anytime anybody tells me anything is trash, I compare it to Fartcoin. That's it. I can't help it. I'm sorry. I had homie do that the other day. I saw it. This guy was like tweeting about Apple, PEG ratio, then Tesla, and all these things. And I was like, so where does Fartcoin fit into all of this? So we'll see. CDC confirms first severe case of H1N1 bird flu. Hot dog. McConnell urges Supreme Court not to delay TikTok ban, calling First Amendment arguments meritless and unsound. Oxy on the high. Someone was just asking me about that. And then Jazz. And then Alibaba from the bottom. Jazz popping up too. All right, watch if any of the energy names come up. Again, Q-Scaler's on the high too. I can't believe Tesla even came up. They were down almost 4. SLB, a lot of oil names are moving. And then there's Myrna popping. Actually, Myrna is kind of getting... Is that because of bird flu? Oh, it's weird. You had the swine flu 15? Shut up. Dude, I remember swine flu when I was like young. You actually got swine flu? I've never met anybody who got swine flu. Has anybody ever got mad cow? I know it's a weird question, but F it, we're already on the topic. Has anybody ever gotten mad cow disease? You remember mad cow? That's what that reminds me of. Swine flu and mad cow. Does it kill you? Nuke for the long term? I'd rather nuke you for the long term after that question. So I mean it out of love. If you guys want to add complete dog shit to your portfolio, I can't stop you. I never have. I mean, I feel like 3 years from now we're gonna do long-term reviews, and you'll be like, yeah, I bought Nuke and I bought Sound and then I bought this, but now I want quality, Josh. So, fact of the matter is, if you're gonna buy trash, you buy it after you have balance. That's it. And just don't buy a lot and don't fall in love. You know, that's all I'm saying is who am I to judge you? If you want to date a stripper, my brother, I would not give her all of your money. I would get a prenup and do not get married. Use protection and don't get into the other extracurriculars activities that'll ruin your life. So That's it. But I'm not going to judge you. Do what you want. But I would get other balance in life before you start to aim in that direction. Very, very simple. Should have married sound, though? Well, not really. I mean, that's it. A stripper is a stripper. Just because she gets a lot of Instagram followers, I mean, it doesn't change the game. That's all I'm saying, you know? And then a long-term blue chip gonna be blue chip, man. What do you want me to do? I don't make the rules, man. I just play the game. Yeah, Myrna, I don't know. Pfizer not moving as oil, XOM now. Oxy, SLB, and XOM now on the high. But sound is going to be big. Listen, I think one or two of these companies is going to end up big. The rest of them are going to die, just like the EV shit. And this is what I'm saying. You guys don't realize this sounds exactly the same. I'm not going to let y'all do this again. So you know what I'm saying? Like, just don't fall in love. Like I told you guys yesterday, the trap is when you start believing it. That's it. It's when you start with the heart of a child, you start believing companies that you all make more money than. You guys are going to be like, wow, it's going to be the next big thing. I believe in it. I believe in it. I believe in it. That's when you're going to get clapped. So like I'm saying, does it mean you don't touch it and miss out of opportunity? No. It just means you have to be cautious, balance it out, have the budget, make sure you get the other stuff prioritized, and then work your way from there. But like I'm saying, I'm not, and I hope I could help you not fall for the ideology of believing it. That's it. That's all you got to do is just don't believe that you found the next big thing. And guess what? If you find the next big thing, great. That's dope. But just don't believe it while you're doing this at these prices. Do you get what I'm saying? Can I get an amen? Does anybody, can you show them I'm not crazy? Like, this is solid info, man. I really hope you feel me, bro. I really hope, man. There you go. Thank you. I got the amens. That's what I'm saying, man. That's all. And it may not apply to a lot of you, but you know, for the new guys, and if you have a weird, listen, I can make a commercial, bro, like a damn asbestos commercial. Have you or a family member in the last 45 days thought that quantum computing will be the next big thing? Have you invested at AI at 1,000% more than what it was at just 6 months ago? Call Josh Answers today and make sure you don't fall for belief in hopium. We have lawyers standing by to make sure you're ready to get a long-term and save 10%. Call now. That's it. That's all. Just in the last 45 days, if you have fell for a belief, my brother, that's the trap. That's all it is. You don't understand. I don't need to understand. That's fine. You know what I'm saying? But Russian planes have flown air defense equipment from Syria to Libya. Russia withdraw advanced air defense system. Oh, they're pulling out all their equipment worth money. That phone number? 1-800, get it long term. But yeah, that's what I'm saying, though. It's like, for real. All of this is an abundance of caution. Like I'm saying, I'm not telling you to ignore all these names. I mean, I told you about quantum and what was going to happen before it went up 100%. I gave you a 48-hour jump on that. Like I'm saying, I just don't want you to fall in love with it. Do not believe that, wow, I'm going to start allocating more and more of my money and holding these for a long time while it's at the highest price possible, and I didn't even want them when they were dirt cheap a month ago. You know what I'm saying? That's it. That's all it is. Prioritize. Have priorities. If you're dabbling with that stuff, you guys always tell me how to safely use drugs. But all I'm saying, bro, just watch your dosage and don't be a jackass. Otherwise, it's going to backfire in the worst way. Imagine you took a lot of drugs and you believed what you saw. That's a great way to go insane. So the stocks are the drugs. Your belief level, that's it. Do your thing, man. Do your thing. And that's what I'm saying. If you want to flip them too, wait till quantum. The quantum stuff's going to come back. Then you're going to get another Willow headline, another wave, and then you play it. But like I'm saying, don't fall for the belief. Guard your mind, my brother. Meccano. Yeah, so literally they're pulling all of the that's crazy though. Syria's going to get lit up, man. That's not, I bet you Israel and everybody, and even Turkey, they're going to light Syria up. Because now Russia is moving all of their equipment, all the anti-air defense. Because think about it, Russia wants it for Ukraine now. That's it. They want that for that, the war at home. Yeah, they're moving. That's crazy. I thought they were just going to abandon it, but I guess they don't have as much money as we do. They're like, quickly, we need to get it back. You do FedEx shipping on air defense. Bring it back home. I know. Quickly. Thank you. No, they don't even want Syrian oil. I mean, everybody wants the territory. That's it. Turkey wants the land and to send a message. Israel, they'll take whatever land they could get. After all of this, they're going to keep trying to expand, and then I don't even think the oil matters as much, as weird as that may sound. But then down the line it will. But other than that, now I think this is also going to change the dynamic of the Ukraine conflict. Because again, like I was telling you from the beginning, Russia invested a lot into Syria. If you've been knowing the situation over the last decade, they've put a lot of money into defending Syria. That's why I was like, damn, I can't believe they walked away how they did. But it kind of makes sense if they're repatriating all of these, military assets. So we'll see. You think he cuts here? I do think Powell is cutting, but I don't know, man. He shouldn't. And that's why all of us keep entertaining this idea that maybe he doesn't cut rates today. But it's not probable at all. Like, there is more of a likelihood of I don't even know, like Joe Biden becoming president again. I just can't. Just the probability is extremely low, but your sentiment is correct. The Fed should not be cutting today, but they are. And why I say that, because this is the chart I showed you guys this morning. This is where you are right now. The S&P trailing 4-month return since cutting rates is at 10%. Wow, you've cut in about 100 basis points. Never, even 07, you've never had this big of a gain with this much rate cuts. The last time they cut 250 basis points, 200, like around 07, but the market didn't rally that much, and they cut a lot more. So right now, it's a complete outlier. We're going to move down to here. Just, again, in the last 25, 35 years, you really haven't seen this in the modern era where we have cut this much while the market and everything else is doing so well. So that's why I think some of people's sentiments where you guys are like, maybe he doesn't cut, it makes sense. And then Volkswagen China struggles could lead to group breakup. Check Volkswagen. So yeah, but that's why I'm like, it is kind of odd. You know what I'm saying? So it's not like, that's why I'm like, you know what? I get where you guys are saying it, and believe me, I don't think they should cut today, but unfortunately, our boy, the Fed futures, they have told us a lot. I think something you've been forgetting is the massive amount of liquidity that's into the system. I mean, yes, that's always been the modern thing, but I don't think we can use that at like every corner. But then again, liquidity tsunami is the big reason. But this is also another one. I showed this yesterday. Where is it? Yeah, right here. This has never happened before in history. So even then, go back even with liquidity, like the 70s, you have never had banks tighten financial standards, credit, and then loosen them and not have a recession. Never before in history. So, and that's what's happening right now. So there's just a lot, again, even the value, the market breadth. That's why I'm like, yes, liquidity may be high, but now at this point, we are literally watching global currencies get popped one after the next, and you have a lot of these other weird effects. So, but like I'm saying, at the same respect, I could even show you this chart right here, and last time you've had negative market breadth, there's only been 2 other times it's been negative in a year. So you could have a down and then an upside, but at the end of the day, the thing that I'm really getting at here, where was it? What was the first chart that I showed you? Yeah, just I guess let me put it this way. Don't get ahead of ourselves. It's just for right now at this Fed cycle, this is an odd move. And I think without trying to get down a lot of rabbit holes, the fact of the matter is, historically, this sticks out. It's just like when I showed you guys, what's his name? Do you guys remember that chart of Joe Biden's approval rating compared to the unemployment rate? I have it somewhere. I got to go look for it. But do you guys remember that chart? That's what that reminds me of. Yeah, you can make a lot of political questions and we could talk about things, but fact of the matter is, you put what we're doing on a chart and compare it to history, it stands out oddly, and it's not something typical. And that's where I could say, so your conclusion afterwards, I don't know, but this is definitely an atypical Fed cutting cycle, and it's already standing out on many historical levels. So that's why a lot of people have doubts, questions, and all sorts of ideas coming into today and even moving forward to next year. And they got a little bounce off VWAP. Fox on the high. They ran yesterday. Again, everything green. NASDAQ a little bit weaker. SPY still in the green. Russell and Dow got better in the last 10, 15 minutes there. Zelensky's in Brussels. The Fed continues cutting while inflation remains high. Shouldn't bond yields go way higher? No. It just depends at the rate. So, if the Fed cuts more than any inflation.
Huh?
Oh, shit. Excuse me.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Can you mute on the Zoom? Where'd the partition? I don't have the little. See, when I show the screen, it doesn't show me everybody as much. Yeah, who is that? I hate Zoom. I don't know how to get the list. Yeah, Miguel. Next time I'm going to kick you out, please. Again, you guys just got to get muted because it'll disturb the stream. So that's your only requirement in here. Mute the Zoom in Windows Sale Manager. You're smart. Buru, I don't know if that was biotech or not, but that was earlier. I can't mute everyone. I need to set it up different where I might just take away the mute, but I want, again, if you guys want to talk, you can raise your hand and we could, if you got a good question, but like I said, just for the, loud noise, that's it. I'm in my quiet room usually, so noises will distract me. go back to the rates question. Yeah, what were we saying? The yields. No, there's another question. I see. I forgot. That's so. I'm blaming you, Miguel. Strike one, Miguel. No thoughts on XRP. I mean, once it goes above 270. They doing Luigi dirty. They're charging him with a double murder and terrorist. I still think he'll get out at 50 years old or something, but good. I don't think they're doing him dirty at all. As much as I don't like the healthcare CEOs, and I do think they are evil, y'all need to really stop with the whole supporting broad daylight murder. You know what I'm saying? There's no, that's it. I know some people had a difficult time yesterday unlinking the fact that another shooting happened shortly thereafter and people changing their motivation. So I'm not going to glamorize that, nor do I think it's good. I think it's terrible. I think he'll come out. I think he might get released by... You know what I was thinking of? Let me just put it this way. If you are going to... I guess again, it's everyone playing the moral game of who the victim is, but like in a weird way, this guy reminds me of the Boston bomber. You know what I'm saying? That's the key. I'm next. So I'm going to... Didn't you say you're proposing to your girl on Christmas? I'm going to go find her Instagram right now. I told you, Yash is back. Y'all playing around too much. Oh, yeah, you have way too much info on your YouTube too, bro. Oh, dude, you're a racist piece of shit too. That's crazy. Yeah. Oh, damn. Mr. Hernandez. Look at that. It took me 2 seconds. 2 seconds. 2 seconds. Yeah, no, it's weird. That's what I'm saying. But then again, I told you guys yesterday, every single day since Trump, like at least once a week, I've gotten a new like stalker or weirdo. So, I mean, it's actually kind of wild. I don't know, man. I don't know. I think it's good, though. I think we're making waves, baby. We all over Twitter. That's it. I'm having a lot of fun. We got a lot of opportunity. You got Chaz going left and right, making moves. Mm-hmm. You let the weirdos out of jail. No, it wasn't all of it. It's like, it's been new people. That's why I'm like, it's kind of weird. I never finished answering your question. Yeah, I got distracted. Oh, yeah, you were saying if they cut rates through 25, would the yields go higher? That's the one. That's the one I forgot. I was like, man, I knew I was on a train of thought. But, yeah, so it just all depends on the rate. So if they cut more than inflation goes up, why would the rates go up? The rates are only going to go up when people really believe that inflation is going up so much. The only way to stop it is to tighten financial conditions and raise rates. Does that make sense? That's what happened the first time. Why did we raise rates? Because inflation went 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Right after it went past like 5 and 6, they started raising rates really aggressively because they were like, inflation is going to come up. So they raised the rates. So that's, right now, if we start cutting rates and inflation comes back, unless inflation outpaces what we are doing on the downside, then rates should go lower. But if inflation is hotter and people get worried, then that will shift people. The expectation of rate hikes will affect the bond yields and cause them to go higher. That's what's happening now. Inflation isn't going up right now. The bonds are getting blown out because people are worried that it is. But as you get more evidence that it is or it isn't, that's what's going to move the bond market. Feel stagflation. I mean, I just think it's odd that we are cutting rates like there's a crisis. That's why if it don't stop and they keep cutting rates, that's the only weird part. Because that's why I'm like, I don't even want to think about stagflation. You know what I'm saying? Because I'm like, that would take a long time and would take a lot of things. But at this point, why the hell are they cutting rates this actively? And that's why it's like eventually the only time you've ever seen rate cuts like this, it has been more like calamity. That's what I'm saying. Once you start cutting 100 basis points in a couple of months, even more, and factoring in more, like that's what let me put it this way. You might even get more rate cuts priced in today, even though we're pricing in only 2. But it's just like that right there is the odd part. Tesla, 52-week high. Yeah, I think they are getting ahead of something, but it's just odd, man. I can't explain it. Like, I can't explain it. It's just like, I'm just impatient. That's all. We all are. We have to wait and see. But fact of the matter is, I mean, nobody like cuts rates like this for no reason. Like, you know what I'm saying? Even if, like, whatever your plan is, it's just like, it's gotten really big. Can you keep your Elon emblem forever? No, man. On to bigger and better. Amen. It could be real estate. That's because that's the thing. Real estate is the only thing that is actually like slow. That fell off a cliff. I mean, the prices are still up, but real estate activity is very low. And again, I mean, people do not want to buy with 7% interest. But stocks, Bitcoin, everybody's loving it. But that is the part about it. Everyone's broke. I noticed that last year. I was having problems with good renters a year ago, maybe a year and a half ago. Remember I was telling you guys some of those stories? And like I was getting like weird ass drug dealers and shit. Or they were like, can I pay you half in cash? Or if I pay up here. I had one guy offer to pay me my whole entire month or whole entire year of rent up front. But he had like a 500 credit score, a bankruptcy, and no job. So I was like, damn. I'm like, I'm sorry, bro. I can't really. You don't meet the standards. But like it sucked because that house sat for like 2 months, and I couldn't get it rented, and then eventually it did. So I was like, oh, man. Cash is good, but I mean, I like people with jobs to rent. I don't know how to describe it, but like I've never had good experiences with unemployed people. I'll even argue half of these new haters are unemployed because I'm just saying I don't have good experience. And I'm not trying to hate on unemployed people. I'm just trying to say I've never had a good experience where I was like, yo, let's do a business transaction while you're unemployed. This is going to work out great for everybody. I've never had that happen. They wanted to pay 12 months up front, though. Yes. But if you don't have if you have a bad credit, you have literally no job, it's not worth it. That person could mess up that house. They could do whatever. They could become a squatter in California. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's way easier renting to a family or somebody just employed and meets the general standards, That's all. Just like I'd rather take adequate than anything, extra about it. QS. He's doing good, man. Let's check that option. I got options. Maybe you don't respect unemployed. Well, everybody has bad periods in life. That's what I'm saying. But like, chronically unemployed, I won't rent to that. You can't. That's it. Like, it's not even discrimination. Like, just national standards of like, employment and being able to like qualify. So, and it's just like I'm saying, it's unfortunately, I've just seen a lot of problems with it. And then, like I'm saying, even in a weird way, richest man in Babylon, income and what it could do to you and how it helps you out goes a long way. And even without it, though, it could also send you down a spiral. So get that income up, baby, always. Unemployed. But that's fine, though. That's the thing. So, like, if you came to me as a renter and you were like, yo, I've been employed for 20 years, I just got laid off, I would consider you, I would just say, do you have a job offer? So even if you were unemployed and you show a job offer and you have a history of working, that's way better than the guy offering 12 months, 6 months in advance. You get what I'm saying? That's how you could do it too. I don't know. So like, go get job offers. And if you are having trouble in that, and you have good credit, you're not, that's it. You're looking for another job. You're going through it. You're not a bad renter though. You see what I'm saying? You're not a financial risk. So that's what it is, man. But that's why, too, think about this with your guys' long terms and savings. That's why I was telling you, if you build up a bank account, you build up a long term, that's going to help you with loans and renting and all of that. So do your thing, baby. Self-employed, it has to be 2 years. That's it. So if you're self-employed, you just have to meet, I wouldn't judge you like some people want extra if you're self-employed. As long as you got 2 years, good income, good credit, and you meet all other standards, I'm fine with it. In this rid of bad rent, California, it's very difficult. California is not good. Yeah, the QS plays are up 50% now. We bought more than one. How much did we spend on the first? I spent $200. So you could sell 3 of them and get it free. Or 2 of it and get it mostly free. Wrapping our heads how to best manage the renter. A management company helps a lot. I talked about this the other day. But it's also good to get experience yourself. I could get you stuff too. I could send you my application, or it depends what state you're on. Obviously, follow the laws. If you're in a liberal state, you cannot deviate from the law at all, or you will get screwed. Yeah, if you're in Oregon, you got to dot the I's, cross the T's. But then again, follow the requirements, and then application, basic screening, basic credit check. And then you just got to know, in a weird way, I don't know if this is a bad example, but look for a renter that you would let date your daughter. Is that, I don't know. I don't have a daughter, but that's how I think about it. I don't have any kids, but I don't know if you have any kids, but do you get what I'm saying? You want just stable, they got a job, maybe they got a little bit of savings, and all of that. Just where if they have that stability there, they pass all of it, then there you go. That's it. It's fine. Yeah, or you could sign up to get a property manager and then like monitor them very closely. You know what I'm saying? And have them kind of show you the ropes. But I love property managers now. I used to hate them, but I like it. Well, no. That's the thing. You don't profile. That's why when I'm saying treat it like your daughter, or like you don't, it's not if they're tall or not. It has nothing to financially. It's all on paper. That's all it comes down to. Do they have a job history, income history, credit history? Can they meet the security deposit 1.5 times? You know, all of that stuff. That's all that matters. And if you can't, that's what happens is a lot of times most people can't meet the minimum requirements. And then they're like, oh, is it about this? No, it's just about that. You have to meet the minimum financial requirements. And that is always, if you have a high standard there, you're going to be very, very good. And just don't waver on it and you'll be fine. Let's see. Yeah, all right. The QuantumScape, you can't make them free yet, but yeah, that play's going good. CNN reporter post on X about Hegseth confirmation hearing. Too early to... Oh, yeah, you could ghetto spread. I wanted to make it free. That's funny. I wasn't even thinking ghetto spread. But no, yeah, easily. I want to make it free because that play wasn't as good because it was kind of the ghetto one. But now, look at Quantum goes crazy. The crackheads are buying anything with Quantum in the name. So, yeah, ghetto spread is not a bad idea. I wanted to make it free because, remember, you have a year of time on that contract. Let's see what we're working with, though. Can you work it but the long term number about that? Oh, shit, yeah, you could ghetto spread the 17s for 80? No way. Oh, the bid is 80. Yeah, I'm going to ride it for a little bit. But, yeah, Beast, honestly, make them free has been a great one. Look, I didn't even think about that. I am playing Nike earnings. So, if you watch the watch list, you would be up about 60% by now. I already made the play free. I haven't even touched the puts yet. So, I might be able to maneuver that by the end of the day. But, yeah, we have already positioned and we got free plays off of it. So now you should be good. Same with FedEx as well, but I haven't touched my FedEx yet. But they are up about 20%, I believe. We priced in 0.6. The ad, yeah, you weren't here? Oh, you missed it, bro. I played the ad. I even gave a voiceover. It looked like a Top Gun war propaganda commercial. There ain't on it. Let's go, baby. Paying the plug on the Sony too. You hit me with that, baby. And you had that Ionis, bro. I loved it. With everything in limbo, how do you feel about RTX? It's up a lot. I mean, defense will be there, but I mean, until they hit like discount mode, just remember, this was a big play we hit this year. You guys don't remember? We bought RTX at like 80 or something or 70 and flipped it near 100, and we hit a couple of those plays. So it's up a lot, but maybe on the decline we could look at it. But for now, I'm not. Again, I think we're probably going to get more peace than war down the line. Honeywell owns a quantum company called Quantinium. Is it a spinoff or is it a part of Honeywell? Honeywell filters are legit. Free Luigi or Diddy? Come on, man. I'll do you one better. Free the January 6 protesters. Yeah, exactly. Shut up. Y'all ain't want to talk about it. On that note, I'm going to go to the bathroom. Follow me on Instagram at the Trading Fraternity. I will BRB. Oh, wait. I need propaganda. Please hold while we connect your propaganda.
Rules of the road in place, by the way, for all platforms. I have been way out there, as I think you know, in terms of getting
follow me on Twitter, Real Cold
pornography
News.
off the internet, but other very, very difficult things that are on there right now.
Let's go back to those regulatory proposals. Bloomberg government reporter Omar Sadiq joins us now. Omar, it was a comprehensive list of recommendations. What were the key takeaways for you?
Right. Congress released this major policy paper this week addressing AI on various areas. They touched on education, healthcare, financial services, agriculture, national security, because they're trying to examine what AI's impacts are on each of these areas and how Congress should respond. The key takeaway is that Congress is seeking to strike this balance. They want to promote AI because they believe it has tremendous opportunity, to unleash human productivity, to solve complex issues. But at the same time, they're well aware of AI's risks, and so they want to protect the American people and uphold their civil liberties.
Very briefly, urgent is what we expect to come next from Congress.
Right, so that's the key question. How do they translate these recommendations into action? We saw Senator Amy Klobuchar there. She's proposing, to combat this issue of non-consensual explicit deepfakes or deepfake pornography, which has been around for a while, but AI has only accelerated the spread, which has alarmed many, many lawmakers. And so that's an area where Congress is eager to act quickly. Another area that Congress is eager to act is to increase, scientific research and development in AI, expand energy infrastructure to meet AI demands, train the workforce, educate folks on AI, and even, clarify existing intellectual property law. And so there are many, many key recommendations that are proposed in this report, but it's just a matter of how Congress then transitions into translating that into legislation that gets signed into law.
We'll see how it happens under the next administration. Omar Sadiq, thanks for breaking it down. Now coming up, all eyes on Micron's earnings after the closing bell. We're going to discuss it. It's next. This is Bloomberg Technology.
Okay. All righty. Yeah, bro, I missed your super chat. I saw the tweet, bro. Merry Christmas. I can't believe I missed it, man. Which one was it? But I love you, bro. I saw you on the Twitter. I saw that. I retweeted that, bro. What's it called? I posted, there was, someone tagged me in it. There's like a broker. Honda, Nissan mergers start as early as next week. Where do you invest in the AI prawn? Oh, my goodness. Honestly, I feel terrible for you guys. The trends are getting terrible. I saw an ad yesterday. It was somebody retweeted it. Thank God. I would be sussed if I got the ad. It's not even an ad. It's like a weird psyop. I'm not even kidding you. Yeah, HMC popping again. Begin talks as early as Monday. That's coming out right now. Literally, like right now. But they're trying to, there's a new platform, and they're trying to appeal to men selling feet pictures. Yeah. I'm not kidding you. They're coming for you next. That's it. So all you little guys in here who you're struggling, you question life, and then man, I'm gonna stalk the faceless guy on the internet. Yeah, you're the target market. They're make some quick money. Post your feet. Yes. No, I'm being dead serious. I saw this yesterday. This is the news you guys have me get you. I'm all over. I get all the news, man, but I'm just telling you. Yeah, see, he's sounds like extra income, That's it. We lost the comrade. Do men post their feet? Well, that's the thing. I think they're trying to start the trend. They have built a platform around it. It's disgusting. Next thing is foot insurance. Or? Said, I'll post my feet. Can't shame me. Is it morally wrong? I can't have this conversation with people when they're out here supporting an assassination. So I'll just leave that to your own morality. But yeah, like, I'm not. Just don't tell me if you do. You know what I'm saying? So, like, if I ever meet you and you're like, Josh, you changed my life. I got a law term. And then I made a lot of money selling my feet picture. Just don't leave the last part out, or I'll be a little disappointed in you. But I'll be like, hey, man, you got to do what you got to do, I guess. But just that's it. But, like, I'll leave the morality to you. That's your life, my brother. But, yeah, don't tell me about it. Yeah, you got the Honda. That's why I put HMC up there. Broadcom selling. Broadcom Dumperoonie. It's already down 3.5, but again, today, NVIDIA up, them down. Well, that was the thing. I think someone tagged it too, because they were talking about it. But the AI girlfriend thing, they have it already. So someone already made it too. There's an app. You could pick from templates. You could describe her personality. You could adjust with a slider her attractiveness level, how she talks, whether it's like, proper, aggressive, all that. And then, are you ready? It generates an AI girlfriend for you. And then you can FaceTime it. I'm not even kidding you. So then you could get on a FaceTime with your AI girlfriend and look at your AI girlfriend and talk to her. She sees you, yeah. I mean, as far as you, I don't know how that works metaphorically or metaphysically, but yeah. I don't know. I think I retweeted it. Someone on Twitter was showing it. It's crazy. I told you this was going to happen. So I was telling the ladies, I was like, yo, you got to start being nice to the guys because they losing it and they're going to replace all the women with AI girlfriends. I'm not even kidding. I'm just what I've learned from this generation already and the things that I've seen. Ladies, yeah, we got to do something about this. I do remember that before all the AI hype, that Google employee that fell in love with AI. Dude, wow, talk about memory hole. I forgot about that. You're right. I do remember that. That was in the beginning. You guys don't remember that? Remember there was that Google guy who got fired because he actually fell in love with the AI? Your AI girlfriend smokes with you? I'm not going to lie, that sounds really sad. Go out on a walk. Enjoy nature. You might bump into another pothead girl with dreadlocks, and you guys could build a happy family. Just go outside. That's it. About AI boyfriends? Oh, I don't know. I don't know. AI boyfriends? I don't know. I guess it would be better. It would just listen to your problems and wouldn't try to solve them. Kind of dope if you think about it, ladies. So the ladies, they'll be like, oh my God, I hate this job. And then instead of like trying to fix it and like give you a solution, it just says, yeah. It's like, I hate Becky. And then it's like, yeah, Becky's terrible. Tell me more. Yeah, wow. I didn't think about it. Mm-hmm. They're gonna say my AI girlfriend go to another school. Bro, that's so fun. Did I ever tell you guys this story? You guys know I had an online girlfriend at one point in my life. Not gonna lie to you. I told you some of this story, but I thought about it the other day. I wonder where she is right now. I'm not gonna lie. I was like maybe 10 years old. It was on Xbox Live, yeah. My homie on Xbox Live, I would play Halo with him, and he had a sister. And then, like, she would get on the mic, and I would talk to her. I never met her in my life. No. I've seen her. Yeah, she has a picture of me, actually. Technically speaking, I don't know if she saved it or not. But, yeah, I would talk to my friend's sister on Xbox Live when I was like 10. And then I asked her out, and we started going out. I remember I had to explain this to people. It was kind of weird back in the day. I was like, yeah, I have a girlfriend. But I met her on Xbox. This was before anything, too. This was hella weird back then. But I was thinking, I was like, dude, I wonder where he is and she is. And I was like, man, there's somebody out there in this world, and I was their online boyfriend like a long time ago. Isn't that crazy? Isn't that nuts? Halo 2, bro. Special. You asked her out? Yeah, bro. You met your wife on AOL? Wow. Okay, that's real OG. You know someone that met and moved in with online on World of Warcraft and stayed together for 2 years. That's crazy. AI's on the high? Yo, this thing was dumping. I swear this thing was printing the low ticker maybe like 45 minutes, an hour ago. Yeah, just about hour and a half, and now it's back up. On ZS? Yeah, wasn't there some the other day? I don't know about today. I swear there was something with like cybersecurity and Zoom scaler, but other than that, I don't know the news about today. AMD on the high. Two standards on FedEx. I think I have to double check. I think I went a little bit higher out from there, but I want to say it's like what? Let's see. $28, yeah. So it'll be like what? $50 now? Jeez. It'd be like, yeah, it's like $330, $320. So yeah, you're around there, give or take. It's about $28 priced in. That's just an eyeball. Your buddy moved in with a girl that he met on World of Warcraft back in 2005, had a kid with her, and she turned into a meth head. So he has custody of the kid. Crazy. Yeah. What is it up with all these World of Warcraft dating stories? And then that one just, all right. Yeah, that's crazy indeed, bro. Crazy indeed. AMD ripping. Yo, AMD just took off about $2 in the last 10 minutes. Starting to break out now. Your friend, girl on Twitch, they've been married 10 years. Well, yeah, man. Well, that's all of these are just reasons why we were talking about match for the long term the other day. But then again, seems like we should invest in World of Warcraft dating. I don't know. Let me check the news on AMD. I don't think there's news, but again, it's kind of been underperforming, and then now it kind of Got a little active there. Palantir to the AI boyfriend, girlfriend, useful intelligence. That's crazy. 20 years from now, someone's going to fall for a honeypot AI girlfriend. That's wild, bro. This is 30 AMD. No, yeah, this is old. The AMD and Luminarx boost cloud startup funding. They invested in the Vulture. That's old. So that was about 30 minutes ago, but now it's starting to break out. Yeah, bonds are coming up. Do you compare C3 AI to Sound? I think they're different, but I mean, the movements are kind of intense, and then I'm sure when the underperformance happens, it'll get nasty like AI did. Oh, my AMD's looking good. That's still rocketing up right now. Oil came down. I mean, we're still in between yesterday's gap still. Still kind of odd, to be honest. Again, we were up a ton pre-market, but not anymore. Oh, yeah, make sure you guys refresh. Some of you are still stuck on the DVR, so be careful, my brethren. Be careful. About Weemy, early flag name. Is it Quantum? I mean, it'll be a matter of time if it really is. Weemy Hollow. It's up 20. So, nah, I think it's moved. So, again, if from the last 2 days, if it's quantum related and up 50%, I wouldn't say that that's quiet. That means it's already made the move. So, realistically, if you want to double dip on any of these, we got to wait till the first pullback. Again, even damn QuantumScape is going up, for crying out loud. You know what I'm saying? So any of these names, if you have them, we could source that info, but I wouldn't get confident. You know, again, you had you should have bought Quantum last week pretty much, or the beginning of this week. Other than that, we wait till the first pullback, and then you'll get another Quantum headline, and then we'll see the winners and losers. You're putting in a sell on the 17s at 1? If they give you $1 on that QS, that'll be fired. Let me know if it fills. I haven't done the Nike preview, but again, I mean, I think you were asking me stuff yesterday. Dude, Watchlist is your friend. So yeah, if you missed the Watchlist and you weren't here on stream, you have already missed the Nike play. I already made 50 to 70% on it. In big size too, so it already pays for both directions. So I'll cover the preview later today. Actually, time will be weird with the preview because we have Jerome Powell. But yeah, and honestly, 2 hours now till Powell. We're getting closer, baby. I did read that the Philadelphia Fed, they overstated the jobs by 800,000. Technically, there wasn't really any job growth for a year. Maybe that's why they're cutting. Square and PayPal, I don't know. Maybe they're going down because Sezzle dropped too. And then remember, Affirm got a big downgrade as well. China stimulus, we keep waiting. Yeah. And be ready to wait. So if you're not ready to wait on China, please don't ask me about it, and please get out now. Because that play could take a very long time, or maybe we get rewarded very quickly. But don't make the mistake of, if you're not ready for this, this will frustrate you. So I'm telling you right now, if you're not positioning for time like that, and you're not prepared for fast or slow, just wait till it dumps and wait till Europe bottoms out, and then maybe that'll be an easier play for you. Yeah, it says all that short report. It got halted. It's still down 18, but yeah. sound AI healthcare. Again, sound is an interesting one. Just don't fall for the childlike faith. That's all. And then who does the restaurants? Remember I told you guys I drove by and I heard a robot. Like, it's actually, I saw it again. Where was it? I saw one at Taco Bell, and I drove by another one, bro. I don't know. I think some of them are sound, some of them aren't. But, like, dude, I legit, like, I have been, like, I hear it. Do this. Next time you're in, like, a shopping center and you drive by, like, a Taco Bell, a McDonald's, or anything, roll down your windows. You'll hear it. I'm telling you, it's becoming more and more prevalent. Like, literally automated drive-thrus. They still have somebody who listens in, but, like, it's like, hello, what would you like to order? Okay, added. Is there anything else you'd like to order? And then that's it. Dude, it's crazy. So that's something, that's good to see that application in real life. That's all I'm saying, but I find out I don't know if all of them are sound. I think there's a couple of companies. The Fed Reserve Desk is trading. You could look at some of what they do, but not like specifics. You could look at the Fed balance sheet. You could look at the Fed New York desk, like open market actions, but you can't ever know exactly what they bought unless it's a bond, I think. But you could get the balance sheet and see changes in that. That's your best bet. A customer, again, I think that one stock, LSPN, I told you I met one of those guys. That they do stuff like that. Someone said serve and then RR, I think. Yeah, Buru's been doing that from the morning. Let me see that headline. Buru. Non-compliance with NYS. Yeah, there's nothing, bro. It went up 100% the other day. Yeah, there's nothing on Buru. They just met the compliance thing, and then that's it. It's just one of those plays with momentum. But, yeah, there's no headline, no biotech, no nothing. So good luck. Am I holding RR? No, I don't. I don't have any of these. Yeah, I don't have this. Like, if any of these plays, I'll flip them back and forth, but I haven't for now. And then, like I'm saying, unfortunately, I feel like a lot of these companies are going to be terrible in a year or two. So that's why I keep telling you guys, just don't fall for the belief. I mean, even then, the dollar is terribly strong. So I'm like, even then, I don't know what we're really expecting from some of these, like even in a year. So just be careful. That's it. But they'll be good to trade as long as the headlines keep hitting. Yeah, we do have a big expiration on Friday. I think even Nancy Pelosi's NVIDIA plays expire. Falling for AI. It's not even AI. It's just like, this is the next level, even quantum. You know, like that's why I'm saying is just a lot of these things were extremely cheap. And then you have the anticipation hype. Amazon Teamsters unanimously authorizes strike in Atlanta. But like, all of these names were really, really cheap not too long ago. And there's that anticipation hype. But again, I don't care about the movement. I'm just saying little by little, it's going from let's make a flip to like, hey, yo, do you know about what this will do to the future? And do you know that this company is going to become everything next year in the future? And it's just like a weird belief about these companies just because they doubled up in 2 days, if that makes sense. So that's all I'm saying is just be careful. Yeah, it's innovation. Thank you. You figured it out. That's what I was looking for. It's like Kathy Wood's an innovation mentality. That's exactly what it is. It's EV in 2021. Yeah. Innovation, innovation, innovation. That's the only thing that'll get you to ignore a 100, 200, 500% price move in a month when nothing has changed. Is that now the belief of, oh, wow, this is going to be something bigger for the future than what it is now. You're really feeding that future level. Sky and SMCI on the high. That thing did what was that other stock that sold off today? AI did that too. The biotech's watch list get taken down. No, it was a live watch list. So you got to go to the trading fraternity and click live. Sound had 2 acquisitions that's doing most of their revenue. Original is just generating growth. Still some, at least they make money. That's what I'm saying. It's all going to be fascinating, but do your thing. Just don't fall in love with these names. That's it. Especially if you're buying it at a real high. Don't tell yourself in the back of your head that this thing is going to cure cancer. This is a chill rate cut day, yeah. That's what I was saying. And oddly, I have never been so not hyped for a SEP. I really don't think it's going to be that groundbreaking. I really think we are, like I've been saying all week, I really think Powell, his number one plan, just coast into the holiday. I don't think he's trying to upset anything. You guys already let him get away with so much. Like, why would he change anything now? You know what I'm saying? Keep optionality. I wouldn't be surprised if the dot plot stayed the same. That would be just another FU to everybody. Feels like I think we are in the eye of the storm, yeah, but for right now until after the inauguration, I don't think we're going to get shit. I really don't think there's any motivation to do it. If you're already willing to let the Fed futures price in another cut and have this hawkish cut mentality, like why would he do anything this is such a perfect position as a Fed chair. You get to cut rates, be hawkish, not do anything different in the last 3 months despite the data, and then you could come into a new presidency without any literally. We're practically on the same game plan from June. Yeah, Airbnb popping. What's up with that? That's weird. I haven't seen an Airbnb news pop in a while. Remember, they had bad news today with was it Portugal investigation? Expedia got a buy rating. There's a Barron's article mentioning them. Yeah, Airbnb got a 159 from 154 price target. They're just talking about all the upgrades in travel, but that's weird. Yeah, why ruin it? You could do all of it next year. Even then, even if it doesn't have to be like this rally's already pretty big, you know? So, but like you don't have to ruin anything till next year, even from election to holidays. That's what I'm saying. It's a career layup if he wants. Exactly, dude. It's a real bit. It is a layup. Come in, give him the rate cut. Don't change anything. Everybody's happy, sad at the same time. Nothing different. Boom, clean slate coming into next year. What's the odds he wears a Santa hat or Christmas necklace? I think very low. I've never seen him get into the holiday spirit. You know that? I've never seen Powell, like, turn into an elf. Powell's going to be in an hour and 40 minutes, 11. Actually, the SEP and statement, and then 2:30 Eastern for your boy Jerome. Powell. Did you guys know after my tweet yesterday about my poop, 6 people unfollowed my Twitter? I say mission accomplished, but I did give an update on my bowel movements yesterday. And in the last month, that caused the most unfollows than anything. Isn't that wild? I have more. Fartcoin, you didn't unfollow me. The tinfoil, you didn't unfollow me. But you drew the line at my observation of my poop. Even the religion, you get 1-2 unfollows max, bro. Like, that's it. Like, that's, like, you have, that's it, man. But nah, the poop one, the poop tweet got him. No, I got Mark Cuban tweeted at me, but Elon's still rejecting me. He's playing hard to get. I think I have to acknowledge the brain chip, but I'm not willing to do that. No, dude, I said it. So maybe you might unsubscribe from me now because this topic is not popular. But, bro, I didn't mean, I usually weigh myself before I go to the gym. And, like, I weighed myself, and I weighed 159.8. And then I took a dump because I had to. And then I was like, oh, yeah, and then I weighed myself because I forgot I did it. And I went down to 159 flat. Bro, that blew my mind. That's a lot of poop. But yeah, I got below 160. Remember yesterday I was telling you I couldn't do it? I did. I'm at 159 now. I broke the barrier. That's it, baby. I mean, we are talking about poop. I will check Fartcoin. Why not? Oh, crap. Damn. Fartcoin's about to hit $1. That's insanity. It's about to be $1 billion market cap. Holy crap. I'm talking about Fartcoin. Oh, man. No, I got to go 9 more pounds. 150 flat. I'm going to creatine it up. I weigh what you weigh. I hope. I hope you got some muscle on it, though. You've been in Fartcoin since then? Since 3 million? Why didn't you tell anybody, bro? You've only been pumping the other one. So you have not mentioned Fartcoin once. Only SPX 6900. Why are you holding out on us, dog? I told you guys about Fartcoin before it was invented. And now you gonna leave us out, bro? You ain't gonna post your play? You ain't gonna be like, I own Fartcoin at this price? But then you're going to pump me your other coin that didn't go up? Crazy. I think Fartcoin is the number one. That's it. Out of any... Fartcoin hasn't been rug pulled yet. It has the history. And that's it. It's actually... I think it's the biggest Solana meme coin now, no? You tell me. And then Solana's low-key kind of dying too, I heard. But then again, I mean, it's all... riding the wave of all these little things. Nah, I've abandoned all my plans for a coin. We don't need it anymore. I mean, I have a Zoom thing up now, but yeah, we're not gonna do a coin. Oh, and I have the shirt, bro. They fucked me so bad. Tell me why the people for the shirt, They got it ready. And I go yesterday, I send someone to pick it up. And you know what they tell me? They're like, oh, yeah. Oh, we didn't know you wanted a sample. I'm like, what do you mean? They're like, oh, we just designed the shirt. I was like, for the last month and a half, I've been about to slap them. So, yeah, I did a different, I had to contact someone else. So I might get it done by Thursday, but it's kind of delaying us. Or I could go put up the shirt without any pictures, but I want you guys to see it. But, yeah, so I still plan to sell the $200 shirt, but unfortunately, we are running out of time. I don't know. They hoed me, bro. I'm really mad about it. Because I've been trying to I was like, it's so easy. I just needed a sample. I've been telling them. I even showed them the messages. I'm like, come on, dude. So, yeah. Why 200? Because it's going to be a limited edition t-shirt that will come with a special signed gift. And nothing else. That's it. And then anything I decide to do next year will be on my own accord, not related, mutually exclusive to the shirt. But it does come with a signed limited edition shirt. You'll get it when it's up. I'm trying to get the damn sample, but they hold me, bro. That's what I was saying. Maybe we could just take pre-orders, but I'm mad. I'm really, really mad. It's limited. It's not even, that's the thing. If we don't sell 1,000 of them, I'm just going to refund you and we're not going to ever produce it. That's how limited it will be. Custom logos. Can they get me a sample today? So I got one guy and he's telling me he's going to get me a sample by Thursday. So, yeah, that stock market live is embedded in the internet forever. We've left our mark, man. It's actually kind of crazy. You know, God is good, man, and I hope y'all carry the torch, and I hope you got long terms to show for it, and I hope your conduct and how you behave and everything just reflects how amazing you are, my brother. You know what I'm talking about? Amen. Come to life. Come to life and create. Mm-hmm. $1K shirt for $200. Yes. The goal is to raise $200,000 for this limited edition t-shirt. And it's not going to be for everybody. And all you get is a shirt and an autograph. So we'll see. That's wild, I know. Some people don't think we could do it. So that's why I said, let's try. Can you get me a shirt today? I need it done today, and I don't. Are you in San Diego? Is it one per customer? I don't think so, actually. So that's the thing I got to figure out. But, I mean, I'm open to as many as you want. You'd buy the silver trading fraternity? I would buy one too, man. I love the little... It's just mad how crazy it is, bro. It's mad how, like, expensive the 1 ounces are. Maybe, can I melt down my 100 ounces and then, like, make my own coins? Because it's so expensive for 1 ounce, bro. 1 ounce of silver is like $50. But then if you buy it in bulk, it's $20. Amazon. Well, that's the thing. We'll find out. Maybe we'll do like a pre-sale and I'll put it up. But I had a whole plan and I had pictures and everything, but I needed a sample. But now, unfortunately, I have ran out of time and they've hoed me. Yeah, Buru, be very careful because it's, like I said, there's no headline, but it is moving. QMCO, is this Quantum? Yeah, Quantum Corp. Jeez. 100%. Damn. That's the real winner out of all of those. That one's crazy. I didn't play Micron earnings. It ran too much too soon. I got NVIDIA, not NVIDIA, Nike and FedEx, and those worked. Yeah, they only have non-standard options on that QMCO thing, and they're not even moving. What the hell? Yeah, that's a weird one, man. Be careful, but yeah, that's going crazy. You're missing Nuke. No, we talked about it yesterday, so technically you missed it. So I don't post or play. You've not said anything in the chat but Nuke, but you could ask anybody in here. I mean, we were talking about this. I didn't play it, but we were talking at this at like $3 yesterday. I think it was right here when we brought it up. And then me and Brendan, we talked a little bit about the rules around $8 to $10. So please post your position, how many shares you own and what you bought. But yeah, we've been talking about this from yesterday. It may not be up on the screen, but everybody is really well aware of it. What logo? Honestly, I just want to make another. That's what sucks. I want the original company because I love the material. I might just bring back special limited edition colors of the SGD shirts or the album cover for the next album. So I have a vector if you need it, or just literally a replica of the Small Good Decision shirt, but high quality shirt and in different colors. Intelligent Investors, any book recommended? Have you read Richest Man in Babylon? That's always a good one to start with. By noon. That's it. Printed in a week. Yeah, that's what I was saying. I need it today. I need it tomorrow, max. So I have a guy, he's telling me now, worst case or best case, I could get one by tomorrow, Thursday. But that again, I'm leaving on Friday. That's why I'm pissed. That's it. This should have been up already. They hoed me so bad, dude. I was so mad. Do you think if we get reduced government spending, last parts of GDP, this point on tax cuts, we finally see the hard landing develop? Only if that reflects into the economy. So do I think hard landing starts with GDP and taxes and deficit? As weird as it sounds, no. So remember, consumer spending, corporate profits, and then the other one. Oh, there's one more of the pillars, they say. So, but job market, stable employment. You know, I think it will happen if that affects employment. You know, we need to finally watch employment go down, or again, corporate profits, or the strong dollar hurts it. Something along that nature, changing it. Yo, QMCO is still going. That one's crazy. And Sound at 23. FedEx hasn't gone up as much. Nike, I'm already up on it a lot. The puts on Nike haven't moved. So, but then they're like 5% lower, but then the stock went up. So literally, Nike puts lost zero value while we're 5%, 10%, while the calls went up 60%. Yeah, I know. I let go of Sound at 8 from like $2 or $4. So we still hit a couple 100% on Sound, and now it's at $23. But that's why I'm saying, I'm like, I feel bad for the people starting that position at 20 and then like believing in it. So flip it, do your thing. But I'm just saying, most of these plays, QS, Quantum, all of them, we were flipping these at way lower levels. So just good luck. That's all I'm saying. Just don't fall in love with it, because if you are the one holding the bag, these bags are bigger than before now.
Recording stopped.
Why? Why'd you stop the recording, Zoom? Are you guys still on the Zoom? Yeah. Still here? All right, we good. But you guys like it so far? You guys like the Zoom stream alerts? I love you guys. Thank you for always supporting, man. I appreciate y'all. I don't know. I hope this could be a cool new addition. This might open up the door for the Euro guys. So it's a little different, but if you are Europe now, because then I could just post some of this stuff in here for you. But, yeah. Stopped? I see the chat. It's working. Sorry about it. No worries, man. No worries. Nike, I want to say 10%. Nike's going to be a big earnings. That's why I played big on it. I'm glad I made it free. But remember, Nike was supposed to kill it. In last earnings, they were up at like 100-something. And then, given the new CEO, they played the whole, no guidance. So if they come in with guidance today, it's going to be fire. Or it could be death. You never know. But I just think it's going to be make or break for Nike. That's good. I'm liking it. I'm glad then. If you guys like this, I think it could be a good addition. And like I'm saying, there's no delay on this. So you're getting it straight from me. There's no news wire. I don't know how to incorporate that on the Zoom, But like I'm saying, if you keep me unmuted, you should be getting all of this 2 seconds ahead of the YouTube. Which again, there's no other. I would give it to you guys fast on YouTube, but I mean I'm limited by YouTube itself. Right? Google was the OG quantum play. That's what started it all. U.S. Senate has enough to pass $895 billion defense authorization bill. Okay. Oh, Enrico! What up, baby? Oh, my goodness. 10 of them. Happy Powell Day. Horn. My goodness. Hello. Oh, man. Thank you, bro. What's up, Father Enrico? He's pulling up out of nowhere, man. Thanks for keeping me from falling asleep. Oh, yeah, waiting for Jerome Powell. Get ready. Jerome Powell's our big day, man. It's a big, big day. So we are going to see. The Zoom, if you have stream alerts, you should have been texted a link. So unfortunately, if you don't have stream alerts, the Zoom is not going to be for you. Alright. What was it? Yeah, QMCO is crazy. I have that in the bottom right. So post your position if you got it. But again, the quantum plays are nuts. I knew it was gonna go crazy, but it's already the way it's already done 100% so fast on a lot of these names is actually nutty. And let's do a push-up, you guys. Would you guys like to do a push-up, please? Can we do some shoulder workouts? We missed 8:30, so we got like an hour and a half. But yeah, let's see. Yeah, quantum. It's a biotech. Nothing to do with quantum. That's great. But that's what I'm saying. That's what happened with QS. That's the one I bought, and but that was the next level. It starts with the plays that actually do quantum, and then it's real hype when anything with quantum just starts going up. Wow, that's crazy. That's me doing push-ups right now. That's it. And then did you know you cannot, I feel like Benny Blanco paid Elon Musk because I cannot get Grok to give me Benny Blanco with a receding hairline. It won't work. Or maybe I paid Elon to not have it ever show what I really look like. Try. It won't do it. I'm telling you. Because this is my twin, but I have the jacked up hairline. But I can't get him to do it. No AI will give me Benny Blanco with a receding hairline. They refuse. It's the biggest psyop. It's either I'm paying them or Benny's paying them. It's one or the other. Either way, welcome to the tin. I know, man. I don't know. I hate to break it to you. BNZI on the high. But on that note, let's get a push-up. I'm going to do my push-ups in my arm circles in the ball. And then I'm going to take a pee too.
Has even
So let's go. Get the body moving, man. Chest this sun.
$12 smartphones. We're going to talk a lot about that. Much more coming up on investing in India and emerging markets on ETF Edge. That's at 1:10 p.m. Eastern Time. Kevin's going to be joined by Todd Sohn from Strategas. We'll talk about China as well and the government's recent attempts to address many of the structural problems that country faces. ETFedge.cnbc.com. Scott, back to you.
All right, Bob, appreciate you. Thank you. That's Bob Pisani. Coming up, we have our year-end report cards. We are grading the investment committee. Some of their biggest winners and losers next.
Well, that's it? All right, well, I'm still here. I'm just doing the little ball swing. That sounds terrible, but you get what I'm saying. If you don't follow me on Twitter, that sounds really awkward. I promise it's not. I'm just repairing my shoulder, man, little by little. Tesla said Flushing. I'll pull it up before I switch arms. Yeah, bro. A lot, dude. AI, was it a firm or who else was there to do? A lot of names just sold off, printed the low ticker, and then they bounced, and then some of them are even coming back up. No, I don't. I want a barn dominium. If you find someone in San Diego, I want one. Or you come out to San Diego and let's build a barn dough. I want one so bad. That's like my favorite like new trend of building. I think barn doughs are the coolest thing in the world. It's just like a giant little barn house, and then like you have like a big living room loft, and then you go and you put the like the loft upstairs. Dude, they're so dope. I love it. Yeah, Tesla's going down. Oh shit. Say, man, get your push-ups in. I gotta stay quiet so I can focus. Gotta focus on the stretch, bro. Mind, body. Barn dominiums on your vision board, good. I love them, bro. I think they're cool. That's one of the nice trends in real estate that I like. Oh, all right. Boom, just like that. Today's leg day, guys. I can't believe it. Nuke hits 44. Let's see, man. Honestly, today is a big, like, even that, what's the other one? Buru? These names are just running. So it's like actually funny because the breadth and everything else, but you got a lot of these names kind of going nuts. You got legs tonight? Let's go. I love it, man. I'm a big fan of it now. Jeff Bezos is selling one of his 4 private jets. $39 million. Nah. I don't think I'm ever buying a plane. I don't travel like that. I'm gonna do it boat probably. I love boats, but I hate water. But yeah, I think I'm gonna buy a yacht before I buy a jet. And honestly, I think both of those are kind of ridiculous too. I don't really use any of those as much, but I told you I got into boating this year. I did a lot of boats this year, and I thoroughly enjoyed it. Yeah, everything's a money pit, but then I don't like travel enough to fly. Like, I don't know. It's not really my thing. Quantum is halted. Holding up. Yeah, I mean, we were up a lot more pre-market, so this is all kind of the jitters ahead of Powell, but very calm, and I think more people are expecting a bigger Powell than it's probably actually going to be. And that's why I think we got a weird dynamic going on. Apple teleporter, only 15 mil. You should travel more. I mean, I like traveling, but it just, my schedule, everything I do, my family, my mom doesn't like traveling a lot. You know, my dad travels a ton. He's actually a world traveler. It's crazy. That man, for how old he is wild. But I like being around here, and I don't know. But, yeah, I'm not against it. It just, I'll do it whenever. But even this year, I wanted to go to Switzerland, but we might not be able to make it. You got everything you need. Yes, man. Stream in each city. I will. That's what he said. Maybe we'll go on tour one day. That's it. I'll pull up cities. You guys meet me there. You know what I'm saying? We could trade live, and then that's it. My dad travels solo without my mom. Oh, yeah. Like, my dad goes to Africa and shit. Like, my mom ain't doing that. Her mom is not down, bro. Like, it's actually kind of funny. Yeah, that's it. I would get mad, though, when I was younger. So, like, my 18th birthday, I got pissed. It was 17 or 18. I was pissed because my dad was literally in Uganda on my birthday. And I'm like, this guy loves fucking all these other people, bro. This guy would rather go talk about Jesus than be at my own birthday. But, as I grew older, I realized, I'm like, man, homie's an OG, bro. I'm like, I love it. Yeah, I love it, bro. When I was younger, I was technically an adult, but still. You're going to Botswana in 3 days? Oh, shit. Good luck, man. Have fun. Okay. I don't have any carbos. And we have Powell. So I need to order me. I'm going to get me a better buzz. No, I'm just going to order it. I haven't DoorDashed in months. You guys know that? I haven't. Dude, it's crazy. Just by, like, the whole diet thing, bro. Not going to order food, though, just a drink. The chamoy, that's the exact one I'm getting, bro. I love it. It's so addicting. They got this Red Bull smoothie, and they put the chamoy on it. Oh, my goodness. It's so good. I love it. Better Buzz is it's like a trendy coffee shop. Honestly, they're part of the reason maybe Starbucks slowed down. Like in SoCal, everybody loves Better Buzz. Ever since like 2020, 2019, it started blowing up. All the SDSU kids would go. Yeah, it's a little franchise, but then they got big, and it's already spreading. So I've been seeing more Better Buzzes everywhere I go, but it's a good place. It's expensive. It's like hipster coffee, but it's good. Intermittent fasting. I drink stuff. So like I don't eat any food, but I'll have like a carbo. Usually they have no sugar. This one's going to have sugar though. So I'm down though. I'm down. Too expensive having food delivered. I mean, it depends. I get some discounts on it, but like sometimes if you live in Cali, I get it. Because you got to realize if I go like 3 to 4 miles and there's traffic, we're talking like 45 minutes round trip, if not more. That's the only thing that sucks. Because did you know that DoorDash shows you how many hours you would have saved? And it's annoying. Quantum resumed QNTM. Better Buzz is really good, yeah. Oh, shit, I didn't even go pee, bro. It's good, but that's a place where the food hasn't like turned on me. I mean, I don't eat that type of stuff like that, but anymore. But that food was always good. Better Buzz is my new Starbucks essentially until like 3 years, and then it'll taste like cardboard because they're doing the same thing as Starbucks. they're growing so much that they're doing their own product lines. They're shipping, like their food is all packed. Like they're growing and scaling. That's just the sad part, is that once you like start growing to that level of scalability, you just turn into the Starbucks. That's it. So like for now, or like even a couple years ago, it was just like the local spot with all the good stuff, but now it's like slowly turning into a giant corporation. It's good though, yeah. Well, you can maintain the quality, but then it just goes from like they make it to just packaged plastic wrapped food that they heat up. No, they're not traded. TLT dancing around. I think bonds will move off of Powell because they have the most meat on the bone. SPY's near all-time highs. Bonds are at a low. So with a rate cut, they got room to go, but I don't know if it's going to be all about that. It'll be dependent on the dot plot, but the other one is really going to be about, I think, the Dow Jones and the healthcare names that really, really sold off. Those are going to be the ones that have the biggest move today. I could be wrong, but that's where I'm kind of leaning. The one in Hillcrest. I used to go there a lot. Oh, park in that Whole Foods parking lot and then pull up. That one's nice. I've never been to Dutch Bros yet. I know you guys are going to get mad at me. I'm sorry. Because I told you the one time I drove by a Dutch Bros, I wasn't drinking caffeine. So then, yeah, I missed it. Their stock has been doing great, though. I like to see what they've been doing. It's good. Get the later, folks. They beg you to get their app. Whoa, you guys are turning on Dutch Bros. Whoa. Usually when I bring up Dutch Bros, y'all just start glazing heavy. All of a sudden, you guys all just started talking smack. No way. Right when I tell you their numbers are actually getting decent, y'all turning on them? Yeah, I mean, the stock has done great. I mean, it was still crazy where it was at prior. That's crazy. You guys were all about it. You like Dutch Bro? Okay, there you go. Come on, we need where are my anchors at? Because that wasn't usually Chad consensus. You guys lean in favor of Dutch Bros. That was a little surprising there. Snap. Again, there is those TikTok headlines. That could be part of it. Yeah, Snap is on the way up. U.S. State Department reimposing sanctions on several new owners of vessels previously blocked. That might be old. You started where you lived, overhyped. That's crazy. Dog, y'all just flipped. Wow, way less people do not like Dutch Bros. I thought you guys were going to get mad still that I told you I've never been there. And y'all just turned on them. Yeah, did the YouTuber stop pumping it or something? What's wrong? Are you guys okay? You like them way more than Starbucks, but the price was one of the big reasons, and the price increased. So now I think a lot of people are going to switch back to Starbucks. That's crazy. Starbucks is always going to be. I mean, again, we were talking about Better Buzz, but they're not public. That one, if they ever went public, I'd be down. But, you know, Starbucks is always there. But, again, Starbucks hasn't done 2 quarters in a row of same-store sales declining. That has not happened in America since the year 2000. Dutch tastes better. I don't know, man. I did not think. I thought you guys were Dutch Bros for life, bro. Y'all flipped. Interesting. And now the stock is actually good. Like, you guys loved it when the stock was at $10. Now the stock's at 50. You guys like stock. It's overrated coffee. Overrated. All right. Well, I need to go pee. I hope you guys did your push. I got one more stretch I want to do, but. Follow me on Instagram at The Trading Fraternity. Real Cult News on Twitter. Powell.
This is Bloomberg Markets. I'm Scarlett Phillip. And of course, we're watching the Federal Reserve because it's set to decide on whether to keep cutting rates for a third time this year. Investors also monitoring Fed Chair Jay Powell's remarks, which are due to begin at 2:30 p.m. Eastern time. So let's go now to Washington and Bloomberg's Michael McKee, who is at the Federal Reserve in Washington. Michael, everyone's talking about this hawkish cut, 25 basis point cut. What does a hawkish cut look like?
Well, Scarlett, basically what they want to do is convince people that they are still serious about inflation. So even if they're going to pause, they want to let the markets know that they're still on the job. A hawkish cut today would look like a 25 basis point cut. Be very surprised if that's not what I'm telling you at 2 o'clock. And then we'll see some changes to the statement. They'll have to acknowledge that inflation is higher than they anticipated. And they may change the wording of the statement to suggest a pause is ahead, which they will justify in the summary of economic projections by saying inflation and unemployment forecasts are going up. And then, of course, we get the dot plot, and the dot plot will tell us how many cuts as of today they think they will make next year. All forecasts valid only till January 20th.
Yes, and that's an important point, right? There's kind of an expiration date for these forecasts. What will likely be the criteria for continuing to cut rates in 2025? Because it feels like the bar was fairly low for 2024. Maybe the bar moves up a little bit in 2025.
Well, that is a question for Jay Powell when he holds his news conference, because if they do pause, is it because they think the economy is weakening or stronger than thought? Or do they think that inflation is stronger than thought? Are they still convinced it's coming down? It will be interesting to see what guidance they give on how they will make a decision on what they do in January. I would not expect them to come out today and say, we're going to pause in January. They're not going to tell us that immediately, but they're going to hint at it maybe. And what is it we're supposed to read into it as we get closer to that date?
Yeah, and I'm sure there are going to be a ton of questions about incoming President Trump that Jay Powell will decline to answer as well. So I know that you're prepared to ask something other than that. Bloomberg's Michael McKee reporting live from the Federal Reserve at Washington, D.C. And of course, you want to keep it here on Bloomberg because he will be there at the Fed reporting on the Fed's decision at 2 p.m. Eastern time. I'm Scarlett Fu, and that does it for Bloomberg Markets. Balance of Power's up next.
Thanks, Scarlett. All righty. Pause is coming. Yeah, that's what that's what the market is pricing in. And that's what we're going to find out with the dot plot. But the irony is you don't stop after you start. So that's what I'm saying. Just there's so many things about this that make this such a weird process. You know what I'm saying? Oh my gosh, he got it. Holy crap, he did it. He got Benny Blanco with, this is it. This is me. Oh my beard isn't like shaped up like that. I got more of a like Al-Qaeda beard right now, but still, that's a pretty good one. And in the gym and everything, that's actually my thing is though, I got the little like land barrier. I got like a strip of hair like right through here. It's like, I'm telling you, bro, it's a border conflict with my head because I got the little bald patch in the middle, and then there's the hair border, and then the whole like, northern front is exposed. But then again, east and west is fully, again, I'm telling you, my hair gentrified. It pushed it from the top in the back, and then they moved it east and west towards the coast. But yeah, that's a good one. You did it. That's it. That's amazing. That you got it, man. Wow. Nuke on the high. GG's to that one, baby. That's amazing, man. You did it. Holy crap. Quantum pause due to volatility again. QMCO. Lulu, I've been telling you guys, Lulu wasn't that bad. So, unfortunately, it popped after earnings, but can I get a witness? Do you guys remember me telling you how if you really wanted, like Nike and Lulu were technically the same value, even though Lulu was up like multi-year? But again, we were talking Lulu like at 300, 330-ish. And I was just saying, like, if you don't like Nike, you could go with Nike, or you could do a mix of both Nike and Lulu. Even though Lulu has higher price, I mean, relatively still the same forward earnings and like premium priced in on the actual like stock. So I like it. I'm not really against Lulu. I just think, you know, I'm not going to pay $100 more now from what I was saying last week. But if you need it, yeah, if you got $250, that's golden. I like that. With $250, I'm all about it. Anything around like up to like 300, 330-ish maybe, that when Nike was kind of doing the same thing too, is fire. But yeah, Lulu killed their earnings. It's going up. I still think there's a good one, but at the end of the day, it's you did have a better opportunity not too long ago. So, but I'm not against it at all. Nike, Lulu, and Ulta, that's good. So be careful, though, on consumer stocks. So you're tapped out. I don't know how big your portfolio is, what else, but you see that was the problem when we kept doing those. You have a lot of consumer-oriented names there. So now you just got to find the other ones. Nuke at 40. About to be. That one's crazy, bro. Healthcare or energy? Probably healthcare because I don't like energy. Again, you could think Europe and China if you don't have that international exposure, but Pfizer is still down. I think that's what I'm going to buy. Maybe more Intel, or if bonds bottom out, maybe even MPW. But I am kind of liking Pfizer. I just don't want it this high. But, you know, coming into next year, if Pfizer's a little lower, that might be somewhere I want to add. What was it? Wasn't it they bought something, right? On Nuke. It was the news from, there's nothing today. It's just moving from yesterday. Powell play, I'm either going to go with bonds, but most likely Dow or healthcare. Not Humana. Humana, maybe. It just depends where it's at. Because I'm going from really negative to really positive to really negative, and then that play has all the drama with everything going on. But I'm not against Humana, but it is, again, it's smaller. We only added one time to it. I'm going to watch it, but again, there's just a lot going on. But yeah, I like it, though. It's still very attractive. It's just the industry. Oh, UPS, too. I like it. It's almost, yeah, I like UPS still for the long. That could be another one. It would just suck to start a new position, but yeah, that could be very, very attractive. I like it a lot. We'll find out. Your UPS is going to move with FedEx tomorrow. How do you think about the unelected person trying to influence policies? I mean, obviously it's concerning, but I like somebody with a net positive, and just quite frankly, we just watched our country get pillaged for 4 years on wild shit, and nobody batted an eye. So the selective outrage, I'm not a fan of. I think Elon's a net positive. I think there's a law of diminishing returns where eventually that'll backfire, but till then, like I'm saying, it just, the amount of money we printed, both Trump, but then even Biden as well, and then Elizabeth Warren telling you to cut rate, all this nonsense. So, I mean, I think it's just as outrageous, but yeah, like I'm saying, if you weren't worried about stuff in the last 4 years, I don't think you're faced with a threat that's any worse than what we've just witnessed. We got a pull-up bar in the house. You maxed out at 16. That's very good, actually. That is a lot. Nuke halted again. MSTR and a Dabe on the high. But yeah, UPS is good. No problem. I'm seeing. I like that. Were you the one who said you want the video comparing to the SPY? We could do that. Hell yeah. U.S. Senate. Oh, shit. That just flashed. U.S. Senate passes 895 defense bill sent to Biden. And then CLSK popping and CTNT. Yeah, that's a headline. They acquired Iron Dome person, nuclear, or nuke. It's actually kind of funny. The name nuke, that kind of makes sense now. ZQ. Go to investing.com, but it's pricing in 2 rate cuts for next year. Dot plot is at like 3 or 4, so that could be the expected change. And if it does, I mean, it won't surprise anybody because it's there. Do I have an X account? I do. I still call it Twitter. It is pinned above. You were that guy? Yeah. I could go over it, but then, yeah, I mean, you have the right idea. If you aren't going to try to beat the SPY, I mean, the real question is, are you looking at 1 year, 5 year, 10 year? You know, the time frame applies to it, but you're exactly right. That's why someone asked today about Vanguards, and I was telling them, I'm like, listen, if you don't want to deal with certain things, and you don't want like really truly passive SPY, Vanguard, I mean, that is going to be the way that you do it. We'll be looking at the shy. You can, but the dot plot is what's going to determine it. Like I'm saying, bonds will move, but this is just a weird Fed meeting. Unless we get a surprise, I think a lot of movements are going to be deceiving. And quite frankly, the Dow and the stuff that sold off, that would be the best opportunity. Now, you never know. You might get a what's it called? You might get like a upside, you know, but we'll see where that goes from. Get all these Chaz, baby. All these. It's game time. It's POW, baby. It's POW. Oh, the ETF long term? Yeah, but like, I don't know. I wanted to do it, but the yield curve was dumb with the politics and just like, I don't like buying at all-time highs, you guys. I don't know. I can't explain it to you. Because even when we started our long-term at all-time highs, we start with the cheap ones. So I'll start the SPY ETF at the next correction. But I don't want to, I just don't like it. I can't explain it. Yeah, you love Elon. He still calls it and freedom of speech. But yeah, I'm going to still call it Twitter. It's a good name, Twitter. I was born and raised with it. Yeah, the only thing, I mean, if you refinance the home, though, you do got to be careful if you're pulling money out and then putting it into the SPY, because that cash out refinance has an interest rate. So just how you're like, okay, can I outperform the SPY? If you are using money that is loaned, you now have to tag whatever the interest rate is. And if it's attached to your home, it's probably 5 to 7.5%. So whatever you think the SPY has to make, if there's any margin to money or loan that you put in, that's what you got to worry about. So that's the only thing. Last night's video scared the gigabytes out of you? Why? Is it all the pretty pictures? If you're not beating the SPY year after year, then you're better off putting it into the SPY. Yes, in the long run, 100%. But like I'm saying, in the long run too, if you're using loaned money, it backfires. That's how the scam is for 401ks, the 2% fee. So you got to realize, again, I mean, I don't know how you funded it, but if you did use a loan and you did a cash out refi and put that into this SPY, the cash out refi has a 5 to 7 mortgage, if not higher. So you're paying interest on that money. So that means to break even, you have to get your interest back, and then you have to get the gain. So year after year, if that money and you're paying the interest, SPY could go up 10% a year, but if you're paying 7%, that's only 3% compounded. And yeah, it'll be better for you than everything else. You may not get margin called because it's not margin in the account. Do you get what I'm saying? It's like when people pull out money from their house and then go buy another house and they use the loan as the down payment. You're paying double interest is what I'm trying to explain. So that's the only thing. So in theory, you are 100% correct, but be careful with how you do it, because if you are pulling out money in one area for interest and then putting all of that into the highs while on interest, SPY could still outperform, but unfortunately, your minimum now is your interest to break even. Well, you could refi. It doesn't affect the value of your house, but if I was going to refi, I would make sure that the money, because if I'm paying 7% interest on a large amount, or 5 or whatever, you just got to make sure you could get it there. Otherwise, there's no point of pulling it out. How many people take? I don't know, but again, I've heard this a couple of times. Not the SPY thing, but this is what happens every time the market goes up. And right now, real estate's kind of slow. What is everybody doing? They're cash out refinancing if they didn't already do that in 21 or 22. So that's what I'm talking about. Where you cash out refi, you bought your house for $200, it's worth $500 now. You could go refinance, get $350, same $200 mortgage, get $150 cash, new higher payment, new interest, and then you could go use that money. But like I'm saying, if you pulled out money at 5 to 7 and then reinvest it, even in the SPY, you still have to make back the interest rate to break even. Otherwise, remember, you're paying on that money that you used to invest. It didn't come for free. So yeah, I like the idea of SPY outperformance, but I personally, at all-time highs, I would pull out. If I could get the cash refi lower than the bonds, I would do that and put it in bonds and just skim off a 1%. But I'm an old guy, and I like safe, risk-free money like that. But if you want to take the risk, you can. But I do think there's margin, again, using that, paying the interest, it backfires usually. So be mindful. Oh, yeah, you do have the fees, too. I didn't even think about that. Sink cost of I forgot about that. That's the usual part I warn about. Because refi, you're taking 1-2% off top. It doesn't. I mean, I think it's a little bit of risk on. That's it. If you do it and the market rips 15% next year, you're going to make money, good money, but it's not as much as you think. I mean, that's it. If you make the loan is hypothetically at 7 and the market goes up 15%, you made 8% on the money, which is still great. But then again, you could have just, if you had that, whatever you had now, you could have just put it in at 5% bond and guaranteed, or bought the SPY with less leverage and then 15% net. But then again, if you want the leverage, that's it. But just don't underestimate you are leveraging. So, yeah. You don't think Biden will not? I mean, the year's over. That's what I'm saying. I don't think Powell's going to ruin anyone's Christmas. I'm trying stuff. Scared money don't make money. Sure. Like I'm saying, just make sure you balance your money. You be careful if you levered. If I don't know, if you pull out on an interest rate, you got to make up the interest rate. And that's so it changes all of the math. And do the math. And if you want to take that risk, I mean, you've gone this far, no one could stop you. So that's all you got to do. Yeah, if you don't need the money, then even better. But if losing or if that would change your financial situation or threaten your property, I wouldn't do it. But at that, if you don't need it and it don't matter, why not? The stream is not on. No, you might be on the DVR still, unfortunately. The market went back to 2,500. Oh, we're at 6,000. I mean, we'll find out. Either way, that's what all I'm saying. I mean, that's a different scenario. I like that it's the SPY. That's the good part. At least homeboy's not effing putting it into damn quantum at $50. You know what I'm saying? Like, at least we're talking the S&P 500. I like that. That, I think, is, you know, at least he's in the right neighborhood. But the leverage and I'm trying to, you know, game it with borrowed money, you just got to watch out. That's it. You're up on the QS, and guess what? You posted it yesterday. Good work, baby. Mr. Taco Man. He grabbed the 5.5 calls for December at 13. Yeah, you grabbed this. That was a hit. Good work, baby. Good work, and I love it. I love it. Amen. All right. Well, look at the time. Let me go to the bathroom real quick, and I will be right back. And then we'll see if we have time to do anything.
Into cutting spending.
And then we'll go from there.
In a lengthy post, he said that the package is, quote, full of excessive spending, special interest giveaways, and pork barrel politics. He says if Congress wants to get serious about government efficiency, they should vote no. Now, it's not clear exactly when lawmakers will vote, but Democrats will absolutely need to help Republicans avoid a shutdown. And of course, once it clears the House, if the Senate has to deal with it, we could be right up against the deadline. Kelly?
So, Emily, remind me, what is the deadline and what happens if this is voted down?
So the deadline is basically the very end of the day on Friday, maybe even you could say Saturday at midnight. And if the House isn't able to pass it, they're going to have some big concerns about what to do. Now, we will say that we are expecting that this government stopgap looks a lot like the past ones, where you have a number of Republicans who are opposed, but you have a number of Democrats also coming in at the last minute and giving them the votes they need to move it forward. I think the big question has been the timing. The House initially had a rule that you needed 72 hours from the time that bill text was put out until the time you had a vote. But it seems like at this point that Speaker Mike Johnson is doing away with that rule to try and give the Senate enough time to move forward on this bill. That could wind up angering some Republicans, and that anger could play a role next year when Johnson will once again have to run for Speaker and then try to navigate through a very busy and complicated Congress with a very narrow margin in the House.
And much more external pressure from DOJ than he might have faced before. Emily, thanks. We'll see what happens. Emily Wilkins. Coming up, NVIDIA rebounding today, but still lower over the past week, while Broadcom is up nearly 30%. We'll take a closer look at the AI chip race with Mizuho's Vijay Rakesh. Plus, today marks 100 days since Starbucks shocked the corporate world, naming Chipotle's Brian Niccol as its new CEO. Starbucks shares, which surged on the news, are basically flat since then, while Chipotle, which initially sold off, is now up 18%. So what's on Niccol's agenda for the new year? That's ahead on The Exchange.
This is The Exchange on C.
And then my DoorDash about that one took forever. So yeah, we'll see. And then let me get that, and then we could do. I got just a quick philo. I can only give you one thing, man. We won't have enough time. I only have like 10 minutes because then we're gonna do Powell is very, very soon. So we will see. What do you do with the capital when looking for a property? I mean, if you have liquid cash, I mean it's just tough, man. Like honestly, it's not like I don't know. Do you really want me to give you what I think, or do you like I don't like it seems like you made your mind up already. Because like I wouldn't do what you did personally, and I don't know if you want me to be brutally honest with you about it, but you let me know and I could give you what I would do. Otherwise, just find a property as soon as possible, and I hope it works out. And I see this every day in different environments, but it is it's your life. It's up to you, but there's other ways. But once you start borrowing money, it's a whole different ballgame. The bullish, go watch yesterday's watch list. We're gonna go review that here in a little bit. I just gotta get my damn DoorDash. Oh, there it is. Okay, please hold while we connect your car. Oh, come on. All right, give me a sec. It'll be quiet for a little. Hold on. I'm gonna just go pick it up. Happy holidays. Oh, there it is. Okay. Just going to cut the rates. Extrude. I think I was like, exude is the word I was looking for. I think I said exube. Mm-hmm. Bam to the moon. Exube. Yeah, dude, Nuke is about to go to 50. And it's funny, they bought a defense company. So I think the word nuke, I mean, I'm saying nuke, but this is kind of ironic. Wow, OpenAI makes ChatGPT available for phone calls and texts. Huh? How does that work? Check Twilio. They popped off that, and then CRM. Because remember, that's that whole like agent thing CRM was announcing yesterday. Damn, I didn't know. OpenAI was going to integrate it. That's crazy. Sounds sketch. I mean, no, this is what that. So literally yesterday, CRM, they were talking about hiring a bunch of people for this, what are they working on? It's like a sales agent. So CRM is training people. They're building this out already. It's very common. I was even talking about this the other day. So I don't think it's sketchy. I'm just surprised. I thought they were going to let other people do it. I didn't think OpenAI would get into the calling, texting stuff. Yeah, that's going to change the call center things for sure. No, I don't think it means you could listen to the stream. I think it means you could like call people and text people through your AI. So you could put in a bunch of phone numbers. I could probably use OpenAI to send the stream alerts. Holy shit. I didn't even think about that till right now, out loud. Outbound AI calls should be illegal. It will be after a couple years. What'll happen is like if it does actually, it'll take wave. and then everyone's going to get spammed with these AI calls, and then like Elizabeth Warren is going to put a bill together that says that you have to all AI calls have to inform you right when the phone is picked up. Like, you know, they have to tell you it's an AI and then go from there. And then AT&T will lobby for it so that they could benefit off of it. And then that's it. Powell is in 30 minutes, technically an hour, but the SEP comes out very, very soon. So good luck, my brethren. Good luck. Said that way too accurately and nonchalant. I've been around, man. I've been around. Know what I'm saying? It's a little bit of jadedness, but it happens. In 30? Yeah, no, it's at 2 o'clock. So in 25 minutes, it comes out. And then at 2:30, you're going to get Pow Pow on the, like, press conference. Alrighty. No, document is in 34 minutes. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, glad to have you here today. I hope you're ready for the big day of Powell. And even though this is like one of the most popular streams for Powell, it's kind of funny. Don't be confused. This isn't a stock stream. I am a religious nut job, okay? And that's why here today, I'm only going to do it light today, because we don't have enough time, and I've put out a lot of stuff for Powell, and I hope you guys get ready. But even though I am a religious nut job, I encourage all of you to believe what you want to believe, and I really encourage you to be yourself, for real. And I hope that you could live by good principles of life. And although I have my own beliefs, I believe that everybody's journey to the truth is their own. So I encourage you to learn more about everything in life. I have a curiosity for many, many things. That's how I got into the stock market, to be honest with you. So I hope you feed that curiosity, and I hope you guys become creators like we talked about. This is something I do every day. I talk about life. I've been reading a book lately, and we go really, really deep into it. But today is simple. I'm only going to take a couple of minutes. Before you know it, we're going to be recapping Powell. But here's the deal. Like I said, I'm a religious nut job. This is not a stock stream. If you want, and you're going to be like, I don't offer a service. This is a free YouTube channel. You could pay me, and you could go to the stream alerts, and you don't have to. But what I'm trying to say is that you have zero commitment here right now. If you really only care about Powell and don't want to hear a nut job talk about something for a couple of minutes, go to the watch list, and I gave a full review of what to expect today. So you could be productive instead of being hateful, and I encourage you to do that, okay? So that being said, I am only going to read you one little line, and it encompasses a little baby theme that I want you guys to take with you. And it relates to yesterday's PHILO, and this is something that, dude, like I said, I don't know if you think it's religious or not. I'm a religious nut job, but you can find a life principle in this that I think you could apply beyond religion. So here it is. A world of one dimension would be a straight line. In a two-dimensional world, you still get straight lines, but many lines make one figure. In a three-dimensional world, you will still get figures, but many figures make one solid body. In other words, as you advance to more real and more complicated levels, you do not leave behind you the things you found on the simpler levels. You still have them, but combined in new ways you could not imagine if you knew only the simpler levels. Woo! Oh, Chad. So, like I said, I don't know, take it religiously or not, but I am talking about life and business specifically. Bro, coming into next year, do not forget the simple things that you learned. Us as I don't know why we are like this. I do this all the time. I feel like when I advance to another level, I start acting like Hollywood sometimes. You know what I'm saying? I'm like, oh, I don't need that anymore. Oh, yeah, forget about that. Honestly, sometimes I think some of you, when you get your first bag, you got a little Josh in your ear, and then you go make a big bag. You like, you know what? Maybe I don't need that 10%. No. Whoop. But it happens all the time. And am I warning you of what to watch out for? Yes. But even more so, there's something beyond that. It's about taking it to the next level. So it's one thing about avoiding the problem that'll set you back or will give you unnecessary pain. But, dude, I think some of y'all, you just got to keep it simple and go back to some of the simple things you already know. Apply that to your new creation and new idea. And my brother, I think you're going to, I don't even think you could imagine what you're about to discover. Oh, man, I don't know if you feel me, Chad. So, yeah, I'm going to read this full chapter for you eventually. But this right here, man, I mean, you could apply it on many levels, but like I'm telling you, ahead of Powell, just let me give you a simple, practical one, man. It's very simple right now. The simple things, if we overlook them, we're missing a dimension of what we can create. That's it. It's another dimension. A line is simple. If there's only a line, it's one dimension. A couple of lines starts to get you to two dimensions. Before you know it, we're in a 3D world. There's more layers. Like I was telling you yesterday of creation, the complexity. You know, does a stock go up? Yeah, there's so much more to it. You go deeper, the share structure, then you go see the news, and then the insider buys, and then what they're doing, and the valuation. It's all of this stuff. But the point is, though, if you never respect the simple, or as you move up the scale, you forget the simple, you are not tapping into the full dimension. So I encourage all of you, next year, think big. I'm telling you, create, baby. Create and get ready. And honestly, I hope you value your future, but at the same time, this intensity, this creation, what we're looking for, it does not mean abandoning simple. The artistry, where you're going to get to, bro, it's going to be this nice little weave of both simple and complex to create something amazing. So, Chattadonia, that is all I have for your philo. Take that one to the bank. That is your philosophy, ladies and gentlemen. Make sure you guys are subscribed. We're live Monday through Friday, 30 minutes before open. Drop your thumbs up on the video. If you're a mobile, press hot chat. X out that chat. Hit the thumbs up button. Second link for the nightly watch list in main channel. Yeah, philo light. Oh, you guys want to hear a scary song? I could give you a light, like, post feel. I can't play all of it. It's too scary. It's too scary.
Goodwill. crazy? Or are you?
Hey, Will, this shit is fucking
What's beef? Bobby, can you help us? I can't shake this feeling that there's something they ain't tell us. Don't believe the record cause the data was embellished. They can't understand me, so now I'm overzealous. I'm really jealous. The steak looks delicious. The wolves look magnificent. The truth looks vicious. Government benevolent is such a pretty prison. Fit me in your prism. Make all my decisions. I feel like I'm a woman. I feel like I'm the man. Feel like I'm a fish and I'm sitting in the pan. Kids who killed the CEO, they learned about Japan. Refuse to eat the turkey but keep living in the land. Am I the crazy one? There's a fine.
Yeah, that's all you get. That's what I said. I get you one real quick. Real quick, baby. Am I the crazy one? Anyways. Are you guys ready or what? So I'll give you guys like 2 minutes. I put out a stream alert. We're going to go over the preview. But most of it is on the watch list. So there's really nothing to I really don't think you're going to miss much. Like I said, man, I'm fading this. I don't know. I really don't think this is going to be I hope it's an exciting one. You know what I'm saying? And if it is, we'll know, but like I said, I'm not really expecting much. So give them a second. And the year, like I said, I mean, you never know. I mean, we've talked about a lot of theories here, but the real thing is just if Powell does surprise, we will know. But if he doesn't and everything that we're like predicting happens, is going to be boring. PayPal Bureau announced $30 million in Series B financing. Where is it? Yeah. All right. So, welcome, ladies and gentlemen. You're going to have Jerome Powell here in a little bit. Let me see, too. I'm going to see if I could get another stream up. Where are they at? Oh, no. Yeah, we actually still got a lot of time. You're fine with boring? I am too. I don't think boring is a bad thing. Again, just especially into the holidays and everything we've been through, you know? Oh! Yes, baby, it's here. Bradley Frizzle in the Peach. Ladies and gentlemen, Horna! Oh, man, let's go. See, that's going to be the most exciting part of Powell, probably. If not, we'll find out. We'll put the Peach to the test. Oh, my goodness, man. Thank you, my friend. Welcome. Welcome, Bradley Frizzle. It's amazing. Playing the spy. Good luck, my friend. Good luck. All right. So there's a couple of things we could talk about, but let me start with what I already gave you guys. Let me see. Where did I put the Google Doc? Yes, here it is. You think Tesla will dip? It all depends. So right now, I am literally not expecting any real change. Even though we're pricing in 0.6, again, you were up by like 0.4, 0.5 this morning. So we'll see, but I'll tell you in real time. I mean, I could give you, again, I think the real plays are going to be value in the Dow Jones today. But other than that, again, my expectations are very, very low. So, but in real time, I'll let you know what I think as it's starting to happen. We're going to find out very, very soon. But here it is. So that was from yesterday. You already heard it, hawkish cut. I think I like what Michael McKee said. the Fed is going to cut rates and then try to convince you that they are still serious about fighting inflation. They're going to cut the rates, and then the dot plot is going to say that they don't expect future rate cuts. That's the whole game plan with all of this. I hope you guys are following on that. So I think it's really, really easy. Again, there's a couple of instances where Powell, maybe he just keeps the dot plot the same. I think that would surprise people. Most people expect the terminal rate for 25 to go low or to go higher, which implies less rate cuts, but maybe he's even, someone brought it up this morning, I forgot which analyst, but somebody said that maybe he's even bullish. So guess what? I think this is the lowest probability. I would say this is about 10, 15% probability that Powell actually implies more rate cuts than before. So yeah, that could actually be priced into it. Or excuse me, not priced in, but we may see that depending on what happens. But there's a small probability that, and I don't know if you guys are following, that means the 25 terminal will go below like 3.4. So even though you're thinking hawkish, people have talked the theory where Powell today cuts rates and the dot plot is actually even lower. And, well, that would tell you dump, but I think the market would gobble that up like it's nobody's business, sadly. But then in the midterm, I think that'd be a terrible sign. But that's all that you need to start. And now, these are your lines right here. So there's going to be a two-pronged approach to today in the next 20 minutes. Let me see. All right, so when you guys go to the Fed website, you go to monetary policy, meeting calendars and information. It'll take you here, and then we're going to scroll down. This is going to update. It'll show you something like this statement, and then given that this is a SEP, you are going to get the projection materials right here as well, and that's going to be the dot plot. So let's start with the statement. So I think this is actually going to be very tricky because there's literally 5 instances where the language can insinuate more hawkish or more dovish. So I hope you guys are following along with that. And I was trying to say this yesterday, but I don't know if you guys got the importance of this. You have to realize all of these little lines, and this is what you're going to do. So believe it or not, after today or in 20 minutes when this comes out, I am going to start with the projection materials. So always on a SEP day, you want to go to the projection materials first. That's going to be the dot plot. That right there, you're going to be able to interpret all of this stuff relatively quickly, right? But now the statement, this is going to come out as well, but there is also going to be changes, possibly. And like I'm saying, depending on different choice of words, don't underestimate how that could show hawkishness or not. So the first one is simple, continue to expand. You guys got to realize they've been tweaking this little by little. So recent indicators suggest that economic activity has continued to expand at a solid pace. If they change continue to expand, so they say economic activity has stalled, became uncertain, is expanding more rapidly, that's more bullish. The other ones are more hawkish. But that is going to be one of the lines we'll look. It may not change, it may happen, but that's the first area where people are going to be looking at, economic activity. Okay? And then the next part, other one, conditions generally ease. This one, I wouldn't say it's the most important, but it's up there. Why? Labor market. So how does the Fed feel about the labor market? That will let you know if they are more hawkish or dovish. Labor market conditions have generally eased. That's what they said in November. So if they say labor market conditions are continuing to ease, it's the same situation as last month. Labor market conditions have stalled but are generally eased. That means there's a fork in the road, but still the same game plan. Are you guys following? These are the types of changes you're looking for. But this, again, the simple, specific words related to the labor market conditions, that is very pertinent and will be relative to hawkish or dovish and how people want to interpret it. Okay? So that is labor market conditions generally eased. The next one, unemployment rate moved up, but low. Yes. This is the one that I think there's two of them, especially, but dude, unemployment rate is, are they going to talk? If this changes, this one's going to change. So if labor markets general conditions have eased, generally eased, if that changes, they're probably going to change. Is it still remaining low? Is it getting higher? Has it stalled out? Is it ticking back up? Ticking back up would be better for rate cuts. If it's stalled, that'll be more likely for rate hikes. You know, that's what people are going to be looking for there in terms of unemployment. So keep that in mind. And then this one right here, this is the one. I think this is the key to be straightforward with you. I'm going to be looking for this one. Inflation has made progress towards the committee's 2% objective. Why do I think that one's important? Think about it. So this line, inflation has made progress towards the committee's goal. I think if they change this, this could potentially be the most important part of the statement today. Ding, 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 ding. Exactly. Bro, the big worry right now is inflation coming back. That's it. Let the talking heads argue about it. Bring up Donald Trump. Bring up the tariffs. Bring up the consumer. Whatever you want to say. That's the worry. So, what are they going to... Fed can use this line to communicate how they feel. You know how Bloomberg feels. You know how the bonds and everybody feels, right? This is where Powell and the Fed can communicate to the world how they feel on the progress of inflation and if they're worried that it's going to come back up. That's it. So that's why I'm saying if they feel like inflation is coming back up, you could change this line. If you feel like it hasn't, they'll keep it the same. If they feel like it got better or that there's something else, they could change this line too. They might. What if they've removed inflation? Then they're not even worried, but I doubt that'll happen. But like I'm saying, this is going to be the line, but you never know what will change. And then finally, economic outlook is uncertain. I believe that's second paragraph. Yeah. So if they change this and they feel more confident about it, that could be positive or negative. And again, everything, balancing, mandates, all of that, it should all practically be the same. So, ta-da! That is the statement. So like I'm saying, right when this all comes out, what's going to happen? Right at 2 p.m., statement comes out, and then projection materials now. So here is the dot plot. So this is the old one, and what's going to happen, you're going to get this new one today. And this part at another time was more important. If today is really a nothing burger, we may get a signal from here, but I'm not really too focused on it. Again, like I'm saying, usually I really think these dot plot days, they have so much power, but just given the whole situation, I don't know if Powell's going to do it. But the real key, all you got to do, right when this stuff comes out, 2 p.m., hit projection materials, go right here. Federal funds rate projection. That's it. So 2024 does not matter. Why? There's only 2 weeks left in 2024. What matters is 2025. So right now, the latest projection was 3.4. So based on where we're at now, that's about 4 rate cuts, believe it or not. So people think this is going to go up to either 3.6 or 3.8, give or take. And that right there is your range. If this number is between 3.4 and 3.8 pretty much, that is hawkish, but it's all priced in. Nobody would be surprised by that. That's why I keep saying there's a big chance of this being a dud. Because even if they rocket up this thing, everybody's kind of already prepared for it. But then, like I'm telling you, what happens if that number goes lower? I would be terrified in the midterm, but that'll be really bullish for today. And then that would be a bullish surprise if this number came in lower. And then watch what they do with 2026, but we're coming into the new year. Everybody really just cares about 2025. And that's it. You'll see the dot plot. You'll see if there's any changes. But, again, it's all just going to be a couple of people who change. Look at these guys come here. These guys come up here. It could go either direction. But like I'm saying, I think it's in the Fed's best interest to not move and just not do anything. Try to stay quiet. Bring us into the end of the year, new year, and call it a day. So, ta-da! But that's it. That's all we're going to be looking for. If that number goes lower, I think markets will like it. Higher than 3.8, you got to that's really hawkish. 3.6 to 3.8, I wouldn't really freak out too much, and then we see where things go. So, Chattadonia, I hope you enjoyed it. I hope you are ready. We now have 10 minutes until Powell. So, yeah, let me know if you have any other questions. Actually, yeah, do you have any questions? This is your moment if you are here right now. So feel free, my brethren. Feel free. Feel free. All right, good luck. Good luck. So no cut is bearish? No cut would be shocking, because that would mean you just broke 65 years of history. No cut, I would love it, but I think the market would trip out a little bit. I honestly, I don't know, though. No cut, I just know there'll be massive volatility. I would argue you would get a 2.5% move if there was no cut. Not because of a no cut, but simply because of that would introduce a level of uncertainty that we have not seen in the market in 60 years. But I doubt it, but I would love to see it. Be kind of refreshing. Small cap, they did good today, man. They started off good. They're still up there. Honestly, I don't think small caps, considering how much they got wrecked. That's it. If he takes out the cuts, does that mean policy error? Cutting today, but no, I mean, until we see what happens, I wouldn't say that's a policy error, and see what the bond market does. So let's say they take off the cuts and give you the cut today. If the bond market buys it up, that would be the bond market saying good, less policy error. But whatever he does, if you watch a fat sell-off in the bonds after how much we have priced in, I think that would further be feeding the policy error pricing trend, if that makes any sense. It's 11? Yeah, man. Almost 7 minutes now. Good luck, my brethren. Good luck. You want to bet E. coli being questioned on concerns of Trump fight? Nah, even Bloomberg was talking about it today. They're like, they probably shouldn't ask that question today. If they do, man, I'm going to keep posting on Twitter. You know that? I know, I will remind you, now is a good time to follow me on Twitter. So again, if you want all my uncensored takes, they've banned me many times, but Real Cult News, it's pinned above. I love you. I think, I kind of want to get out of gold. I'm in a losing gold play right now, but gold could move a lot, and the problem is that if gold reacts negatively, there's a lot of momentum to the downside. But yeah, gold, I think, generally should stay neutral or positive. It just depends on what type of cuts we are doing. Real Cult News on Twitter. It's pinned above in the chat. That's it, man. Get ready. 5 minutes. Any final questions, you let me know. Now is your moment. Other than that, though, like I'm saying, I'd keep an eye out on the Dow. You could trade Dow futures. You could even, again, XLV. I think XLV is going to be fire, to be honest. Yeah, bro. Actually, I might do it now. What am I saying? Yeah, I think I am, bro. I'm going to grab one right before Powell. Call it a day. Oh, no. My YouTube cut out. You guys, my other one did. So this play I'll do, you could get a cheaper one if you go closer in terms of time, but call it put. I can make the money both ways. Oh, wait. I could buy the hot check. Go away. Yeah, no, Nuke is actually crazy. Yeah, Powell is always dovish. Literally, that's what I was saying yesterday, because some people were saying that Powell tries to be hawkish during the conference, and I literally think that's impossible. His speech and what he talks about naturally reads dovish. So it's easier to show hawkishness via the dot plot than Powell himself, unfortunately. So, yeah, that's actually kind of wild, but we'll see. But that being said, not a recommendation. I grabbed XLV healthcare ETF. I grabbed March 158 calls at 25 cents a pop. I grabbed 4 of them. $100 bet. I mean, why? Because it's been murdered. That's it. And I just think if everything's priced in today, if anything is going to have a lot of room to run, it's probably going to be the Dow or the healthcare stocks that have sold off a record ratio in the last week. You get what I'm saying? So just like, even if market does nothing, these are the types of plays. The Dow, XLV, if you just sold off 10, 15% in 2 weeks, like, these are going to be the plays that have more meat on the bone, even if we cuck and do absolutely nothing today. And then if there is a surprise, they'll also move as well, too. RSP calls. What we got there? All right, man, 2.5 minutes. Get ready. All right, I'll have this up. You already know the lines to look for. And then y'all let me know. I know, Samuel, you're going to do it. Some of you could throw this, copy the statement and dot plot, throw it into Chat GPT right when it comes out, and you could even ask it to summarize stuff, and then you'll have me here to backtest. You know, whatever the computer doesn't know about policy, I think I could help. So good luck, baby. Get ready. 2 minutes. Oh, minute and a half. That's it, baby. Last Fed meeting of the year, man. It's been an honor over the years, bro. Not only this year, man. If y'all have been with me on Powell and every other day, bro, I love you. Thank you all for your time, too, man. You know, we've been listening to Powell for years, man. Every single one. So let's have a good one and good luck, baby. And get ready for next year. That's it, man. Nuke is at 66. That's insanity. All right, 1 minute. And remember, homeboy, 30 minutes afterwards till Powell. So you know what I'm saying? It's not going to be, and then the wire is going to have statements coming out. So even if you don't have it, you could look on screen here, and this will give you the data and info that you need. All righty? That sound good, man? Good, 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 good. All right, 30 seconds. Let's go. Last Fed meeting of the year, bro. Yeah, projection materials first and then the statement. So you could go for statement. Let me know. I'll have it through here. But like I'm saying, projection theoretically is going to cause the most movements. All right, 15 seconds, a little less. Good luck, baby. Finger to the sky. Okay, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Burp. Oh, they see Fed funds. So they cut the rates. Let's go to projection. Is this it? 4.6. Nope. Yeah, it's a dud. There's no point. Literally, all of this is for no reason. I'll read through the details, but for now, whoa, what? Whoa. Is that a, hold on. The fuck? Oh, I was saying, why is it saying 5%? I clicked on the wrong one. I was like, whoa. No, 3.9. Oh, that's a little hawkish. No. That's a little bit hawkish. It's a tiny bit above. Remember what I told you guys before. 3.6 to 3.8. It's at 3.9. So I don't think it's too surprising for the market, but it's a little bit there now. So now the median forecast, 50 basis points of rate cuts now. So now they matched up, but now they're at 2 basis points. Federal Reserve cuts key overnight rate. So here are the headlines, the quick ones. I'll go to the statement in a second. Wait, somebody dissented. That's interesting. That makes this a little bit more there, too. Cleveland Fed Beth Hammock. She just wants to be like, what's her name? Michelle. I see a fund rate at 4.4, funds rate at 3.1. Oh, yeah, they moved up 2026 by 0.5 as well. So that's a little odd. I told you these don't matter, but the curve did make a slightly more hawkish move. But get ready. Powell's going to sound like a little puppy today. Watch. Because that's it. Like I told you, this is good. They communicated hawkishness. Do you get what I'm saying? They went a little bit above what was expected, and then they moved 26 and 27. So this leaves you now room for Powell. But again, I don't think this changes anything too crazy. So let me see. Yeah, watch the Dow. Again, watch the Dow. This is your little drop. All right, let's take a look at this statement now. But yeah, so far, dot plot slightly hawkish. But again, within expectations. But yeah, they are finessing it, but they finesse to the hawkish side a little bit. But that's what I'm saying. The only way you balance this out right now is with a dovish Powell, which, like I told you from the beginning, you're most likely going to get. But a slight hawkish tilt. Not enough to panic, but, you know, Fed is kind of catching up to the market. Remember, the Fed market was pricing in 2 rate cuts. Now the Fed is only at 2 after cutting, 100, 125 in the last 3 months. Yeah, it seems right. I don't think it's dramatic. It was just this. They moved it a little hawkish. Let Powell come in a little dovish. You're practically in the same space, and then that's it. Yeah, I think gold might actually get pummeled now. Like I told you, gold has a lot of downside momentum, but that whole curve just got bearish. Or at least a little more hawkish. So here it is. Continue to expand at solid pace. I think that's a difference in wording. Let me compare it. No, they said that last time. Since earlier in the year, labor have generally eased and the employment rate is same thing. Inflation has made no changes there. Committee seeks to, I don't think they changed one thing. Nothing. Not one change on the statement. All you have is a dissent. That's the weird part to it. So give it 15 minutes. I think the market's going to stabilize. Gold, I'm down to get out of the gold, but what's going to happen? Get out on the pop. You're going to have a pop in all of this, so don't be a crackhead. Very, very simple. Right, you see how you're getting the first moves? But yeah, gold, I don't like it. I don't like gold at all right now. But I'm going to sell out once we get a pop on there. Or I might be down a hold, but I'm leaning towards bearish on gold. And then again, so watch, even all the value plays are going down. NASDAQ still negative. I have a exclusive picture of Powell's pre-outfit. So there he is. He's getting ready to sing some dovish hymns. So don't you worry. Purple tie man will be there. But yeah, you're going now. Give it 15 minutes. It'll level out. But that's, again, like I'm saying, statement, not one change. And then, yeah, now, like, let me actually tell you this. Do you guys realize what's happening? There's actually a pretty decent development that you have to think of. Let's see. Do you want a pop quiz or do you just want me to tell you? Because I could give you guys a good one. No. I want you to think. It's kind of going to be like a catalyst, but you're going to hear this lately. Not inversion. You want pop quiz? You want me to make you get? All right, guess it. Something's happening right now. After that dot plot, that statement, you're going to hear a phrase now about January. I'm giving you the damn answer. Come on. January is now going to be a what? What are they saying? It's going to be a... There it is. Pause. Remember, that's what we were talking about before this. Yeah, so they're saying pause now. That's where the narrative's going to go with the bonds. So as the bonds are already there and they move there, the talking heads are going to start saying, well, now we have a pause in January. It looks like the market is expecting a pause in January now, and after this slightly hawkish dot plot, seems like the Fed is ready to slow down and wait and see. So yeah, pause. Pause is good to a degree. It actually means less panic. So it's not really a bad thing, but now you're going to, just as always, you're going to play that game. Oh, shit. The dollar. You're right, dude. Yeah, that's fucked. See, that's the part right there. Nah. Yeah, dollar's going to hit a new high. I don't like that at all. Again, and go, oh my gosh. So yeah, you're past the 2020. That's it. This is level number 1 on the dollar, then 30.58, and then 30.70.80. Yeah, that's not good. TLT might, I don't know how much lower TLT will go. Again, it was slightly hawkish, but remember, now that the Fed's getting hawkish, people might start buying dovish. Because what did they do? Last dot plot, where the Fed lowered the dot plot, they sold the bonds. This time they raised it. So don't be fooled by that, because remember, bonds are at the low. The stocks are the only thing near all-time highs right now, and the dollar. Yeah, gold's still dumping. Another $10 on that. Yeah, even XLV got rocked. All of them, man. Dow Jones started to plummet. The decliners there are going pretty bad. What time is it? Oh, it's still only 7 minutes. No, you got to give it a little. Everything's rocked right now. That's it. Even Russell just flipped 0.3 to negative. Look at that. Regional banks, they got the run. They're gone. So, again, the ones that already got killed, they're not getting clapped the same way. But and look at the high ticker is fully frozen right now. Nothing moving on the high. Everything straight down. I don't think why we're tanking, I think it's a little bit of a different dynamic. This isn't going to last, though. So don't freak out. Remember, you are already dumping on the value, the market breadth, but I don't think this is worthy of a freak out. So let the market do its thing, but in reality, you're all within what the options were pricing. Yeah, this is all literally expected. It's not. Let the market move, but this is nothing you have nothing to worry about right now. Again, like I'm telling you, I could almost guarantee you Powell is going to sound like a puppy up there. He's going to sound very dovish, just given how they made this look already. But, yeah, let the equities move. But you'll notice, like I'm saying, some of these names that have already moved a lot, they're not there. But let me just keep it very simple for you guys. You saw this the other day. If you really want to know why the market's dumping, not everybody will agree with me on this, but I think it's the dollar. That's it. Call it what you want. None of this was unexpected. But that's it. Extreme hawkish? No, it's not extremely hawkish. So literally, the 250 basis points for 2025 was literally already on the bonds ahead of the meeting. They went like 0.1 above it. So, and I think they went slightly above to send a signal that they're going to be hawkish, but I don't think it's extra uber hawkish, if that makes any sense. It is bad news for cuts. Now you're going to hear people talk about a January pause, and then we got it. But again, now you're taking it into next year. Yeah, dude, high ticker's not moving at all. Look at that straight dump. Nippon Steel pitched 3 revised proposals to CFIUS to assuage national security. Check X, United Steel. You're getting a Nippon CFIUS letter update. So that's just unrelated company news. All right, get ready. Watch. You're either going to give it 5 more minutes, see where we're at 15. It's either going to bounce from there or you're going to go next level down, and then you start to bounce by the time Powell walks out. And then we go from there. All right. All right, let me pull up the feeds now. That's all we need. Okay, got Fed Conference 1. All right. All right, still going lower. Bonds 2. Again, equities are the big loser on this. That's what I'm saying is the funniest part about it. Take notice, though. This is a SPY getting clobbered. We are pooping. Well, we'll see on the speech. Again, a dovish Powell will assuage all concerns, but at the end of the day, just you're going to get a little bit different of a Powell. That's it. Now it's no more, just from now until next year, you don't have the next rate cut guaranteed. And Powell wanted to make sure you doubted it. That's it. Because they could have kept it the same. They could have kept it at 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. And they made sure to go to 3.9. That's it. So your rate cut is not guaranteed next month. And that right there is why I think you're getting this reaction, but it's hitting in different places. Can Trump force them to cut? No. By law, he has no authority. Can he tweet at Powell and say, you won't do it? You won't do it? Oh, yeah, I bet you scared. You won't do it? He could do that. You're allowed to do that, but by pure authority level, he does not. He's not able to. Yes, he can triple dog dare him. Let's see. Okay, that's live feed number 2. So again, I put up all the live feeds so I could get you guys the fastest one. Oh, that's weird. How come CNBC doesn't have a Powell one? They usually got a fast one sometimes. Come on, man. Where y'all at? Interesting. Oh, there it is. They just scheduled it. All right. I need one more source. And then 2 more minutes for 15-minute zone. So get ready for that. Just tuning in. You got a slightly more hawkish dot plot. And now the main story of the day, you are most likely, until something changes, going to get a rate pause in January. So that's the interesting part about this. That's the part moving us. But I also think Powell made sure to, I think they wanted to communicate that they're not as dovish as you think, but I do think he's going to come in and be a dove. But let's find out. I may get surprised at a lot of things so far. But like I'm telling you, look at 1 more minute. You got volume coming in now, so watch out here. I got another idea. So I'll get you guys some other stuff, but give me 1 second. Oh, shit. So 15 minutes. I'm grabbing another one. Well, let's see. The 5 minutes bounce profit? Oh, no. We'll find out. It could die, though. Like I'm saying, 15 minutes. If you've ever watched any of these, the algos, they like to move in 15-minute increments while we wait catalysts. So I think next move is going to be bounce, shave off half of this, or you die next level. And then the real base will be when Powell comes out. And then, all right, when Powell talks, it's anybody's game. So we got 15 more minutes. And then not a recommendation. You will lose money. I grabbed a short-term. Oh, I could have grabbed those other ones. Well, I grabbed a 145 next week XLV. 10 of them at 7 cents. $70. The next SPY level, dude, I haven't even checked. I'm assuming 6018. Yeah, nope, we just broke that. That's it, 6,007 or 6,000 flat and then like 5980, I believe. Or, whoa, wow. Hold on. Yeah. So it's like 607 and then I think 5950, dude, to like 5980, but realistically like 5950. And then we do have a gap at 5,700 that has not been filled. Interesting. The euro dropped. Oh, well, yeah, duh, the dollar. Go closer to the money on the XLV. You could get the 144s for 8 cents now. That's the better one. Mine was shit. It's decent, but if you could get same price closer to the money, take that one. Not a recommendation. You will lose money. 4 Fed officials penciled in 25 or less for 2025. Very odd. All right, so the risk now the economy is slows and the Fed is passively tightening and doing nothing. Curious if the Fed cuts 120 and all of a sudden stops as Trump walks through the door. Expect to hear the message from the other end of Pennsylvania. Yeah, they're saying White House is going to hate this. That's funny. Yeah, wow, I have not even brought in politics up until now, but the first analyst comment I read, Neil Dutta at Renaissance, he's literally saying the White House is going to get pissed at this. Yeah, just because literally you cut 100 basis points ahead of the election, and then now as Trump is coming in, you are just straight stopping it and then sending a slightly hawkish signal. What's the rush to keep cutting? I think we don't have to listen to what's being talked about at Mar-a-Lago. There's a lot being talked about. Not any of it's going to be disinflationary or headwind to growth. It's hard to read any direction from Fed statement. It's very much like a holding statement. One would wonder what it would take to change. Yeah, nothing there. The latest dot plot, again, slightly hawkish tilt. Number of Fed watchers anticipate. They picked up their forecast to benchmark. The neutral rate is now 3% from 2.9, so that's a little bit more of the hawkishness. Ira Jury says this shows that the Fed is moving more neutral. Fed can take credit for a continued strong economy, and it's possible that Chair Powell may say we don't want to cut too much, in a large part because the data isn't showing a recession imminent. So the key word change, they did change the statement. They said instead of considering the extent and timing of adjustments to target rate, they'll carefully assess incoming data, evolving outlook and balance. They said in considering additional adjustments to target range, so they took out extent and timing, and then that's it. Feels like we're back to data watching. The committee assessment will take into account a wide range of information. Fed pushed out a whole year of the time frame for getting back to their 2% target. Yeah, that's crazy. This is so odd, dude. You guys realize that? So you cut in 3 months, and they're saying in a whole year we won't even do half of that now with what you just cut in the last quarter. Actually insane. Powell's going to come on in 10 minutes. Yen carry tomorrow. Don't forget, yen is tomorrow. You got a Bank of Japan. Fed is signaling no recession, but SPY is down. Bro, the SPY is the highest it's ever been in history. You know what I'm saying? Don't apply a micro to like where we're at. So technically, you're back where you were at the other day. I mean, this is just more, and again, the SPY does not really reflect the economy in that sense. But the fact that they're willing to pause and wait, that's what makes people think there's not a recession. Because if you keep cutting, like I said, Powell cut today. If he kept cutting, we would be like, yo, why do you keep cutting? So now that he's willing to wait, it's hawkish, but it also insinuates that they have less panic. But then again, we never know. Yeah, the interest rates tonight at 7, you'll react tomorrow. Maybe we go live today. All right, man, 10 minutes. 10 minutes. Are you guys ready or what? That's it. So again, 15-minute zone, you went a little lower, and then literally you're chilling right where the 15 minutes was. So get ready for stage number 2. But again, before we know it, your boy's going to be here. Nobody have live feed yet. I'll let you know. Sometimes they'll start playing shit. But we're dry for now. Ask Powell what his definition of transitory is. Yeah, they forgot about transitory. No one really cares. The VIX, again, make sure you guys look at the VXN. That was the thing I showed you guys yesterday. That's for like tech, NASDAQ 100. And that has been outpacing since yesterday. So I don't think this move will be bad for big tech. Again, I think it's just everybody adjusting to this. And now wait till Powell. Because if Powell is as hawkish or more hawkish than that statement, then people will trip out a little bit. But if Powell does what I expect, I think you're going to balance this out. And like I'm saying, man, ironically enough, you are still within what the option market priced in. You only priced in 0.6 for yesterday. You have not gone any more than that. So slightly more hawkish, but again, it's not as if this is insane. And now the real story is pause at January meeting. For the next month and a half, you're going to hear this over and over again. Every data set, pause in January. Are they going to pause? Neutral rate, pause, pause, pause. That's what you're going to start hearing now. This is a shift in the policy, but we'll see where it takes us. Or at least it's hinting at a shift. So they're not pausing now, but you could interpret this meeting as the leading into the pause. You get what I'm saying? This is Powell's warning that they may pause in January. So instead of abruptly pausing, they cut today, warn you through the dot plot about what's going to happen in January, and that's it. Just like they did with the other times. Ta-da! A firm had a downgrade the other day. Other than that, I don't think there's news. There was the X news. Again, the Nippon Steel stuff, that did a little bit of dancing. Qubit's on the high again. Quantum, oh, that thing shot up and then came down. Is Uber still up? Yeah, Tesla, NVIDIA. Fed futures are just really matched up. That they didn't move much. So again, they're still at two rate cuts for next year. But wait till after Powell, end of the day, we'll check, and we'll see which way they're leaning. But like I told you, even what happened today, it's not like this surprised the bond market. You know, this wasn't anything really new. I mean, you did go a little lower, but it's not as if people were expecting this. You just got a little bit stronger of a confirmation. But not bad. All right, 5 more minutes till Powell. IWM maybe, but it's underperforming for now. But yeah, if the bonds, and just like I said, maybe be on the lookout for something dumb. Just remember, last time they cut rates, lowered the dot plot, the bond market sold off. Now they're actually doing what the market wanted. See if the bond market likes this. See what they actually end up doing. So we'll find out. But like I'm saying, my eye's still on XLV and the Dow. I like the Dow more than the Russell. It didn't go down as much. You see what I'm saying? But Russell, you may have more risk, more reward. But let's see. Alrighty. Yeah, gold's still mollywop. That one's ugly. Qubits that's literally your whole entire high ticker right now. Was it pause? Kind of. Just hawkish. You got hawkish, and it was a little bit outside of the lines. People expected hawkish. I don't think many people thought Powell would be more hawkish than the market, and they were by a little bit. But then now, the whole narrative is introducing January pause, and that's something after this data now, and we'll see after Powell, that's kind of the conversation. Come on, Pow. Okay. This dispersion of forecast for long rate underscores how zero consensus about neutral is. Almost can agree it's higher than it's been before COVID. Economists attribute the number of reasons, including higher federal debt burden. The 4 dots at 4.6 for this year. The forecasts are Fed officials' assessment of appropriate policy. So clearly, there were 3 people subtracting hammocks, and she dissented, who either don't vote this year or opted not to dissent, who still thought rates shouldn't have changed today. Consistent with the hawkish shift, the economic forecast, more Fed officials see the risk to inflation to the upside, then they also see less risk to the labor market compared with the last 3 months. Interesting. So yeah, you have more participants thinking that there's upside risk to inflation, and then you have in the middle the amount who think that the unemployment rate's going to calm down. So they're worried about inflation, not worried about the labor market. Apple to end efforts to build iPhone hardware subscription service. I don't know who that affects. That's coming out now. Interesting. Or at least like 2 minutes ago. Do stock buying programs have the ability to interpret these in real time? Yeah. I mean, sometimes they're wrong, but generally, yeah. That's why I told you. You guys could go take this statement, put it in a chat GPT, and then it'll give you a rough estimate. Again, as far as like your knowledge on it and how deep you dive, there will be computer limitations, but generally the statement, hawkishness of it, the dot plot, this is all just data. So yeah, they can actually. And they even listen to Powell's speech. You know, they scan for certain words. I'll call it out. I'm pretty much your guys' Powell computer. I mean, I have my human limitations, but I've listened to a lot of Powell. So watch, during the press conference, he'll say certain things, and the algos they perk their ears up to it, and then you'll start to see some things. Oh, shit. CDC. As of December 18th, E. coli linked to carrots supplied by Grimway Farm of Bakersfield. They say it is now over. We got Bakersfield gave us E. coli. Wow. Come on, Bakersfield. Step it up. All right, bro. Where's homie? Yeah, this is weird, bro. All of them, none of my ones that usually go, no one's live yet. I got one of them, but this is odd. It's bad. That means, because again, remember I told you CNBC, they got theirs up late, but now usually we usually have a view of the room by now. There's only 30 seconds left. I don't have any, I have no vision. Oh, there it is. I got one. Finally, as I was saying, this is odd. Usually by now we get the podium. So I'll switch it if I get a faster feed, but I got visual. No audio on it yet. Okay, then we got the Fed one. All right, technically he should be coming on. Again, 15 more minutes now. You're entering leg number 2 down. He is a little late. Where is it? Nucleus paused again. Bro, where is he? Oh, this is so weird. I'm telling you, usually we got videos, sound. They're still playing the music. There he is. I got him.
Good afternoon.
Yeah, CNBC's behind. This one's fast.
And I remain squarely focused on achieving our dual mandate goals of maximum employment.
Watch your speakers. I'm going to turn this up.
Of the American people. The economy is strong overall and has made significant progress toward our goals over the past 2 years. The labor market has cooled from its formerly overheated state and remains solid. Inflation has moved much closer to our 2% longer run goal. We're committed to maintaining our economy's strength by supporting maximum employment and returning inflation to our 2% goal. To that end, today, the Federal Open Market Committee decided to take another step in reducing the degree of policy restraint by lowering our policy interest rate by a 1/4 percentage point. We also decided to continue to reduce our securities holdings. I'll have more to say about monetary policy after briefly reviewing economic developments. Recent indicators suggest that economic activity has continued to expand at a solid pace. GDP rose at an annual rate of 2.8% in the third quarter, about the same pace as in the second quarter. Growth of consumer spending has remained resilient, and investment in equipment and intangibles has strengthened. In contrast, activity in the housing sector has been weak. Overall, improving supply conditions have supported the strong performance of the U.S. economy over the past year. In our summary of economic projections, committee participants generally expect GDP growth to remain solid, with a median projection of about 2% over the next few years. In the labor market, conditions remain solid. Payroll job gains have slowed from earlier in the year, averaging 173,000 per month over the past 3 months. The unemployment rate is higher than it was a year ago, but at 4.2% in November, it has remained low. Nominal wage growth has eased over the past year, and the jobs-to-workers gap has narrowed. Overall, a broad set of indicators suggests that conditions in the labor market are now less tight than in 2019. The labor market is not a source of significant inflationary pressures. The median projection for the unemployment rate in the SEP is 4.2% at the end of this year and 4.3% over the next few years. Inflation has eased significantly over the past 2 years, but remains somewhat elevated relative to our 2% longer run goal. Estimates based on the Consumer Price Index and other data indicate that total PCE prices rose 2.5% over the 12 months ending in November, and that, excluding the volatile food and energy categories, core PCE prices rose 2.8%. Longer-term inflation expectations appear to remain well anchored, as reflected in a broad range of surveys of households, businesses, and forecasters, as well as measures from financial markets. The median projection in the SEP for total PCE inflation is 2.4% this year and 2.5% next year, somewhat higher than projected in September. Thereafter, the median projection falls to our 2% objective. Our monetary policy actions are guided by our dual mandate to promote maximum employment and stable prices for the American people. We see the risks to achieving our employment and inflation goals as being roughly in balance, and we are attentive to the risks on both sides of our mandate. At today's meeting, the committee decided to lower the target range for the federal funds rate by a 1/4 percentage point to 4.25% to 4.5%. We've been moving policy toward a more neutral setting in order to maintain the strength of the economy and the labor market, while enabling further progress on inflation. With today's action, we have lowered our policy rate by a full percentage point from its peak, and our policy stance is now significantly less restrictive.
I am muted. Yeah, I was saying this doesn't
matter. We can therefore
matter.
be more cautious
right now.
as we consider further adjustments
I'll
to our
still
policy
repeat it.
rate.
And watch, if that 10-year hits
We
4 or
know
5,
that
it's going to
reducing
make things
policy restraint
complicated.
too fast or too much could hinder progress on inflation. At the same time, reducing policy restraint too slowly or too little could unduly weaken economic activity and employment. In considering the extent and timing of additional adjustments to the target range for the federal funds rate, the committee will assess incoming data, the evolving outlook, and the balance of risks. We're not on any preset course. In our summary of economic projections, FOMC participants wrote down their individual assessments of an appropriate path for the federal funds rate, based on what each participant judges to be the most likely scenario going forward. The median participant projects that the appropriate level of the federal funds rate will be 3.9% at the end of next year and 3.4% at the end of 2026. These median projections are somewhat higher than in September, consistent with the firmer inflation projection. These projections, however, are not a committee plan or decision. As the economy evolves, monetary policy will adjust in order to best promote our maximum employment and price stability goals. If the economy remains strong and inflation does not continue to move sustainably toward 2%, we can dial back policy restraint more slowly. If the labor market were to weaken unexpectedly, or inflation were to fall more quickly than anticipated, we can ease policy more quickly. Policy is well positioned to deal with the risks and uncertainties that we face in pursuing both sides of our dual mandate. On a technical note, we lowered the offering rate on our overnight reverse repo facility to align it with the bottom of the target range for the federal funds rate, its typical configuration. Technical adjustments of this kind have no bearing on the stance of monetary policy. The Fed has been assigned 2 goals for monetary policy: maximum employment and stable prices. We remain committed to supporting maximum employment, bringing inflation sustainably to our 2% goal, and keeping longer-term inflation expectations well anchored. Our success in delivering on these goals matters to all Americans. We understand that our actions affect communities, families, and businesses across the country.
It's ending now. Get ready.
Everything we
after
do
this
is in
live.
service to our public mission. We at the Fed will do everything we can to achieve our maximum employment and price stability goals. Thank you, and I look forward to your questions.
Gina Smilik, New York Times.
Gina Smilik with the New York Times. Thank you for taking our questions. I wonder if you could talk a little bit about why officials think it's appropriate to cut rates at all in 2025 if inflation is expected to remain firm throughout the year. And what would you expect at this point the timing might look like? Would a January cut potentially be possible, or does a pause next month seem more likely?
All right, there it is. Pause question.
Well, so let me start by saying
Dollar
why we
popped
cut
off that.
today and then move to 2025. So I would say today was a closer call, but we decided it was the right call because we thought it was the best decision to foster achievement of both of our goals: maximum employment and price stability. We see the risks as two-sided: moving too slowly and needlessly undermine economic activity in the labor market, or move too quickly
China's dumping now,
and
too.
needlessly undermine our progress on inflation. So we're trying to steer between those two risks. And on balance, we decided to go ahead with a further cut, and I'll give you some details on why. Downside risks to the labor market do appear to have diminished, but the labor market is now looser than pre-pandemic, and it's clearly still cooling further, so far in a gradual and orderly way. We don't think we need further cooling in the labor market to get inflation down to 2%. Job creation is now well below the level, or certainly below the level, that would hold unemployment constant. The job finding rate is low and declining, and other measures such as surveys of workers and businesses, quits, things like that, broadly show a much cooler labor market than we had in 2019. It's still quite gradually cooling. So we keep an eye on that. Inflation, we see that story as still broadly on track, and I'll tell you why.
Okay,
We've made a great deal of
broadly
progress.
on track.
12-month core inflation, as I mentioned, through November is estimated at 2.8%, down from a high of 5.6%. But 12-month inflation has actually been moving sideways as we are lapping the very low readings of late last year. Housing services inflation actually is steadily coming down now, albeit at a slower pace than we might like, but it has now come down substantially, and is making progress slower than hoped. And we've had recent high readings from non-market services and some bumpiness for goods. So I'll just say, so remember that we coupled this decision today with the extent and timing language in the post-meeting statement that signals that we are at or near a point at which it will be appropriate to slow the pace of further adjustments. You ask about 2025. I think that the slower pace of cuts for next year really reflects both the higher inflation readings we've had this year and the
trying to let
expectation
you know
inflation
they
will
care
be
about
higher.
jobs and
we saw in the
inflation.
S&P that risks and
Otherwise, it's
and
an odd
uncertainty
answer.
around inflation we
Again,
see
dual
as higher.
mandate.
Nonetheless, we see ourselves as still on track to continue to cut. I think the actual cuts that we make next year will not be because of anything we wrote down today. We're going to react to data. That's just a general sense of what the committee thinks is likely to be appropriate.
Sorry, just one quick follow-up. Why, I guess, would you make those cuts? Like, what would be the trigger to cut?
So we're to cut further after this point. I would say it this way: we've reduced our policy rate now by 100 basis points. We're significantly closer to neutral. At 4.3% and change, we believe policy is still meaningfully restrictive. But as for additional cuts, we're going to be looking for further progress on inflation, as well as continued strength in the labor market. And as long as the economy and the labor market are solid, we can be cautious about as we consider further cuts. And all of that is reflected, to your question, in the December SEP, which shows a median forecast of down 2 cuts next year compared to 4 in September.
So the only cut now if inflation goes down.
Thanks for the opportunity to ask you a question.
Very
So
interesting.
this does seem similar to the dynamic in 2016 during the last transition to a Trump administration, where the committee saw slightly tighter policy, in part in expected anticipation of the fiscal policy stance that was seen evolving over the year. Some of it was a data mark-to-market exercise, and some of it was anticipation of fiscal. What's the split on this one? How much of this was accounting for inflation data that was coming in, and how much of it is expecting that there will be inflationary fiscal policy next year?
I'd say I'd point to 5 or 6 things, and let me start by saying that we think the economy is in a really good place, and we think policy is in a really good place. Let's remember that the economy is growing 2.5% this year, that inflation has come down by 50%.
Yeah, bro, low ticker not
from
stopping.
5.6% to 2.6%. Headline inflation is 2.5% on a 12-month basis. We're actually in a really good starting place here. But since, so what's really driving the slower rate cut path? First thing is growth is stronger, right?
He dodged
the economy
that
grew
inflation
faster in the second half of
projection
2024
Asshole.
so far than we had expected, and is expected to be above what our expectations in September next year as well. Unemployment is lower, and in the SEP you'll see that participants think that the downside risks are less and uncertainty is less. So that's more strength, right? Inflation is higher, as we talked about. Inflation's higher this year. It's also higher in the forecast next year. I'd also point out that we're closer to the neutral rate, which is another reason to be cautious about further moves. But then getting to your point,
they're saying they're at neutral.
There's uncertainty around inflation.
3 months ago, he's saying they had no idea. But he seems pretty confident.
It's also, in the case of some people, the way I would say it is this. Some people did take a very preliminary step and start to incorporate highly conditional estimates of economic effects of policies into their forecasts at this meeting, and said so in the meeting. Some people said they didn't do so, and some people didn't say whether they did or not. So we have people making a bunch of different approaches to that. But some did identify policy uncertainty as one of the reasons for their writing down more uncertainty around inflation.
So some people worry about Trump, but some aren't.
The point of that uncertainty is it's kind of common sense thinking that when the path is uncertain, you go a little bit slower. It's not unlike driving on a foggy night or walking into a dark room full of furniture. You just slow down.
The path
and
is
so
uncertain,
that
but
may
they're
have
more
affected
confident that they're at
some of the
neutral.
people. But as I said, there's a range of approaches on the committee.
If I could follow up on that, you mentioned the risk
Yeah,
and
10 years
uncertainty
knocking at the
indexes
door at 4 or
toward the
5.
back of the document. The upside risk to inflation jumped quite substantially. The only thing really that's happened, you mentioned that the disinflationary story remains intact, yet the risk weighting has jumped to the upside. The only real thing that's happened is November 5th in the meantime. Is it fair to say that that's what's driving the higher sense of upside risk on inflation?
Actually, that's not the only thing that's happened. What's happened is that our forecasts for inflation for this year, I think, are 0.5 higher than they were in September. So you had 2 months of higher inflation in September and October.
Yeah, by
As I mentioned,
0.1.
November is back on track. But once again, we've had a year-end projection for inflation, and it's kind of fallen apart as we've approached the end of the year. So that is certainly a large factor in people's thinking. I can tell you that might be the single biggest factor is.
So this is what he's talking about. I'm going to show you.
Underperformed relative to expectations. It's still.
This is off today's meeting. This is the Fed participants worried about inflation.
We really want to see progress.
He's saying
on
if you're
inflation
telling me some did, some didn't, none of that makes fucking sense.
As we think about further cuts, we're going to be looking for progress.
No way
on
off of any of our CPI reports do you triple the amount of Fed people worried about it.
12-month window moves.
Terrible
That's
answer.
In part because inflation was very, very low measured in the fourth quarter of 2023. Nonetheless, as we go forward, we're going to want to be seeing further progress on bringing inflation down and keeping a solid labor market.
Chris.
Thank you, Chris Rugaber at Associated Press. Thanks for taking the question. In September 2018, the Fed staff in the Teal Book discussed a policy of looking through any new tariffs as long as there were one-time increases and inflation expectations remained anchored. Could you comment on if that analysis remains effective? And
all right, you're breaking the level. 10 years even about to go to 4 or 5 right now. Any downside movement from here starts to get aggressive.
Teal Book alternative.
Get ready. You broke 6,000. You're going to go to 59.80. Even as down to 59.50, 59.58.
They're a good starting point.
And then watch TLT. You're about to hit 4 or 5, bro.
It's 6 years old analysis, but nonetheless, this is still, I think, the right questions to ask. And there were 2 simulations. One was seeing through, one was not. And I'd point you. There's some language in the see-through paragraph that says, that considers situations in which it might be appropriate to see through inflation, and then names some conditions that in which it might not be. In any case, this is not a question that's in front of us right now. We won't face that question. We don't know when we'll face that question. What the committee's doing now is discussing pathways and understanding, again, the ways in which tariff-driven inflation can affect tariffs can affect inflation in the economy, and how to think about that. So we've done a good bit of work. All of us have, each of us has, and it puts us in position when we finally do see what the actual policies are to make a more careful, thoughtful assessment of what might be the appropriate policy response.
Great. And just a quick follow. Given the recent bout of inflation that we've been through, with consumers seeing how prices can rise and businesses seeing that they can raise prices at least for some time, does that make it a little bit riskier to look through tariffs? I mean, do you feel you have to respond more quickly to inflation threats, given what we've seen in the past few years?
So the main thing is, and this is also a point in these alternative simulations, is there are just many factors that go into how much tariffs will even go into consumer inflation. How persistent will that be? And so we just don't know really very much at all about the actual policies. So it's very premature to try to make any kind of conclusion. We don't know what will be tariffed from what countries, for how long, in what size. We don't know whether there'll be retaliatory tariffs. We don't know what the transmission of any of that will be into consumer prices. To your point as well, I wouldn't say that we know whether the last episode is or is not a good model for what happened. You pointed out we've just been through a period of high inflation. We've just gotten through that period. That's a difference. There was also quite a bit of diversion of trade away from China to other countries since that may have effects. I don't know. I just think we need to take our time, not rush, and make a very careful assessment, but only when we've actually seen what the policies are and how they're implemented. And we're just not at that stage. We're at the stage of doing what other forecasters are doing, which is kind of thinking about these questions, but not trying to get to definitive answers for some time.
All right, Nick T, get ready.
Nick Timmeros of the Wall Street Journal. Chair Powell, to make sure I understand, participants today revised up their core PCE inflation projection.
That's that
for
chart I'm
25,
showing
so that
you.
The central tendency runs from 2.5% to 2.7%. And as Howard noted earlier, most of the committee sees the risks to those projections to the upside. So if inflation only declines next year from 2.8 to 2.5 to 2.7, what would compel the committee to be cutting in that situation?
Let me find these numbers.
It doesn't sound dovish. He's trying to, but it just doesn't make sense. That's why I don't know. Watch what the bonds do around 4 or 5 if they want to set policy.
Core inflation coming down to 2.5.
But the dovishness ain't hitting yet.
That'd be significant progress. You see a slower path. I think that
does. This doesn't make any sense with what his answers are.
But we'd be seeing meaningful progress to get inflation down to that level. That wouldn't be all the way to 2%, but that would be better than this year. This year will be 2.8 or 2.9. That would be meaningful. We also have to think about the labor market, and while we have the labor market forecast as being in good
usually
shape,
the labor market
also
inflation thing
that
sounds
it is
dovish,
still
but
out there very gradually
he's just trying to ride
so
that
far
home, and
in
it's
an
not
orderly,
hitting.
gradual way. But it's also something we need
and
to
then
keep
all
an eye
that
on.
tariff talk too.
I guess if I could follow up, if somebody looked at these projections and also the insertion of the extent and timing language in the statement, which has been used at times in the past when the committee thinks maybe it's going to be on hold for a while, and they said, gee, this looks like it could be the last rate cut for some time, would they be mistaken to infer that?
So that's not any decision that we made at all. Let me explain extent and
there's
timing.
your optionality.
So the sense of that
Open the
wording
door
is
a
to
little.
make clear that if the economy does evolve about as anticipated, we're at a point at which it would be appropriate to slow the pace of rate cuts. So extent, that just relates to how much further we can reduce our policy rate consistent with getting to a neutral stance. Clearly, that distance has shrunk by 100 basis points. So it's significantly smaller. So that's the extent question. And we're going to be looking for further progress on inflation as well as a strong labor market to make those cuts. Timing just suggests, again, that we're at a place where we assuming the economy develops as expected, we're at or near a level that will make it appropriate to slow the pace of adjustment. So that's what we mean by that. We're not trying to make decisions about the longer run. We're trying to make sensible policy as we go. Okay. And I would just emphasize the uncertainty, which is it's just a function of the fact that we expect significant policy changes. There's nothing.
The uncertainty
really
is coming from you
that.
guys.
I think we need to see what they are and see what the effects they will have. We'll have a much clearer
This is
picture,
actually
I think,
wild.
When that happens.
Mike.
Michael McKee, Bloomberg.
Michael McKee from Bloomberg Radio and Television.
Hey, Marky usually loves his
cut rates by 100 basis points this year. We haven't seen much change in mortgages, auto loan rates, or credit card rates. You say you're significantly restrictive. Are you running a risk that the markets are fighting against you and the economy could be more at risk of a slowdown than you anticipate?
Good question.
The rates that you talked about are really longer run rates, and they are affected to some extent by Fed policy, but they're also affected by many other things. And longer rates have actually gone up quite a bit since September, as you well know, and those are the things that drive, for example, mortgage rates more than short-term rates do. So we look at that, but we look at all financial conditions, and then we look at what's happening in the economy. So what we see happening in the economy, again, is most forecasters have been calling for a slowdown in growth for a very long time, and it keeps not happening. So we're now well into another year of growth that looks like it might be 2.5%. Second and third quarters were right about the same
this is the
level.
worst
So the U.S. economy
day
is just
for bonds
performing
on the
very,
Fed
very
since
well,
2022.
substantially better than global
Like
peer
you're getting
group.
back to
And,
Jackson Hole
there's
days.
no reason to think a downturn is any more likely.
I don't know.
than-
I think the
than
market
it
just doesn't
usually
believe
is.
him. They think he's
So,
not. He's done
the
cutting.
outlook is pretty bright,
and
for
they
our
don't like
economy.
that. And then again, the
We
inflation
have to
expectations and
stay on
answers are
task,
wacky.
though, and continue to have restrictive policy so that
No,
we can
it's
get
bad.
inflation down to 2%.
That's what I'm saying. The dovishness
We're
is
also
not
gonna be looking out for the
materializing. He's
labor
trying to
market.
do
We
the
wanna
little
keep the labor
job
market pretty close to
neutral
where it
rate
is.
shit, and the
We're
market
pretty
says,
close to
nah.
estimates of the natural rate of unemployment. Job creation is a little below the level that would keep it there, but nonetheless close. And so that's what our policy is trying to achieve.
If I could follow up by asking about your formulation for beginning rate cuts included the phrase, we need to have confidence that inflation is moving down towards our target. Given the fact that you've raised your forecast for next year, do you have confidence or are you uncertain about the path of inflation going forward?
So confidence was our test for raising rates. And, you know, we made, look at the broader sweep. We've made just a great deal of progress. We're well into the twos in core inflation and around 2.5 or even lower than that. We have been
bro, high taker ain't moving
for
for
headline
shit.
inflation.
You're
So
double. It's two standard
I would
deviations
say
now.
I'm confident that inflation has come down a great deal, and I'm confident in the story about why it's come down and why that portends well. And I'll tell you why. Again, you do see with housing services inflation, which is one that we've really worried
now you
about,
wanna
it
bring
really
up
has
housing.
come down now quite steadily at a slower pace than we thought, 2 years ago. But it's nonetheless steadily coming down as market rents, as market rents.
Market's
sort
kind of having a little
equilibrate
tantrum.
better with
It does not like this rate cut shit in the sense they don't
new
believe him.
leases that turn over.
That's at
Not-
least
not
my
new tenants, but
interpretation
new
for now.
leases. Market rents is new leases. So that's happening. That process is ongoing pretty much as we expect. Goods inflation, which is another big piece of it, has returned right to the range where it was before the pandemic. Just for some months this year, it kind of moved up in a bumpy way because of used cars and things like that. But we think overall that should generally be in the range it was in. That leaves non-housing services and market-based non-housing services are in good
Bro, there's
shape. It's
people talking about
non-market
rate hikes
services,
right now.
and those are services that are
So,
imputed
the
rather
fear
than
is picking up a
measured
little bit.
directly, and
Jesus
and
Christ,
they
loves
don't-
you all.
We think they don't really tell us much about the
This isn't
about
looking
tightness
good.
in the economy. They don't really reflect that. A good example is financial services, which is really done off of asset prices, and that's how that inflation works. So the overall picture, the story of why inflation should be coming down, is still intact.
I wouldn't call it a
the
black
labor
swan.
market.
I'd
Look at
call
the
this a
labor market.
tantrum.
It is cooler by so many measures
Mixed
now.
in with Powell.
Modestly
Powell's
cooler
doing
than
this
it
is
was
probably
in
the worst Powell you've
2019,
ever seen.
A year when inflation was well under 2%. So it's not a source of inflationary pressures. Not to say there aren't.
Like, I'm not
regional
talking about
and-
reaction.
and,
I just mean, like, his
particular
it just
professions
too.
where labor is
I think
tight.
they gave
But
into the
overall,
Donald
you're
Trump
not getting
fear a little bit.
inflationary impulses of
They
any
moved too
significance
much
from the labor
ahead of
market.
it.
So what's the
And
story?
everybody on the
story is
Fed
still
makes no
just
damn
we're
sense.
unwinding from these large shocks that the economy got.
So
in
again, I
2021
wouldn't
and
freak out
22.
too much. I was
In, for
I was
example,
anticipating
housing
way less
services,
than this.
and now also
That could still
in
show up, but
insurance
for
in
now,
particular,
people are
where,
they're tweaking out a
costs
little
went
bit.
up, and those are now being reflected later in housing insurance. It's real inflation, but it doesn't portend persistently high inflation. So we and most other forecasters still feel that we're on track to get down to 2%. It might take another year or two from here, but I'm confident that that's the path we're on, and our policy will do everything it can to assure that that is the case.
Colby.
Thank you. Colby Smith with the Financial Times. So the unemployment rate as of November, while still very low, is within spitting distance of the level that generated a lot of concern about the labor market over the summer in the lead up to the 50 basis point cut in September.
Yeah, bro, you're
Hiring
going
is also
back to the
narrowed
Fed,
just
that's
a
just going to
handful of
wait.
sectors. But now the committee appears
Which is
comfortable
odd
skipping
considering they
cuts
started
at
moving
upcoming
3 months
meetings.
ago.
So what has changed about the committee's
But then
assessment
everything he's
of the
saying
risks
doesn't match up with
confronting the labor
expectations.
market? Is there just less concern now on that front, or is it just about there being more upside risk to inflation that now needs to be accounted for?
Tesla dumping now, and JD.
The unemployment rate is now the same as it was in July, 4.2%. It's moved up and down, but it's now the same as July. Job creation is lower than it has been, but it's been steady. It's not declining. It's steady at a level which as I pointed out a couple of times, is actually below the level that would hold the unemployment rate constant, but it's not so far
Trump
below.
trade.
So
I mean,
you
should have already took a little bit off. You have like 2 more
right,
weeks, but
if jobs continue, job
if
creation
this keeps
stays at that
continuing,
level,
market's not going to like this.
establishment survey, then you would get
The next
a
couple of
10th,
days will be
maybe every other
interesting.
month
This
kind
is
of thing.
bad
So
for Powell.
gradually declining,
Again, I
but we
think
don't
the
have that kind
market
of
could
precision
dodge
in
this
this.
in a weird way, but at the
You're
end of the
right, though,
day,
and
not
I
a
read
good
out some of
Powell
the
at all.
reasons. We do think the labor market is still cooling by many measures, and we're watching that closely. It's not cooling in a quick or in a way that really raises concerns. I think, you pointed out, participants in the FOMC really thought that the risks and uncertainty had improved relative to the labor market. And it's because things have just gotten a little bit better. It doesn't, the unemployment rate flat and things like that. Nonetheless, we're watching it closely.
If the idea, though, is that no additional kind of softening in the labor market is welcome here, what's to prevent that from happening if rates are still restrictive?
So what I said is we don't think we need further softening to get to 2% inflation. That's what I'm saying. Not that it's not welcome. We don't need it, we don't think. If you had a situation where inflation's moving around by 1/10 every few months, that's, we'd have to weigh that against the fact that inflation has in recent months been moving sideways in the 12-month window. And so we've got to weigh on both. And at this point, for a while there, we were only really focused
sideways, but then what? Explain this doesn't make sense.
We've now gotten to a place where the risks of the two are, or we
I
think
the
are
other
broadly,
Fed members
roughly
put him in a box, but
and so
again, the market. I'll explain a little bit more, but market's just not believing him. So it was all as expected, but then a little harder.
I did not hear you use the word
I want to listen to this
recalibration
one
today.
I like listening.
And I'm just wondering if the recalibration phase is over and what you might call this new phase and whether the criteria for changing rates is somehow different and higher than it was before. Thanks.
We're not renaming the phase yet, but we may get around to that. But no, I would say we are, though, in a new phase in the process, as I said. So, and that's just because we've reduced our policy rate by 100 basis points. We're significantly closer to neutral. We still think where we are is meaningfully restrictive. And I think from this point forward, it's appropriate to move cautiously and look for progress on inflation. We've done a lot to support economic activity by cutting 100 basis points. And
chips are dying now again.
That's a good thing. I think it would.
And the
support
Qs,
the
Nasdaq's
decision,
still dumping.
and
SPY trying to
the right
hold, but
decision
it's
to
about
make.
to go next.
I think from now,
yeah,
we
Qs
are
first.
in a place where the risks
and
really
NVIDIA.
are in balance, and we need to see progress on inflation. And
Bitcoin,
that's
too.
how we're thinking about it. So
Everything.
It's kind of a new thing. We moved pretty quickly to get to here, and I think going forward, obviously, we're going to move
Russell's
slower,
down almost
which
3.
is consistent with
That's it.
with the
This is a
SEP.
2 standard deviation
I wonder
move.
if I could follow up and ask
a
you
little
how
more
much
from the AM.
you or the committee are looking through some of the high numbers we've had in the recent inflation numbers. For example, cars being up maybe because of the hurricanes, eggs because of the avian flu, that kind of stuff, and then looking forward perhaps to housing inflation coming down as it did in the recent report.
So we always try to be careful about not throwing out the numbers we don't like. It's just an occupational hazard is to look, those high months are wrong. What about the low months?
The first 5 minutes you had at the low, you have it flush. So again, we've been nonstop. Every single question has just failed.
To be in the mid-teens for core PCE.
Like the same bullish script just did not hit with that dot plot
and
then the inflation expectations.
Not just a couple or 3 months. We shouldn't have our position shouldn't change based on 2 or 3 months of good or bad data. We have a long string now of inflation coming down gradually over time. As I mentioned, 12-month, I think, 12-month headlines, 2.5, 12-month
There it
core
is,
is
another
2.8.
low.
That's way better than we were.
Watch the bonds, though. They're
We
near
still
4 or
have some work
5.
to do, though, is how we're looking at it.
Yeah,
and we need
59. This is
policy
the
to
other
remain
level. If we go
restrictive
59,
to get
55, that may
get
be
that
the
work
last
done,
one.
we think.
Otherwise, dude, you're filling that gap.
Neil.
Neil Dutta.
Thanks, Chair. Thank you, Chair Powell. Neil Irwin from Axios. Financial markets have been very buoyant really all year. Is the committee comfortable with where financial conditions are, or do you see a risk that looseness in financial conditions could undermine progress on your inflation target?
So we do look carefully at financial conditions, of
Yeah,
course. That's part of what we do.
59.15.
But, we really look carefully
59.17
at the performance of
is
our
really bad.
of
You're
our
gonna go to
goal
58.
variables and how are we affecting the economy. So what we've seen over the course of, just take the last year, We've seen inflation, well, over the last couple of years come down a lot.
Oh, look
We've
at the
seen
dollar,
labor
bottom right,
market
too.
cool off quite a bit. That suggests that our policy is restrictive. We can also look more directly at the parts of the economy that are affected by that are interest sensitive, like particularly housing. Housing activity is very low, and that's partly significantly because of our policy. So we think our policy is working, it's transmitting, and it's having the effects on our goal variables that we would want. A lot of things move financial conditions around, as you know, and we don't really control those.
Okay, there's
but
more
I'd
of the
say
flush.
We see the effects we're hoping to see on the goal variables and the places where we'd expect to see it.
So if I may, speaking of assets that have been buoyant, do you see any value or benefit in the U.S. government building a reserve of Bitcoin?
What a question.
We're not allowed to own Bitcoin. The Federal Reserve Act.
So
says
this
that
is
we can
one
own
level,
it. We're not
59.55.
looking
You got
for
a little bit
law
more.
change. That's the kind of thing.
If we don't get
for
any
Congress to
support here,
consider,
you got
but we
more
are not
downside,
looking
and this
for
is 2
a law
standard
change
deviations.
at the Fed.
Dodge a Bitcoin question. New high on the dollar. This is level number 1. Remember, 30.58.
Happy holidays.
That's it.
Mr.
Only
Chairman.
one more
Thanks for
level above
taking our
here.
Questions.
Jeez.
I was wondering if you are satisfied with the way 2024 is ending, if you're confident that we've avoided the recession that forecasters were predicting as inevitable a couple years ago.
I think it's pretty clear we've avoided a recession. I think growth this year has been solid. It really has. PDFP, private domestic final purchases, which we think is the best indicator of private demand, is looking to come in around 3% this year. This is a really good number. Again, the U.S. economy has just been remarkable, and it's when in these international meetings that I attend, this has been the story, is that how well the U.S. is doing. And if you look around the world, there's just a lot of slow growth and continued struggle with inflation. I feel very good about where the economy is and the performance of the economy, and we want to keep that going.
The other thing I just wanted to ask about was the you guys have noted that the unemployment rate is still low. However, employment rates have fallen rather quickly. The prime age employment rate has fell by about half a point. 0.5%.
Yeah, you hit the level
recently.
and bounce. So C.
The question, I guess, is:
It's
do
still
you think
die
there's
again.
maybe more downside momentum in the labor market than the unemployment rate alone is signaling?
I don't think so, no. I think overall, if you look at it, prime age participation is still very high. What's going on in the labor market is that the hiring rate is low. So if you have a job, you're doing very well, and layoffs are very low, right? So people are not losing their jobs in large numbers, unusually large numbers. If you are looking for a job, though, the hiring rate is low, and that's a signal of lower demand. It has come down. So we look for signs like that, and that's clearly a sign of softening, further softening. I didn't mention it earlier, but I think you can see an ongoing gradual softening in the labor market. Again, not something we need to see to get 2% inflation, and that's part of the reason that explains why we moved ahead today with the action with an additional cut. So, but you take a step back, the level of unemployment is very low. Again, participation is high, wages are at a healthy and ever more sustainable level, wage growth, and so the labor market. This is a good labor market, and we want to keep it that way.
Thanks.
Amira. Thank you, Amara Mokwe from Bloomberg News. I just want to put a finer point on the labor market. Can you keep the labor market this way, in the strong position that you have described, without
Why does
further
Bloomberg
cuts?
get like
In other
3
words,
questions?
do you still view the labor market as needing support to protect against a further cooling?
We can't know that with any tremendous certainty. I will say that we think that our policy balances the risks. We think the risks are roughly in balance as between the two mandates, and we think the labor market is in solid shape. And when I say it's softening or cooling, it's a very gradual process. Job creations are meaningfully positive. Wages are, if anything, still a bit above what would be sustainable if productivity were to revert to its longer run trend. If you take into account the high productivity readings we've had, then wages are already at a sustainable level relative to 2% inflation. So I don't want to overstate the downside in the labor market, because the downsides clearly appear to have diminished. nonetheless, it's one of our mandate goals. And, we pay close attention to it, and it's worth noting that it is still gradually cooling, gradually and in an orderly way. And that's how I would characterize it, and that's why we're paying careful attention.
Elizabeth.
Thanks so much, Chair Powell. Elizabeth Schulze from ABC
Amazon
News.
flushing.
As you've noted, the Fed is now forecasting higher inflation next year. High prices are still a burden for so many households right now. Why do you think it is that inflation is proving to be more stubborn than you'd expected?
She's smart. She's saying the question like it's guaranteed.
It breaks down into a long answer if you want. But
he's answering it
just
too,
has been
with no
a
correction.
little bit more stubborn. I think if you go back 2 or 3 years,
he's acknowledging all of those
many people were saying that to get
the other
this far
question, he
down,
dodged
we
it.
would have had a deep recession and high unemployment by now. Well, that has not been the case.
Again, I'm talking about this chart.
The path down has actually been much better than many predicted. We've managed to have the unemployment rate remain essentially at its longer run natural rate, while inflation has come down from, core PCE inflation has come down from 5.6% to 2.8%.
Dollar chilled out, but if it
So
comes back up
that's a
again,
pretty
you're probably
good
going to hit another
outcome.
low.
Why hasn't it come down? One reason is that just a technical issue around the way we calculate housing services, and that process has been slower than market rents are showing up more slowly in that measure than we might have thought 2 years ago. So that's part of it. I think there are other parts of the story, but what I think people are feeling right now is the effect of high prices, not high inflation. So we understand very well that prices went up by a great deal, and people really feel that, and it's prices of food and transportation and heating your home and things like that. So there's tremendous pain in that burst of inflation that was very global. This was everywhere in all the advanced economies at the same time. So now we have inflation itself is way down, but people are still feeling high prices, and that is really what people are feeling. The best we can do for them, and that's who we work for, is to get inflation back down to its target and keep it there, so that people are earning big real wage increases, so that their wages are going up. Their compensation is going up faster than inflation year upon year upon year, and that's what will restore people's good feeling about the economy. That's what it will take, and that's what we're aiming for.
And as we look ahead to next year, what do you see as the biggest challenge to the economy under the next administration?
I feel very good about where the economy is. Honestly, I'm very optimistic about the economy, and we're in a really good place. Our policy's in a really good place.
See, so every time he says
expect
we're
another
worried
good
about
year next year.
inflation, but I love the economy,
Edward.
that means no cut.
Thanks, Chair Powell.
That's why a lot of this is very
Edward
odd.
Lawrence from Fox Business.
And again,
So
the
you
market
said that we're
doesn't
closer
like
to the
it.
neutral rate. What percent do you see, and the committee believes, where is that neutral rate?
So.
And market always reacts to neutral rate here. This is very specific.
The thing we write down in the summary of economic projections
Well,
is
if you
the
don't stop at
longer run
59.50,
neutral
you're
rate,
going to go to like
which is the neutral
59.18,
rate
I think, or a
at
little
time
lower.
when supply and demand are in balance, the full economy is in balance, and no shocks are hitting the economy. That is not where we are right now. So when we're making monetary policy at the Fed, that's not the question we're asking. So you can't do a straight read between those
and then
longer
59.13
numbers that we write down and what we think the appropriate policy should be. So
anything below
basically,
5,900 gets
at any given
extremely
time,
ugly.
Various shocks are hitting the economy, and so what we're doing in real time is we're looking at our policy stance, and we're looking at the way it's hitting the economy, and particularly we look at the effects it's having as we try to move the economy toward maximum employment and price stability. And the answer can be there are things that affect the economy that are lasting but not permanent, and the ones that are permanent are the ones that would be in our star. The ones that could be lasting but nonetheless go away over time.
Bro, low ticker's still
they could
going.
actually affect what's sort of technically the appropriate neutral stance in near term. So we're looking at that, and we don't know exactly where it is, but as I like to say, we know it by its works. And I think what we know for sure is that we're 100 basis points closer to it right now. There are many estimates of where that might be, and we know we're a lot closer to it. And I think we're in a good place, but I think from here, it's a new phase, and we're going to be, cautious about.
So it is a new, so it's
further
no
cuts.
longer
But I think
recalibration.
the markets are looking for a little more clarity. I mean, I've heard estimates from 2.9% to 4%. I think the markets would like to see a little more clarity about a year out, 18 months out, as to where that goalpost, for lack of a better term, is, because at the moment it looks big.
Remember, he dodged that
Yeah,
earlier.
honestly,
He's very odd today,
there
bro.
are countless models of what a neutral rate might be at any given time.
This is the worst
There are
Powell you've ever
empirical
seen.
models, there are theoretical
Not in terms of
models, there are
reaction,
things that
just
combine
like the
them,
answering.
and they have as many
This is
different
not Tom
answers
Brady.
as you'd like. So there is no real certainty, and I mean,
He just
it's
confused the
actually
shit
a
out
good
of
thing
everybody.
to know that we don't know exactly where it is. So you're not tempted to think, oh, I think this model or this estimate is right. You just have to be open to.
Yeah, so he wants
the
it to be
empirical data
ambiguous.
that are coming in, and also
At least
how
he's
it's
admitting
affecting
that.
the outlook. And it's not
They don't
made
want
any
us to
easier
know,
by
bro.
the fact that that our policy works with long and variable lags. Nonetheless, that is the job we have, and so I think it's appropriate for us now to proceed cautiously, now that we're 100 basis points closer to neutral, and we'll do so. Meanwhile, the economy seems to be in good shape, and these cuts will certainly help to support economic activity and the labor market, while we can still make progress on inflation because policy is still meaningfully restrictive.
Victoria.
Guido?
Hi, Victoria Guido with Politico. I just wanted to make sure I understood what you were saying at the beginning about inflation. Are you saying that progress on core PCE counts as progress on inflation, even if headline inflation ticks up? And then also, since that's what's projected in the SEP, I was wondering, what accounts for that? Why do you all see core PCE going down and potentially headline inflation ticking up?
So, and as I imagine the goal overall is headline inflation, because that's what people experience. People don't experience core inflation, they experience inflation, and that includes food and energy costs. So that's the overall goal. But as we know,
thank you for acknowledging that.
Headline inflation contains energy and food, and those prices can fluctuate for reasons that are not related to tightness in the economy, and therefore are not really good predictors of future inflation. So it turns out that core inflation is a better predictor of overall inflation than overall inflation is. So we look at core inflation because it's a better measure of what future inflation is likely to be because it's a better measure of what inflation pressures exist. So it's complicated, but ultimately our goal is headline, not core. So your second question was what?
Why do you all see core going down but headline potentially ticking up?
So headline can be affected. You're talking about next year.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
Doesn't
so
make sense.
Headline it can be affected by energy prices and food prices. So that there will be things in the headline forecast that are to do with forecasts of energy prices, whereas core will be, if you look at core going out a full year, then it'll be much more driven by things like tightness in the
Not
economy.
all the other Fed members are too
so
confusing,
that's
and they
that's
just
why
did
the
way
two
too
can go in
much
different directions.
pandering
Headline has
ahead of
been
the
lower.
election. This is odd,
As
bro.
you know, most of
His
this year,
worst
that's
speech
because
by
energy
far.
prices have been coming down, which is a great thing for people, but energy prices will come down and then they will go up, and it won't
Bro,
really
this
be
started
telling us
as,
anything about how
okay,
tight the economy
slightly
is and
more
how
hawkish.
future
1 hour
inflation will
later,
perform.
mother effers are like pausing rate hikes now.
To how you're thinking about
And then
energy?
it's just
monitor
not
geopolitical
adding up.
risks really quickly, but really carefully rather. But I would say so far those risks haven't really. Nothing has come out of those risks that has really been important for the United States economy. The single thing that you would look to is the price of oil, given that we're talking about the Middle East and Ukraine, but that is a good summary statistic for the kind of thing that could go wrong with global turmoil. But the price of oil has been coming down, and because of supply conditions.
The dollar
global
keeps
supply
running, so
conditions.
watch out for that. Like I said, if the dollar
US
keeps
is not
going,
feeling
and we
really
did hit
the
another
effects of
low, but
geopolitical turmoil.
I think at this point you
But
need
we
the
are
dollar to
certainly
stop.
at a time of elevated geopolitical turmoil, and it remains a risk.
Kelly.
Thanks, Chair Powell. Kelly O'Grady from CBS News. I want to go back to something that you said a minute ago, that wage growth is outpacing inflation now. It wasn't the case for some time, of course. It's partly why Americans haven't felt much relief in their wallets from prices yet. But with inflation ticking up, how worried are you the progress in closing that gap could go away?
Yeah, So inflation, again, we don't overreact to a couple of months of higher readings or a couple of months of lower readings. And what we had was we had 4 months of really nice readings, and then September and October were higher, but then November is much lower. So I don't really think the public is experiencing that as a surprising upside risk to inflation. I think inflation is much lower. What the public is feeling, and they're right about it, is that prices are just, the price level went up because of the past inflation. And it's going to take some time for real wages to recover over a period of years in which your real compensation is growing. And in other words, your compensation is growing meaningfully faster than inflation. That's exactly the kind of economy we have now, and we just want to hold on to it. That process will probably take some years, but that's what's going on right now. And I don't think that a couple of months of higher inflation really signal that anything of the nature you're suggesting.
And just one follow-up. Let's look more long-term. You previously predicted hitting the 2% inflation target in 2026. It's now been pushed out to 2027. You said you're focused on enabling further progress on inflation. That's not necessarily progress in the right direction. Are you confident that target isn't going to move further out?
We're talking about when you're projecting the economy, 3 years out, 2 years out, you're talking about high uncertainty. Very high uncertainty. We really, at that point, it's
that
not.
pop is for no reason.
It's
Don't
not
freak
possible
out.
to confidently predict where the economy is going to be in 3 years. So what we're doing is we're
That's
looking
just, again,
at
at
what's
the
happening
levels.
now. And we're kind of projecting that the same kinds of things are happening. So we keep a strong labor market. Housing services inflation comes down. Goods inflation settles down, and non-market services return to their prior level. All of those things should happen.
Watch, the
over
rally will
time,
hold if the
and,
dollar
those
comes down,
pieces
but
come. They will. The timing of it is highly uncertain. But you're not wrong though that it's been a bit frustrating because while we've made progress, it has been slower than we had hoped. Nonetheless, we're still on track, and I think if 2 years ago you'd said we were at 4.2% unemployment and 2.8% inflation, people would say, "I'll take that." I mean, that's a pretty good interim place to be. Job's not done, but I think we're feeling good about where we are and where we're headed.
Go to Nancy for the last question.
Okay, Yellen was bragging about the last mile 2 weeks ago. Ridiculous.
Hi, Chair Powell, Nancy Marshall-Genzer from Marketplace. You said a couple times inflation has been moving sideways. Appears to be settling in around, 2.5%. Do you think the Fed is just going to have to settle for that and accept that you're not going to get to your 2% target?
No, we're not going to settle for that. I think we certainly have every
UNH is
intention
popping.
and expectation
That's going to move those
that we'll get
XLVs.
inflation back sustainably to 2%. That is, and I am confident we will achieve that. It has taken longer, but you have to be. We are making progress. We have made a great deal of progress, and we'll continue to do so, and get back to 2% inflation. That's what we owe the public, and we're committed to achieving it.
In that case, can you rule out a rate hike next year?
Oh, no.
You don't rule things completely in or out in this world.
Okay.
That doesn't appear to be a likely
Great last
outcome.
question.
I think we're at 4.3%. That's
Come on, just say no, dude.
meaningfully restrictive, and I think it's a well-calibrated rate for us to continue to make progress on inflation while keeping a strong labor market.
He's easing it out a little, but still.
Thank you very much.
That's the problem that we've had. Jeez, man, that was wild, bro. I hope you guys take this all in. You love it if you have SPY puts. That was the worst Jerome Powell you have ever witnessed. I'm telling you, again, it started. I was wrong, bro. I thought we were gonna do nothing. I said we get a move if not. I even thought he hit with the same speech, but the market called cap on all of it. That's literally what you just got. I mean, literally every single bullish line that used to work. I mean, it was the inflation expectations. And again, I think it's both. Yeah, bro, this was the worst bond move on a Powell day since 2022. That's when Jackson Hole and when he started getting hawkish. This isn't bad in the sense that he wasn't as explicitly hawkish. It's just that none of this made sense. You have to realize you cut 100 basis points, and then he's even said it. He was like, "Yo, inflation has stayed sideways on the year over year. However, look at this. You have the Fed members anticipating inflation up is the highest when inflation was at 9%. That's the part that none of it made any sense, because he's trying to, and that's where little by little everybody started selling it off and the bonds wouldn't recover, because essentially it went from, okay, yeah, it was as expected. He was a little hawkish, but then it got to the point where people are like, well, wait a minute. If this means you're going to pause in January, what's the next step? Well, yeah, that's why I'm thinking it's a tantrum, because the market's just kind of getting worried. So I don't know if this will be permanent. Again, my initial idea was that it shouldn't have been too crazy, and maybe we'll get back to that. But the whole idea is people are little by little getting a little bit more nervous, because you got to think about it. If he does pause in January, all the Fed people are worried about inflation, and then he's like, yeah, we'll wait, we'll do this. If they pause, what is the next step? Remember, when we were raising, what happened when we were raising? We paused, right? Why did everybody get excited on the pause? Because what's the next step? The next step is you pause and then you cut. So the problem right now, if you really listen to the inflation and what he says about the economy, and this guy's now all of a sudden stopping, that's why people started saying rate hike, because the next step, that's it. You either do nothing or you're going to start raising rates again, or it's an emergency cut if everything deteriorates. But at that end, I think that's what really threw people off. So it came in slightly more hawkish, but one question after the next, and then the details, and none of it was really adding up. And I'm surprised. I thought the market was going to gobble up his little sweet nothings and love it every time he said we're close to neutral, and every time he starts telling them all that stuff. But nah, that did not happen this time around. So very, very wild. This is a huge move now. You're almost tripled. This is almost a 3 standard deviation move now. Again, watch the dollar. Unfortunately, the dollar hasn't hit a new high, but you're going down to the low. Again, 59.40-ish. And then, like I said, if we break 5,900, you're going to start moving 50 points at a time. Otherwise, if it bounces at like 59.18 or whatever, then you're going to be good to go. But quite frankly, that was one of the worst Powells you have ever watched. I think the people on the Fed made his job difficult. You get what I'm saying? Because all of his answers, if he wanted to do it a certain way, you can't escape this. Everybody on the Fed is forecasting, and let me put it this way. When inflation took off and was actually real, no one on the Fed raised their expectations till it hit 9%. And now, all of a sudden, with no meaningful move on inflation in the last 6 months, all of them now, majority of them, are pricing in just as much inflation as the peak. Or at least that's their expectation for core C. That's insane. So I think everybody made his job hard. And then the fact he was cutting into the election and then even gave you a cut today, like we were talking about, like why did he, I was showing you that other chart. It's like, why would he even cut? Dude, this is mind-blowing, man. Like I'm saying, this didn't really make sense. So he still gave the cut, and then they made that dot plot look hawkish, and then all the underlying details and surveys of it all are implying the bad inflation. Meanwhile, none of them are worried the inflation hasn't changed. That's what I'm saying. Look at when inflation... It's just there's such a big lag between these two. It's absolutely wild. The cut, well, I was telling you the cut was stupid, but nah, this is just getting to the point of, like I'm saying, the market did not gobble up his sweet nothings. You know what I'm saying? I really thought his words were going to hit, and he said what I expected him to say. But every single one, the dollar kept going, the market kept this is like Jackson Hole Light, because Jackson Hole was very explicit. Are you guys following? This was not an explicit hawkishness by no means. That's what I'm saying. I think this just I think the wrong spark mixed in with everybody expecting nothing and then add it to a very odd stop. That's why I'm calling it somewhat of a tantrum, because now you got crackheads thinking that the next step is either a hike or he's not going to move for a while, and then that's it. I mean, I have no other way to put it to you. The Fed is telling you to be worried about inflation, and that's ahead of policy and ahead of a new president. This is terrible. I'm telling you, this is actually this is strategic ambiguity gone wrong, to be honest with you, because I think it's kind of backfiring a little bit. It doesn't make any sense. You can't do that. Bro, you mean to tell me they cut 100 basis points, cut before the election, data does not move, and then before any policy is implemented, before any real life economist, even half the guys on Bloomberg, they're even saying wait. And you mean to tell me everybody on the Fed is saying we have more certainty, or even then it's just an expectation, they're pricing in just as much inflation as 9%? This is terrible. Not like, I don't think the economy's terrible, but I think the messaging is awful. And I think that's why you're getting this little tantrum and just a lot of confusion into the holidays. But he tried to do the don't do nothing, but I just think it backfired. That's it. I think the dot plot was a little too hawkish, but they would have got away with it if this wasn't high. You see what I'm saying? He could have got away with it if it topped out here. This is by no means is this like reasonable. But it just made him look awful. That's what I'm saying. I think the other Fed members kind of threw him under the bus. Because I'm like, I've never seen Powell that bad. You could call it whatever, sabotage, but I just think some of the other Fed people threw him under the bus. Because look at that. That does not add up. And then he couldn't answer it. There was just no way to say that the economy is strong. You're thinking labor's fine, but y'all really think inflation is getting to the point where PCE is going to get near 21 levels? For what? You're even a month away from policy. Even once the policy comes in, this ain't going to hit anything for 6 months. So it's a very, very wild one, man. Very wild. I'm excited, though, because I'm like, I don't know. Tomorrow, I still think, like I'm saying, I think the market was not expecting this at all. It's a 3 standard deviation move, but who knows where we go the next couple of days. I think you're going to get a lot of pops and drops, but at the end of the day, the market tantrum, they got to figure out whether or not we start talking cut or not. Shout out Tim Whitman. There you go, guys. Jackson Hole Light. Same great flavor. Half the gains. This is it. This was Jackson Hole Light. Uh-huh. Wow. That's amazing. Dude, it's crazy. This was, again, the bonds have, remember I was telling you a couple days ago, bonds usually go up. So the only other time was Jackson Hole. This is your worst Fed day in years on the bonds, and the last time was when you had a hawkish surprise. This was a slightly hawkish surprise, but nowhere near the level of Powell. But I think the market just, I think they're calling cap, and they're worried about the fact that this could, that's it, man. If, let's say Powell is right. Let's just take it at face value. Remember I told you guys this yesterday? Let's assume everything they said today, if you assume it correct, that inflation is going to go up, the job market is not going to change, and Powell is so optimistic in the economy, why wouldn't you get a rate hike? Do you get what I'm saying? It's like, that's why I think the market is borderline confused with some of these things and calling cap to some of the other stuff. But if you took everything at face value, it's just saying inflation goes up and now there's, what do you mean rate cut? But then again, the dot plot says 2 to 3 more rate cuts in the next 2 years. Huh? That's why I'm like, dude, this was ridiculous. Market after Jackson Hole, it popped up a little bit and then sold off for like a week and then bounced up eventually. Yeah, this is wild. Asian markets aren't going to, it's a dollar. It doesn't matter. Asian markets might like it to a degree on like the midterm, but like right off the bat, that dollar's getting too dangerous. So again, the dollar's at 30, past 30.58. That's it. You got one more level, and then all-time highs are breaking out on the dollar. So again, you're going to watch more and more currencies hit record lows. And that's what I'm saying. It doesn't matter how they feel about this. They're just going, the dollar is going to start wrecking now. Nick Timmerhouse tweet. Let's see what he says, but my goodness, bro. That was wild. Absolutely wild. Nick Timmerhouse. Yeah, Brazilian real and Canada already got clapped. From it's a new phase, we're going to be cautious. That's what Timothy's saying. Some officials incorporated conditional policy changes, which explain, well, yeah, they shouldn't have, Nikki T. That's what I'm saying, bro. You got people at the Fed willing to, I'm shocked. This is dirty, bro. That's actually wild. But again, that is something you could take away. This is a new phase, but that's scary. You don't want to hear that. Because now they went from recalibrating to justify a pre-election rate cut. But now what's the new phase? That's it. It's either we go back to waiting and doing nothing, or literally inflation comes back and you're raising rates. It's actually, dude, this is nutty. Yeah, gold down. I didn't even get a bounce. Never heard me so bearish. Well, you're not hearing me bearish. You're taking what I'm saying and attaching bearish or bullish. Like I said, this is a surprising event. I wasn't expecting much, and this is just the interpretation of today. I mean, I'm just acknowledging the reality. The last time you dropped on bonds after a Powell like this was Jackson Hole. This does not typically happen. And yeah, I told you, I always expected a hard landing, so don't act brand new with me. But I'm not selling anything or doing anything, but it's just how this all played out. I got caught off guard in the short run, but now it's wild. I'm overreacting. I didn't react. So you guys listening to what I'm saying and making a judgment, in fact, you are the one overreacting. I am just interpreting what just happened right now. That's all. So take what you want, but all my plans and my portfolio positioning doesn't change from this. I'm prepared. I hope you are too, but like I'm saying, even when this started, I even think you might get a little bounce. Like, just be careful of the pops and drops, but I'm not saying anything. I'm not reacting at all. I made my plays ahead of time. I actually did nothing today during this, but I'm just telling you this interpretation. It is. I mean, I think this is my interpretation of today. This was the worst Jerome Powell you have ever seen. That's it. And I think the other Fed people are very, very dirty, and what they're doing here to signal to the American public inflation this far early in advance, and they did not do that in 2021. This is absolutely just, this is not a good look. But again, what do I do on it? My reaction is we wait and see. I'm taking off on Friday, and I'm going into next year, so good luck. But at the end of the day, this isn't it's gonna add a speed bump into the road. That's it. This is a speed bump now leading ahead of your inauguration. So it's kind of crazy though. You're good, bro. Don't trip. No trips at all. I know even if I sound aggressive, I'm excited. This is crazy. You know what I'm saying? But and I get it. And usually there's a lot of emotions, but this is truly a surprising event per the statistics. This is a 3 standard deviation event. The market calling cap to a certain degree, and now, I mean, there's a lot of takeaways you could walk away with. How you choose to react, that's what's going to happen next. Everything's sold off, bro. I don't know if the Santa rally's gone. That's what I'm saying. I think some people are like, nah, overreaction, and then they're like, nah, this is Santa rally's over. But like I said, if we go below 5,900, you're going to move 50 points at a time. But either way, I don't know. You can't confidently say it. Like I'm saying, last time with Jackson Hole, you sold off, you bounced like 3/4 of the move, and then you sold it off again. So, unfortunately, I think that's what you're going to get. I think you're going to get, if we break 5,900, you're going to go 50 points down, then 40 points up, 20 points down, 100 points up, and then back down 75, 100 points. You see what I'm saying? Until the bond market figures out what it's going to do, or if the bonds don't stop, we're just going to keep dying. And then now, if the dollar takes the next level, I'm not saying it's going to happen, but be on the lookout for the dollar to start wrecking. That, actually, you could say that's my reaction. My only thing I'm walking away with this is just watch the dollar. I think the dollar just got a little bit more dangerous today. That's it. If you've been watching the watch list and I've been telling you, wait for that shift, I just think the dollar is armed right now. You know what I'm saying? I don't think the dollar is as, it's not neutered anymore. It's back in business. So just watch out. It's going to start bullying. That would be my reaction after today until the bonds figure it out. It's going to go to 5. So if that 4-5 don't hold, it might meander around 4-7, but that's it. Straight shot to 5 every time. So, yeah, watch out. Get out of the bond plays if you don't want to hold the pain. Again, I think gold is going to flush more, too. I was going to get out of it, but I couldn't get a bounce. Literally, I got no bounces at all on that. Yeah, there goes 6,900. And then Bitcoin. So 58.93. Look at you, just sold off 7. So 58.89, this is 187. Otherwise, next level, I believe, is 58.50, dog. Yeah, 58.65 to 7, and then 58.55, 58.50. The flush, I'm not saying it's guaranteed. I'm just calling out the levels. So, again, if you have been listening, and I know you have, just literally, there's key horizontal technical levels that you either get action, support, or they flush. Oh, gold flush because of the positioning, and now I believe it's below, it's like trending line that was leading it up there. And then I think the algos, let me find it. The algos have a bunch of sells if it breaks below like 2,500, I think. So, yeah, here's one of the gold charts. So now you're below here. You're breaking that upper trend line. You get like one more test, and if it breaks that, I think you got a couple $2 billion on the sell side. Yeah, man, you're doing the flush sell on the SPY. So watch out. Again, 59.80, whatever, and then it'll like start to level out, and then we'll go from there. Bro, this is absolutely crazy. Could be that. I mean, last time this... Oh, shit. Damn it. It shouldn't... This Christmas shouldn't crash. Okay? It shouldn't. There should not be a Grinch for the Christmas because we are so high. Some of you are high in other ways. But... unfortunately, this did just spice things up. Go back to the chart I showed you in the morning. 2018, the last time we had a negative consecutive breadth like this, there was a Christmas crash. I didn't think we were going to do it. Nothing matched up for it. I hated 2018. 2018 was terrible. But now you just had this Powell reaction, and now you already have the breadth in play. So I still doubt Christmas crash, to be honest with you. I don't believe it. But it got a little bit, I think the odds ticked up a tiny bit today because of the breadth and now this. But I would not bet on it, really. Yeah, bro, that's crazy. VIX is launching. VIX is at 22. VIX is terrified. Nobody had puts. Dude, nobody thought this was going to happen, bro. That's why I'm telling you, you just watched in real time. You just watched Powell drop the ball, like actually, and none of it, and that's it. That nobody was expecting this. Nobody on Wall Street, even some of you had puts, good for you. But if you go and look at the like actual put to call ratio, it's one of the lowest in history. That's it. They caught everybody off guard, but I don't even think they caught anybody. I think Powell dropped it, dude. That was a fumble. I'm telling you, I blame the blockers. I blame everybody else on the Fed, but that's it. They That was so the VIX is in fear. That's it. People went from no protection to protection. Now they're like, holy crap. They're talking rate hikes, for crying out loud. That's going to die down in a couple days, but at the very least, you're kind of getting a new phase of the Fed here. Tom Brady to Mark Sanchez real quick, dude. No, that's what I'm saying. You watched that live. The market, dude, I'm telling you, the market wasn't tripping. I was even telling you ahead of time, relax, calm down. But then every single part of the script that would have hit, it wasn't matching up with the inflation expectation. And every time he say something about jobs, he would contradict it with the economy. And then once he said the economy, then you start talking about rate expectations and inflation, and then it just like all of it points bad. It did not work. He was trapped, and he couldn't finesse his way out of that this time. And you have the Bank of Japan tomorrow. They're not supposed to raise. If they do, this gets even weirder. What's on sale? Value. You already know what's on sale. If anything, this is going to take a little haircut. Again, XLV was holding up, but now that's gone. Ironically, though, those plays are kind of holding. I don't know if you guys noticed that. We only have 15 minutes left? Oh, no way. Dude, this is wild. Yeah, the California bird flu, no one cares about that. That's it. They played that game like 10 other times. This is, bro, you have the whole world now talking about a potential pause, maybe even a rate hike. The Fed, y'all don't think this is why? I am offended. You know that? I'm actually offended. You know that, right? I'm offended by this. That's insanity. Please, anybody on the Fed, let me interview you. Please. Please, let me talk to you. Because this is insanity. You mean to tell me when mother effers were on YouTube like me talking about inflation, they went for 8 months saying they never changed their damn inflation expectation. You know what I'm saying? They didn't raise it this high till inflation was literally at 7 to 9. And now, sideways inflation for 6 months, oil prices down, and you want to jack it up there? That's what made this so odd. That's what I'm saying. None of his answers made sense. And if you took this data mixed in with everything he says about the economy, it all points to a rate hike then. It makes no damn sense. That's why I think you got this little tantrum. But I'm like, holy crap. No, this is too disgusting, though. That's crazy. Yeah, we'll see what Japan does, bro. Would you pervase Japan with... If Japan... Hear me out. If Japan does a surprise rate hike tomorrow, then we're going to have a problem. Because right now, they're not supposed to do anything. Japan is going to be tonight. But that's it. That's really what it comes down to. Tantrum, people's life savings are fading away. No, man, just get off Twitter. Stop being, economic populist like Luigi. You're at all-time highs. Everybody's richer than ever. Okay, it's a 2.7% move. It's a surpriser. No one's freaking out about where we're at right now. We're freaking out about the future and then the policy of rates. You know what I'm saying? It's not that everybody's richer than they were last month. If you want to do the savings game and all of that. If anything, your dollar just got a lot stronger. You could go anywhere in the world right now and shit on a developing nation because you're American. Good for you. But it's not, it's just more along the lines of, 3 months, 6 months, 12 months, even 24 months. He's talking years. So there it is. Get a little bit more of a bounce. Let me check the dollar again. Wild ass day though, man. I can't believe it. 2.5 on the SPY, 4.5 on the Russell. So honestly, even if we do sell off tomorrow, you might get your bounce like right before or after Christmas. And then this is either going to be the top for the Trump trade or the last pullback, one more high, and then it's done at inauguration. Or we'll see. But this is insane, bro. I can't believe they did that. Not even Powell. I can't believe Powell couldn't dodge it. That's it, bro. Big Brady. That was very sad. That was not Jerome Brady today, man. And then I think everybody else just screwed him over. Dude, Russell's at 5% down almost, man. He dodged it. Why do I care? I mean, I'm not like, too. I really thought he was going to get out of there. You know, I saw the hawkish dot plot a little bit, and I told you, I keep everything up here on record. Like, I really thought he was going to be dovish as hell, and he kind of was, but it just was too contradicting. I don't know if it was the algos or people in the market getting freaked, but that's it. They were out. So, yeah, but it was just sad day, man. Sad day. He did not. Yeah, regular VIX is up 44%. The Nike puts. Oh, man. I love that you just said that. I would have forgot. Sell those and make them free if they went up on that. I didn't even think about that. Hell yeah. Oh, they didn't even go up. They're break even. Womp, womp, womp. I'm going to still sell 7 of them. How many would I keep? 3? That'd be 60. I'll sell 8 of them. What time is it? Oh, yeah, we only got 10 more minutes. It's not filling. I don't know, though. Nike puts might be good to have. After this. My Carvana, I think that one's going to go up. But either way, this is going to be, again, just where we go from here will be interesting. It's only a scam when Chad doesn't get their way? No, I think you're just... Bro, do you not see the market right now? Some of you making this very personal about me. I truly believe that you're not getting the full value of this stream. Because that's not... This isn't... Look around. This is the world, man. This has to do with your financial future, last Fed meeting of the year, and, like, where we're going. But, yeah, this isn't... it's not that personal, man. I'm not really... I'm more fascinated by what's going on now. And then the plan. Whoa, 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 whoa. What? Is that $500? Yo, Walmart dying. Oh, my gosh. Big Walmart. $500? What? Oh, no. Oh, now I'll take that one personally. Now, that's not a scam. That's the... You know what I'm saying? What the hell? Oh, why you got to do me like that, bro? You know that? I'm like hella in Fed mode, and now you dropping a 500 dono on me? What's up? I love you, Samuel. Thank you, man. I'm like confused because I'm like so hyped now. And then that's it. Oh, you only meant to donate 5? Oh, shit. This is awkward then. I don't know how to do it then. Oh, yeah, my bad. But yeah, you got a little, this is easing it up a little bit. We're going to celebrate that in a little bit, man. Let's end this right now. We only got 8 minutes. But like I'm saying, I truly hope, listen, I don't care if you like me or not, bro. It's not about that. I just really, truly hope you guys understand the scope of what you just witnessed. And now this does mean we are coming into next year a little bit more uncertain. Because and it's not because of Trump. It's because of the Fed now. That's what I'm saying. And it's going to get you to this point of now literally rate cuts, pause, or hikes are all on the table now. It's truly, truly odd. But this is not normal. Like I'm telling you, this is a 3 standard deviation reaction. The VIX is up 40. Small caps are almost down 5. And you have Bank of Japan tomorrow. You know what I'm saying? Like, this is not normal. And that's all I'm saying, where you got a lot of people off guard, not to mention everything else, man. God bless Samuel. I'm just going to hold these bells over here. We only got 7 more minutes, guys. That's wild. We do. We have a monthly subscription. You could get it all for free if you're here, but yes. And it also comes with a live Zoom call, so you could get all the news on here faster. Isn't that crazy? Because YouTube makes me have a 2-second delay. But either way, man, again, everything free $99. I just want y'all to get a long term, okay? Save 10%. And that's it, man. You think people are still leaving for the holidays? Yeah, I'm leaving. I'm out. I told you, though, if it does crash, I said I'd stay. So maybe I'll come back. I'm going to take off Monday, after, but then if it's still wild, I'll come back. Fuck that. I thought I was going to go get a tan and shit in December. Yeah, I guess Powell wants me to. I'm shocked, dude. I'm shocked. I can't believe that Powell didn't work. I'm not shocked by what he said or didn't say beyond what I just showed you with the inflation. It's just like you guys just realize it didn't work. Like, have you ever had a script that always worked? Have you ever had a line, like a pickup line that always works? That's what I'm saying. It didn't work this time. You guys got to realize everything from neutral rate to economy to wages to none of his one-liners worked, bro. It just didn't work, bro. Cubits does not care at all. It worked for 4 years, but that's it. It's crazy. It's expiring right now. And then remember, tomorrow's a fat option expiration too. I forgot about that. Duh. So maybe this isn't. Maybe the algos had an incentive to be dramatic. I didn't even think about that. Maybe throw in a little. That's why I'm saying I don't know. It's going to be volatile, but yeah. Oh, no, Friday. Yeah, Friday. My bad. I skipped a day because of how intense today was. Yeah, I mean, you guys know what I mean, you assholes. Y'all know exactly what I meant. Yeah, you know exactly what I meant. Stop playing with me. All right, man. Wrap it up. I'll cut half of them because we already made money. I want to hold the Nike puts, but let's lower it by $100. So we'll only have $100 in puts, and then we'll have $100 in free and calls. All right, I sold out at 22. Pretty much 1 cent below what I bought it at. So we got 60% on the calls, and then the puts break even practically. So whatever you want to hold is up to you. How many did I sell? 5? I sold 5 out of 10. If you're bag holding TLT, your dividends go up only if you have shares. But there's also an expense ratio. And remember, if the 2-year goes higher, buy the 2-year instead of TLT. If you notice short ends get higher, that's an easy buy comparatively. No, it's safer than the 10-year. I think the rate's above 4.5 right now. Bruh, I can't believe Powell. I can't believe it. 4.495. You're going to wake up 5, gap down, and then we'll do the thing from there and see. But yeah, man, earmuffs. You guys, I don't think we're landing it today. That's it. Just end the day, finalize your plays. There's too much. There's too much, man. I can't believe Powell did this to us on Christmas. He did it. He tried his hardest to do nothing, but they fucked up so bad on that. Everybody on the Fed was like, no, inflation's higher than 2021. It's going to be higher. Fuck transitory. Yeah, no landing. When the economy does hard landing, we no land. Ta-da. We land. No, but I don't know. I wouldn't get too dramatic. It's all crazy. It's all about the tariffs. It is, but it isn't. It shouldn't be, but now I can't believe those Fed people would do that. Shame on them. Shame. I'm saying, if you think I'm weird and political, all I'm saying, those same people, when inflation was at 9, they didn't do that. When it was at 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, they didn't do that. They told you it was transitory. And they told you all prices are going to come back down. That's why it's very, very terrible that they did that. So, Chattadonia, wrap it up. Shout out to Samuel, bro. God bless you, man. For real, that's crazy. I don't know. They're trying to wreck Trump, but even Powell, that's it, man. You just made Powell look like a fool. And literally, like, that was a Jackson Hole reaction without explicitly being hawkish. That means they just did not like anything about it. That's what I'm saying. And now we're talking about, like, rate hikes, or it's disgusting. But Chad, wrap it up. You only have 1 minute. Go, 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 go. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, it is time to wrap it up. Bring it home. Finalize those plays. Speak now or forever hold your peace. The holidays just got a little bit more spicy. Make up your mind if you, oh man, back and forth and get ready, but less than 30 seconds again. You do have more data on the way. We still have a little bit more data. Friday, you get bigger ones and then the expiration, but less than 10 seconds, man. Wrap it up and bring it home. That's all we got for today. Oh, man, there it is. All right, you're about to flush to get everything. Ding, 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 ding. Horna. Oh, Chadadonia. We did it. Bro, they jacked up those Nike puts right at close. Bro, those Nike puts went for 30 at close. That's stupid. What little scammers, baby. But Chadadonia, that is the day. We made it to the bell. I need a GG in the chat. Where is it, man? Where my song, man? Let's go. I think Nike, right? Which one's today? One of them's today. I don't know. Or maybe it's tomorrow. Maybe I'm just excited. There it is. Let's go, Chadadonia. I don't care if you just got here or not. I need a good game in the chat right now. You're here, baby. 7 hours. Drop that GG, baby. Let's go. Good game. Micron on the low. That's earnings. Hold on. I'm going to get that for you.
Did it, we made it, and these bitches hating. We did it, we made it, and these bitches hating. We did it, we made it, and these bitches hating. The haters
Equity Lab, Intel, and NVIDIA. Whoa.
Singing, I'm praising, my God is amazing. My dreams is accomplished, they're not complaining.
All right, GG's. You got Equity Lab, Intel, and NVIDIA unveil verifiable compute, a solution to secure trusted AI. Intel just got attached to something with NVIDIA, and then Equity Lab, and then Micron's out. Damn, Micron's down 15. Remember, it moved up a lot into it. I don't have the preview, so I'm going to have to give me a second to get you the comparison, but GG's, baby. What a day. What a day. All right, where is it? Yeah, Micron is on the screen. Let me back chalk. All right. That's crazy. All right, Micron EPS was 167. They were estimating 176. Revenue was 871 billion. Estimate was 87 plus or minus 200. So they came in line. Oh, adjusted was 179. So a little bit better on EPS, but seems like they did in line. I don't know if there's a guidance number, but they just ran up a lot into it. And then is Nike today or is Nike tomorrow? Am I tripping? I think Nike might be tomorrow morning, right? I think I am tripping. Nike's not today after the bell. But yeah, Micron, no guidance yet, but it's in line, slightly lower. Oh, it's damn, VIX is up 59. Bro, that was terrible. Again, you're dumping after the bell right now. You're still going down, bro. This was a wild one, man. My goodness. Yeah, bro. Intel provides certificate of compliance for verification of AI. Oh, it sounds like a fluff piece. Yeah, Intel got some AI NVIDIA thing, but that's it. Dow closes lowest for 10th session. Longest down streak since 1974. Worst market breadth since 1970. Absolutely amazing. Nah, bro. Look at the VIX is still going. So, again, you're dumping. Micron is not helping. Micron wasn't even that bad. The market's just paranoid right now. So, Micron was very in line, and it had a big run-up, but this is a bad day to have a bad earnings or not be exciting after running that much. Yeah, the QQQ down 4. Bro, this was it. This was this was 3 standard deviations. I would even argue more. Yeah, no. This was off the charts, bro. This wasn't supposed to happen. I don't think too many people were were ready for this one, let alone I just think Powell's tricks didn't work. That's it. The data, it was just too contradicting. You couldn't escape it this time. I'm telling you, this was a Jackson Hole light. I got to tweet that photo that Tim made. Nah, that was just dirty, bro. NASDAQ posts biggest one-day loss since late July. So, again, that was right around the flash crash. And then you have Japan tonight. Absolutely crazy. Make it stop. Micron is down 20 right now. All right, I think is there any other earnings, or I think that might be it. So, Chattadonia, thank you for being here. I love you all. I hope you had as much fun as I did. I hope you learned. I could go live tonight, yeah. I have leg day today. Do you guys want me to do a live for Bank of Japan? We could probably, but then again, someone would be like, it's 2 hours long. Crazy, bro. All right, let me give you a track. I'll give you one song, and then we'll go from there. You know, let's see what we're working with. You know what I'm saying? You know what song, actually? I have a special song for you that you guys need today. And follow me on Twitter, Real Colt News. Bro, VIX is still going. SPY's dumping after hours. Bro, Samuel. Oh, dude, Samuel, no, God bless you, bro. Are you kidding me, bro? Thank you. You know that? I was in Powell mode. I almost forgot, bro. I love you. Are you kidding me? You know that? I got to get you I have to, at the very least, get you a T-shirt or something. Because like I said, all the donos, the end of the year one, you know what I'm saying? Like, for real, just I'll save it for the shirt. But that's crazy, bro. Thank you, my friend. For real, bro. That's it. But I don't know. I hope this is as special to you as it is to me. Are you guys ready? Micron says fiscal 2Q bit outlook weaker. Yeah, so a little bit shakier demand. All right, you ready? This one's for you guys. Here it is. Here it is. Where is it? I can't find it. Classic. This song was made 5 years ago. That's it, baby. That's it. And now, 5 years later, you have this.
Goodwill. Am I crazy? Or are you? Hey, Will, this shit is fucking What's beef? Bobby, can you help us? I can't shake this feeling that there's something they tell us. Don't believe the record cause the data was embellished. They can't understand me, so now I'm overzealous. I'm really jealous. The steak looks delicious. The wolves look magnificent. The truth looks vicious. Government benevolent is such a pretty prison. Fit me in your prism. Make all my decisions. I feel like I'm a woman. I feel like I'm the man. Feel like I'm a fish and I'm sitting in the pan. Kids who killed the CEO, they learned about Japan. Refuse to eat the turkey but keep living in the land. Am I the crazy one? There's a fine line between labia and labium. If the tongue the devil, then the lips are the case to them. So think about the babies next time you go and play this one. I'm really not afraid of them. Only what I can become. I am the bullet and the gun. That's why they don't want me to fall in love with all the fun. Think about coming all the time, but not the second one. Porn brain, fuck you. Why you treat mushrooms like dreams come true? Why you think 2 + 2 = Mewtwo? I don't trust me. Why would I trust you? Damn, that's a tragedy. World in war, but the truth is the casualties. I think it really hard. Can you tell me why you mad at me? Disagree with me, so you think that is blasphemy? But in actuality, it's sacrilegious fallacies defending your reality. Fight or flight, I don't judge you being cowardly. You ain't fighting me, bro, you're fighting your insanity. Somebody call Hannity, somebody call Tucker. What happened to the Occupy? What happened to the truckers? Call the other Bobby bitch, what happened to the mothers? Bowen, what happened to the rudders? Biden, you always have that stutter. I don't believe shit, used to only be the butter. My times change, still the evil bigger brother. No red pill, blue pill, it's the last supper.
I know, it's scary, bro. It's scary. Someone just sent that to me yesterday, and I liked it. I was like, wow, that's it. It just showed up in my email. And I said, you know what? I vibe. I vibe, bro. I vibe. Oh, man. I don't trust me. Why would I trust you? Oh, man. Chad, what a dude. Today was brutal. I'm glad. I hope it worked out for some of you, man. It's good to hear, for real. Like I'm saying, man, if you had to put, you deserved it. I'm telling you, everybody got caught off guard. That was one of those, man. I'm telling you, another day in the cult, bro. Very historical. I'm telling you, that was actually wild. So get ready, man. I don't know. Maybe I don't take off, bro. You know what I'm saying? Maybe I'll see you after Friday if it really is this exciting. So we'll see. But Chattadonia, I hope you had a wonderful day. I hope you are blessed. That is all I have. Get ready. We might have a live one. I got to see how today works, if we do a live watch list or not. But either way, I'll see you guys tonight. You do your thing, man. Thank you all for being here, for real. Thank you for your time, and I really hope you got something out of it. And if y'all work with me and we're able to take it and really learn and really honestly recognize where you are at right now in history and to be a part of it, and you know what I'm saying, and like trying to fuel your curiosity, bro. I'm telling you, this is amazing, and I'm glad to share it with y'all, and thank you for those who have made it even better. So let's go, baby. Get ready for next year as well. Man, get ready for the end of this year now, man. We'll see, but that is all I have. Thank you all again. Go read the books, Richest Man of Babylon, Proverbs, New Living Translation, and The Strangest Sacred in the World. And don't forget why we're here, why we keep going, why that faith, hope, and love ain't never going out of style, and why, my friend, to take it to the next dimension, you cannot forget the simplicity of the first one. Why, baby, why? Finger to the sky, baby. To God be the glory, and through the grace of God alone. Amen. Amen. I'm going to give you one more. That's it. I like watching the new Chads or the old Chads who ain't here, some of the new uncle. I like it when they trip out. You know what I'm saying? They like, what? They like, what? I'll give them one more, baby. That's it. But we out, man. I'll see you tonight. All right, I'm my shit. How you doing? How you doing?
Hey, Will, this shit is fucking cold. Made a lot of
fuck,
money,
pal.
hard not to be cocky.
Fuck you,
but I
fuck
work
pal,
to
fuck
get
Trump.
here. My name is
I'm done.
I am 5'6", but I still call her shoddy. I catch the dip, I do not catch a body. If the money quick, I will probably be cautious. You lever too much if the move make you nauseous. Difference between a rock and diamond is flawless. You don't save money, I find that appalling. Never been in battle, but I got a war chest. I believe in God, I don't make poor bets. Ask Pascal the wager and tell you I'm legit. Sometimes you feed the haters, cause the haters make you rich. On everything, my words could change your life. How you so stubborn when you never got it right? Admitting that you're wrong is the hardest thing to fight, but it's a pretty deep hole if you think dark's light. Save time, let's get right into it. It's still the truth, even if I am a hypocrite. Blood on their hands, but they tell you that they innocent. That's why I don't act, I'm just waiting on my sentencing. So judge that. Balance sheet Biden, they really not black. They don't really got cash. If you don't know accounting, you won't laugh at that. They can't match my swag. Intellectual, and I bought some property. I told them be themselves, but some of them just copied me.
I'm sorry. I can't tell you guys any. That's it. You have a headline. Trump opposes
Shouldn't say that, Bible where I lay at. Know they get in trouble, but survival how I play that. Do you know the difference between a Benz and a Maybach? You can say the same about this life, cause we the same, man.
That's all you got. All right, man. You have a good day. That's it, baby. I'm out. Goodbye. Okay, well, I tell you, I opposed the bill. You did good today, Josh. You did good. But Powell wasn't a dove. He looked like a dead dove. It looked like he tried to fly. It seems like they cut his wings because they're worried about my inflation. I don't know. These people, man, I tell you, fake news media, stupid people. Inflation was up. They didn't get worried about it. They said it's trans. It's not like he's Uber and needs to donate. It's not like that. He did it because he loves it, and I love him. Thank you. You have a good one. Goodbye. I talk about the drones on Twitter. How do you... Actually, Elon will get mad at me if I call it Twitter. It's actually X. That's mine right there. I'll see you there. Goodbye. Turn this off. Thank you. Oh, wait. What am I doing here? Thank you. Hey, what the... Where's the other guy?